Hello everybody, welcome, it's Spessy, and we've got a huge stream today. We have NA versus EU. There's a big tournament going on with basically 16 of the very best Lorcana players. It includes so many Lorcana Challenge champions, and they're going head to head. In fact, I played last night. I was the first player to play. I actually didn't make the team officially. It was a popularity vote and no one likes me. So I finished 9th. But I did get in then as a sub, and I played my game last night, and we're going to be watching my game back. But then, more interestingly, we're going to be casting some of the action. Big shout out to Cardmarket, who of course sponsor the channel. So we're going to watch my game back from yesterday. But after that, look at this. At 7 p.m. UTC or 8 p.m. European time, we have Zach Bivens versus Ding Cam Pham. Now, these are two of the very best players around in Lorcana. We're going to look at some of their accolades in a minute. But then we've also got... Oops. All right, my first banner didn't work. Wait for it. Bam! Zan Syed versus Artabax. Are you kidding me? What a lineup that is. We've got back-to-back action with 4 of the very best players that Disney Lorcana has to offer. Zach Bivens, of course, representing North America. What is that sound? That doesn't sound good. I think it was my phone. It is my phone. We've got Zach Bivens representing North America. We've got Ding Cam Pham representing Europe. Of course, Ding Cam Pham, the first man to qualify for both the North American and European regionals. We're going to look at some of their accolades in bigger detail in a moment. And then we've got Zan Syed, who is, of course, the champion of Disney Lorcana Challenge Vegas, up against Artabax, who is known as like the green-purple master. Just took down a big tournament at the weekend, Battle Bear, I think with a score of 16-0. I played yesterday up against Dale, and we're going to be watching that back in just a moment. It was cast. I was representing Moyen, basically. I subbed in for Moyen. But as you can see, Dale's accolades here, who I played against yesterday. Top 8 in Disney Lorcana Challenge Chicago. That means Golden Mickey. And 3 top 32s. So the first 4 challenges they played in, they top-cutted everyone, which is mental. So here are my accolades. Yeah. Thanks, Pavel. But more importantly today, looking at the accolades of the players that we're going to be watching. So this is going to be the second and third games of the tournament. I played in the first one yesterday. We are going to be watching it back shortly. You can see we've got Zach Bivens versus Ding Cam Pham here. Zach Bivens, representing North America, was the top seed in 3 different Disney Lorcana Challenge events. So the seed means that after day 1 of Swiss, where there's 2,000 players, Zach finished first. And while Zach wasn't quite able to close any of these out and get the victory I'm sure he was looking for, that is just an obscenely strong standing and consistency. He's been doing super well, very well respected in the community. Have had the pleasure of meeting him. I probably met all these players at this point. After my trip to Seattle, I met a few that I hadn't met before. But then the opponent, Ding Cam Pham, look at that with his Rapunzel playmat. Top 8 twice. Once in America, in Canada, once in Bologna. Now, that top 8 in Toronto, I don't believe was a Golden Mickey win, because Toronto was one of those tournaments that was a 1,000 player event, and it was the top 4 that got Golden Mickey. So I believe it's just 1 Golden Mickey to his name, Ding Cam Pham, which, I mean, is 1 more Golden Mickey than I'm ever going to have. Top 16 in Fort Worth, top 32 in Birmingham, and a top 128 in DLC Borkum. Ding Cam Pham with a background in Yu-Gi-Oh! Very well-respected player over there, and that is just an absolute battle between these two of the very best. It is, of course, set 6. These decks were submitted by the players 1 day after the set 6 deadline, so not that many opportunities to test things, and I think it's a really exciting little tournament. It is before the European Continentals and American, but particularly the European one, which is about 3 weeks away. So good practice for a lot of these people as well. Then in the other matchup we're going to be watching, which is of course going to be Artabax and Zan Syed. We can take a look at some of the lists here, or some of the accolades. Artabax, the green-purple master, and very strong player. Hasn't quite had the impact that he's been hoping to in Disney Lorcana Challenges. I'm sure Artabax will be the first to admit that he's been disappointed with his results in Lorcana Challenges, but just a very well-respected player in the community. And we know that he's very good. And I think if Emerald Amethyst is the best deck in the game, Artabax is probably the best player in the game in that particular meta. You could argue maybe, he's a bit of a one-trick pony. Some might argue that, but who cares? Because Zan Syed also recently you could argue a bit of a one-trick pony. I don't know. I'm being a bit rude here, aren't I? But Zan Syed, what a set of accolades that is. Winner of Vegas, top 4 in Atlanta, top 32 Seattle, top 64 in Toronto, as well as some other accolades there. So really, 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 really impressive players. So we're going to be starting off with Zach Bivens and Ding Cam Pham. It's going to be about... I'm streaming with a delay, by the way, as well, because we are going to be watching the action live. It's starting at 7 p.m., starting in like an hour and a half. So in about an hour and a half's time, we are going to be watching Zach Bivens versus Ding Cam Pham. And then straight afterwards, it's a double header. We've got Zan Syed versus Artabax. So super exciting day. I do have all the deck lists in front of me, but I'm not really supposed to reveal them until a little bit closer to the start. What's that? You want the deck lists? Okay, I'll get in trouble. Here we go. It's the deck lists. The first deck list we're going to look at, and we're not going to look at them in too much detail because I'm going to be joined by casters later on. We're joined by Lorcana villain Baker, who is, of course, one of the commentators for the European Challenge events. He's going to be joining us for the first round. And then we've got another guest coming on after that. So I don't want to look too much at these lists without my co-casters. But how could I resist? We've got an Amber Steel deck from Zach Bivens. Ding Cam Pham with a Ruby Sapphire. Zan Syed on Emerald Steel. Artabax on Emerald and, well, Artabax is on what we expect him to be on, which is Emerald and Amethyst. Let me just try and move that a bit up. But we'll look at these in more depth as we go. For now, what we're going to do is we're going to watch my game from yesterday. We're going to watch it back. Obviously, I played in it, so I know the result. Where do I need to go here? Here. All right. So it was streamed by Wonderland and Teddy. That sounds like it's too loud. Huh? Biggest name in Lorcana.
We can get out of this for.
Bro, I like this guy.
Just set 6. It's a new meta.
Wait, can we rewind that? So this was last night. I'm basically a sub for Moyen, and again, I'm streaming with delay, guys, so I'm not going to be able to talk with chat as much as I usually do. But if you're enjoying the stream, please do give it a like. I'm a bit worried my stream isn't working, to be honest, but we'll see. I've been live for 7 minutes. No, it's fine. It is going to be working. It's just the delay hasn't kicked in yet.
Welcome to the Lorcana Cross-Continental Challenge.
Let's go.
I am your host,
is that the official name?
And I'm here with Teddy from the Glimmer Gang. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. This is unprecedented times for Lorcana competition. I'm so excited. We got a great matchup today. Dale and Spessy, 2 of the biggest names in Lorcana, and yeah, just gonna be awesome to see this.
By the way, I couldn't find like
this
part of my headphones. It's on the floor somewhere, so I'm wearing very uncomfortable.
Set 6. It's a new meta.
Yeah, let's just jump right in and look at each of their lists.
Okay.
Here. And
so yeah, I'm playing Amethyst Steel
everywhere, kind of,
and
or at
Emerald
least on
Steel.
Spessy's side. Dale's is a little more traditional. I think 3 new cards in his list, 2 Plutos and a Go-Go. Really hard to fit new cards into this list, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think Green Steel, I mean, we've seen how dominant it can be.
I wanted to talk about my deck.
And what is on its way out. And we didn't see a lot go out. I can't.
Yeah, so there's 1 copy of Doc, which Wonderland kind of inspired. There's 2 Plutos, there's 2 Tinkerbells, 1 Go-Go Tamago. Only 3 Coves, only 3 Brunos, 3 Hypnotized. So cutting 1-ofs to fit in some other things. Pluto is definitely a very, very good card. It's a 5/5 with Bodyguard when it has no damage. Go-Go Tamago has that potential of gaining you a whole bunch of raw at once. It's a very, very strong card, but we don't have time to watch the whole thing, so this is a good bit to speed through. And we'll just see what they've got to say about my deck. That's what I'm really interested in, to be honest. So it's actually Moyen's deck officially.
Talking with Spessy earlier, and he mentioned...
you were saying...
But basically, the backstory is, I was going to be in this tournament the whole time. I was comfortably had one of the most votes. I never really asked people to vote for me, and then people... I slipped out last minute, and I should have asked more people to vote for me, and I would have had my own place in the tournament probably, but it is what it is. But Moyen was unable to play the first round, and whoever filled in for Moyen had to play his deck. And he decided to let me play a deck which I'm comfortable with, and it's a deck which he also believed in. It's basically based off my deck in Seattle, which I spent hours and hours and hours and hours and hours trying to optimize. Unfortunately, in Seattle, it wasn't quite good enough, but it got so much juice. And Moyen and I built the deck together. And overall, yeah, I'm really happy with it. It's a very cheap deck as well. It's like $130. So it is Moyen's list, but it's my baby, if that makes sense, right? Because it's based on my deck in Seattle, but my deck in Seattle was built by me, but very much with the help of Moyen, because Moyen was my testing partner. So lots of things that ended up getting added into the deck in the days of testing, things like Queen's Castle got added in Seattle. This was very much based off like me and Moyen testing together. So, yeah.
Saying earlier that this is a updated version of what they played in Vegas.
It is.
Yes, I was talking with Spessy earlier, and he mentioned that Spessy is subbing for Moyen in this. We probably want to add there. But this list was a list that they kind of put together, both of them, and have refined it for this. Obviously, we see a few new cards in Calhoun and Diablo, White Rose. Actually, a lot more new cards when I look at it. But Diablo, Calhoun, White Rose, Genie, and Gantu all making their way into this list.
Gantu.
It is definitely going to be interesting to see like how these new cards play. Merlin Rabbit has left.
Merlin Rabbit is never in there.
To me personally, I still think that is going to be a good card, but obviously Genie in different matchups can
Rabbit's
provide
very good. It's just not for this deck.
Factor of being able to stay away from
I didn't
things
even play
with
Rabbit last
and all that.
Oh yeah, it's an interesting thing that before all these decks that were just jamming for rabbits, now it's like, well, which do I play? Do I play the double draw?
Yeah, Doc.
Or do I play the aggressive threat cantrip? And so in a list like this that you might not want to be bouncing back rabbit, like I would rather bounce back a Doc and replay a Doc once I get going.
Exactly.
Because that's absurd. But like you don't really ever want to bounce your Genie back. And then this allows you to use your bounces on the Rose, the Doc, the Goat, and things like that. Or maybe
the one of Pete.
Yep.
The one of Pete there, definitely. And I think obviously that Pete is going to be pivotal in this matchup for Spessy to be able to stop Green Steel's actions turns after turn and being able to kind of play the board to where Spessy's able to kind of take control before Green Steel can really do what Green Steel does best and discard your hand and leave him with limited resources.
Yeah, I'm assuming this is a matchup that he is going to wish these crabs were Pete's. I don't think it's going to be doing too much here.
Pete's like not that good in the matchup, honestly. I don't know. Pete's a weird card.
It's going to come down and let you.
I'm a bit of a Pete non-believer.
That they didn't think was going to.
I actually didn't even want this one Pete.
Yeah,
but it's still there to like.
To be honest, I wanted
with
0.
The extra resist from Calhoun,
I did play 4 Petes in Seattle.
Genie and Gantu,
it's just a bit
lore gain.
It just delays it a turn, right?
It is possible that given an aggressive start, especially because like
I think Pete's really good.
One drop cannons, and if they don't have Cove, like you can't shift your Diablo into that. So you have to like wait till the next turn and go Pete, shift Diablo. You're not applying any pressure or like counter pressure to prevent him, Spessy, from questing. While I will think, like on paper, I assume Green Steel is favored here, but there is a world that
I was favored.
Spessy could just run away with it on the game that he's on the play, if not games that he's on the play.
Yeah, and I think if he wins the die roll, it's his best of 2 out of 3. If he goes first twice,
all right,
I think he has a shot. I think he has the ability to be able to just run away with it really.
So there was some technical issues, unfortunately. So there's going to be quite a lot of fast forwarding, and we weren't able to do it through Pixelborn Connect. Everything kept freezing. So it's webcam game, so the quality of this one isn't as high as we were hoping. But basically, Pavel set up a new thing on Pixelborn Connect where there's a bunch of casters in different languages that are all able to spectate at the same time. Streaming with delay is so weird, by the way, guys, because I'm seeing you all come in the building. But right, game started. So let's rewind a second there. Gone too far. So I actually won the die roll, which always helps. That does always help, winning the old die roll. So yeah, Dale, top player, Golden Mickey winner. At least I think he's a Golden Mickey winner. Certainly has got a top 8.
Should probably open this here, so I look forward. I have too many screens. I keep here, look over there, and it's just like I look forward.
Yeah, so Vonderland here on the right won Seattle as well. So
it's a good way to start off.
Very good player. What did I ink?
Really,
I don't know how many I mulliganed game one. Like, I'm going first. I think I mulliganed a fair bit. Unfortunately, again, because we don't have Pixel 1 Connect, you couldn't see what I was mulliganing, because anything I display on my screen, my opponent's also able to see.
I should probably open this here.
So I ink White Rose to start things off.
Look forward.
And in comes the one drop of dreams.
Screens.
It's Lilo. I mean, Maleficent.
Here, look
it's basically
there.
Lilo, isn't it?
It's like I need to look forward.
It's basically Lilo, mate.
Ooh. It's a good way to start off. It's really, yeah, you need that early lore. I'm kind of interested to.
So I want die roll, big deal.
What they're going to open up.
I'm going
to
get rid of that alert
like
box.
A cannon and another one, or maybe just like Calhoun actually doesn't seem great in this matchup. Like
so Pete gets inked,
nice.
And down comes Hidden Cove on 1. Now this is a really interesting play. I obviously can't see Dale's hand. But
so this is kind of spicy.
It's a weird line.
Just showing mad respect to fire the cannons.
Yeah.
Because now Dale gets to go Diablo.
It's open deck list, by the way.
Cove.
We know what each other's
playing. You don't have an
answer.
answer. You don't have pressure to get this out.
Every card.
Next turn, shift Diablo, sing removal, try to, and then like maybe play a 2-drop and move that to Cove. Like
yeah, I really like this play by Dale.
Cove, representing next turn is shift.
It's super high level stuff, mate. Honestly.
Tinkerbell, although
so I go for the Magic Broom for 1.
Stop a morph from being cannoned.
I ink a goat, and in comes another broom. Spicy special. It's a Shin Miri line, kind of.
Yeah, maybe he needs.
This is what I just look to do all the time. Now, this is what's interesting is I think Dale probably could have gone 1-drop Diablo on turn 1, but they were anticipating it just gets befuddled back or it gets fire the cannons back. So instead they go for the Hidden Cove on 1, and that's like the kind of line I think you would only do on an open deck list format, not necessarily on a closed deck list format. Right? But he knows what I'm playing exactly. He knows I have 4 fire the cannons. He knows I have 2 befuddles, and so that makes it really awkward. But in comes the 1-cost Diablo and gets to see my hand. Pete, goat, fire the cannons.
He sees the cannon, rewarded. Although that Pete's probably going to be an irritation. But if he had a...
Hey, Elizabeth, they're going to be on the stream.
It's like...
But I'm so delayed.
We're just talking about it. A befuddle in hand. Dale could just shift his Diablo to play around it. So it's like the Cove line is just so solid here.
Right, so now the game really starts, right? This is where, so far I've not really had any decisions to make apart from what I ink. My hand was Pete, fire the cannons, goat. Pete is the only Pete I play, so I'm not really going to be wanting to ink that if I can at all help it, right? That's very much not a card I want to ink.
Yeah, I'm assuming Spessie's just doing some quests.
I quest. Now, what's interesting is...
Do you turn in to draw here?
Is there ever a world I challenge the Cove?
I think you just quest, because...
That's what I did.
If Diablo is going to be challenging, it's just going to take out the Maleficent normally. This Pete is going to do a good job of not letting the
So inks me, which I just drew, and in comes Pete.
Jumps into to brawl.
It's just a bit... It's a bit early for this, but the logic is that they shift Diablo, they can sing something, right? But what I could have done instead is I could have gone like Smee, fire the cannons this turn to damage the Diablo. Does that really do anything? Well, then if I take the Cove out, the Diablo's gone, right? Get used to this Cove.
The matchup is definitely not favored
sticking around
for the Amethyst Steel beatdown, but it's not unwinnable.
I think it's actually favored now.
And game
it wasn't favored last set, but it is probably favored.
And Dale even has the Diablo.
The deck got so much. The deck is just so much better.
Ooh, Ursula 3.
But it's definitely not like... It's pretty even. It's not... I would say I'm favored. It's like 65, 60%. Haven't practiced it that much, but...
ready to eat something.
It felt pretty good in testing. So, Diablo now challenges the Maleficent. And it's in the Cove.
Which is maybe okay. It's unfortunate, but it gets it out of their hand.
I think I might have made a mistake here.
What Dale's
really I get something wrong this turn.
Spessy does not play another Pete this turn. Spessy only has 1 Pete.
Around this turn, something weird happens. Yeah, but it's like even if I have 2 Petes, how good is a second Pete even here? It's not even that good, mate. It's too slow, right?
By being like, hey, you need to stop me from singing removal, and in doing so, it allows the Ursula to be able to sing next turn.
Yeah, so maybe my Pete came down too soon. I don't know. I think it was kind of fine. I was worried about Diablo shift plus singing Storm. But I guess even like Diablo Shift and just challenging Maleficent was pretty good. So, but then I would have had to fire the cannons in hand to finish off the Diablo. So that wouldn't actually be good. So I think my Pete play's fine. It's just, despite having a very good start, I'm in an awkward spot. What I do like I've done here is I quested the brooms. I'm always questing with brooms, and then I have a decision to make on what I do. And I think I make a misplay here. I think this is... I'm watching it back for the first time, and I felt like something went wrong around this time in the game, and I think this is the turn. Something goes wrong. I quest with Pete, and I think that's a mistake. I really do. I think the Pete's supposed to challenge the Diablo here. This Diablo can take out a broom and stick around, right? I'm kind of forgetting almost that it's in the cove. I feel like when this Diablo challenges my broom next turn, I'm like, oh, that Diablo's still there? What? You know what I mean? So I think this might have been a misplay with the Pete. I mean, the other thing to consider is if I ever challenge the hidden cove with the Pete, right? But I think that was probably an error. I think this Diablo just had to go from Pete. The Pete takes it out. It's still on the board. The Diablo's gone, and this Diablo is representing a shift threat, but it's
always nice for Diablo
taking out a magic broom while sticking around. Like, I think it was a huge error, to be honest. Yeah, I knew something went a little bit wrong around this early stage in the game. I think the early first few turns were fine. The Pete ideally would have come down a turn later, but I think it was fine. But yeah.
Well, we do get to take out one broom with the Diablo still, because it is still 2-3. So my guess is that we want to play a character and take out the two characters that can, on their own, take out Ursula.
Yeah, I do think this was a mistake. I think Teddy's got his mic muted, unfortunately. Hopefully it gets fixed.
I mean, if we have the strength...
But yeah, welcome in everyone. If you're just joining us, I'm streaming with a 10-minute delay, so I can't really talk to chat too much today.
Going to 11 lore,
we are going to be streaming Zach Bivens versus Dinkham Fam.
That better be a doc. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is there better be some card draw right there. Maybe goat into goat into goat or something of the sorts. Otherwise,
yeah, I think this Pete was supposed to take Diablo.
Yeah, something that's hard to interact with, but based on how long it's taken Dale, either he doesn't want to ink a card to do what he needs to do, or he doesn't have it.
Yeah, the thing with Pete in this deck now is previously there was Madamim, Snake, right? And Pete plus Snake means on turn 5 you can go like Pete Snake. Or Snake Pete rather. But now that the Snake got cut, the Pete became less appealing. Pete with my opponents, and I think Pete is much better for my opponent here. They know I have Fire the Cannons in hand. They know the last card's Fire the Cannons.
It's sadly too slow. I played a lot of Amethyst Steel Doc, and you just don't have the singers to do it. You're not really playing a 3-drop and then singing and then bouncing, whereas in like the other ones they're like, oh yeah, I'll sing with Maleficent or Crab or Fox.
Yeah, I'm not even playing Friends. It's really interesting.
Right? And this one you want to quest. Like if you have a character that can quest, you want to quest with it most of the time. The only time you don't is when you're like, well, I cannot quest.
So Wonderland on the right, the only person we can hear at the moment because Teddy's muted is Seattle Champ.
Challengers
playing Emerald Seal as well.
Challenge every turn. Whereas in sometimes if you quest every turn with your characters and they have one,
I don't know where this part of my headphones
they answer that, and they answer your next one, and they answer your next one, and you take one turn off, you'll make up what you missed on that quest plus some.
So the Ursula takes a challenge here on Pete, right? And then a magic broom gets taken out, and suddenly, even though my opponent low rolled, I think, and missed the song, look at the board state. It doesn't look good, does it? So I think Pete was really supposed to take out that Diablo. I think that was a huge error. Huge error from myself, actually. I didn't respect the Hidden Cove enough. Like, this Hidden Cove has not had a Shift Diablo in it, but it's still putting in so much work. If this Hidden Cove gets removed right now, it's done. So to be fair, a Fox, like a Crab, I'm winning, right? I can take out the Cove and both the Ursula and Diablo go.
I mean, that is a lot of lore.
Genie, Doc, these are all the cards which are just going to put in a lot of work, but White Rose isn't really what I'm looking
scary. Going to 13, quasi 14.
It's not bad.
More lore in play.
So now I'm just deciding on whether I take the broom draw or not. Because I can't really like trade the broom for the Ursa because I feel like I just need lore as quickly as possible, right? My opponent's got 3 cards in hand. I need to get to 20 pretty quickly.
He's got a tough choice.
But I definitely like that I slowed the game down here.
Taking out the Ursula is like if Dale draws the storm, like you gotta nip it, right? Like
I think I saw Fire the Cannons in hand, right? I believe the 1 card in hand is Friends. It is Fire the Cannons, and I think Dale knows that as well because he played Pete the previous turn, which stopped me being able to play it, right? So if you're just joining us, this is me playing my game last night. So I do decide to draw. I think I have Fire the Cannons and a card in hand. But again, this 1 cost Diablo, mate. It should have been taken out by Pete a whole turn ago.
Yeah, it's quite the tank. It's just like...
And I'd still have 2 brooms more on the board, basically, right? Something like this.
Chose to draw a card. Didn't make his next choice any easier.
And then I'm also considering with the GOAT if I ever challenge the Hidden Cove, but I decide not to.
Did the math. He did the math and was like, you know what? I'm gonna quest and I'm gonna win. That's what I think he's doing.
I didn't
he's
do
at
maths,
least not afraid.
I didn't do maths. I just figured if I challenge, I lose. I didn't do maths. Maths, Wonderland. You overestimate me.
Yeah, I assume the Pete's just gonna
either the Ursula having a channel save to get prevent copyright strikes. Oh wait, that's so weird.
You know that there is at least a cannons.
Right, I understand.
So
no worries. Okay.
One of those cards is cannons.
Well, Teddy, I'm sure you were smashing it.
Is going to take out your Ursula. So then you do that, and you still have your 4/4 Pete that can then challenge the Rose the next turn if need be.
To be honest, with 2 people talking, it kind of works for my stream. Because when Vonderland's not talking, I can talk, and when he is talking, I can listen. Sorry, Teddy. Yeah, so I have 2 in hand. I think one is... I feel like 1 card is Fire the Cannons, but maybe not. When did they play Pete? Maybe they just played Pete the previous turn, which stopped me doing it. So it's Fire the Cannons, Elsa. So this Pete and then the Ursula just completely shutting down my Fire the Cannons, and suddenly it's a complete disaster, mate. Isn't it? Like, Pete can move to the cove.
Just finally caught up.
Pete can move to the cove.
They're finally able to watch now. They're like, ooh, it's clean, it's nice. What is that? That's a Pluto. That's a Pluto. He's like just slowly moving his hand to pretend that it's lagging.
But now the GOAT gets taken out by Pete. Pete's in the... Is Pete in the cove? Or did it get taken out? I think Dale said at this point to me that he misplayed, and I'm not sure exactly what it was. But now I'm at top deck mode. I'm only at 14. He has the whole board. That cove's still on the board. And then I
really
find the castle at the wrong moment. This is such a bad top deck. And it's all gone wrong.
Wait, wasn't there a cannon still? Oh, I guess the cannons got played. Oh,
Yeah, I got discarded.
Oh, he doubled this. I missed that.
So it went wrong. And I think the key moment was that Pete. I think I have to say I got a little bit unlucky that I never found Doc. I never found Genie. I literally didn't find a card which says draw.
So
and then I draw the castle.
You send
at
the
wrong
Rose
moment.
into the Pluto so they can't take down the castle? Like, I almost think you have to.
Yeah, maybe.
I hate it, but I think you have to.
Maybe.
Because then they only have 4 damage. But this is rough. This is a rough spot. I mean, you quest with...
The castle was probably the worst top deck possible there. I have to say.
All right, so you can quest with Rose once, and then he sends...
But yeah, we don't have time to watch everything, so we'll try and speed up a tiny bit. Moving ahead a couple turns, I quest with the White Rose. They're going to take out my castle. Obviously, with this cove, it's very easy. So they take out my castle.
Spessy just needs to hope anything he plays lives.
I played Chernobog's followers off the top.
And see, this is what I was saying. I was pretty sure that he had the Diablo, but since he discarded the cannon, it didn't really say that, so it's hard to say. But this game feels over. But there's a crazy world that it's like draw into.
There's up to 5
into goat. Of sorts, like the dock deck has.
But the Chernobog sticking is really big for me. This gives me a real chance.
Draw dock and an inkable.
Because I can obviously draw with the Chernobog's gain a lore.
Play another character.
And if they could have removed it, they would have. So they clearly are not able to remove it at this moment in time. I think they have 1 card in hand. And a goat off the top. Hello. And have a really interesting decision here.
I think this is missequencing. Possibly. Or Spessy just passes. But like, I feel like you have to draw the card with the followers before passing the turn, but you don't want to leave a card in hand. There's a discard, right?
There's a world that I just leave the Chernobog's followers here on the board.
If Spessy just passes the
that
turn,
was my original decision.
Or just quests and doesn't sack it.
My original plan was to just leave it.
He hasn't drawn.
And I think it was probably correct to just leave it.
Hasn't drawn a single piece of removal.
In hindsight.
And at this point, if you're Spessy, you have to just be like, fine. If he draws removal,
I think like while Wonderland's point on I should draw first.
Then, like, we have a chance.
Obviously, you're supposed to draw first before you do it, but like I'm always playing the goat here anyway, right? Let's be honest. Like, there's literally no card I draw there where I don't play. I guess there is. It's Genie.
Spessy might have slammed that goat a little too fast.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
It's hard to say. It's unlikely that any other card in Spessy's deck really gets played here over the goat.
Yeah, exactly.
Even a dock at this point, I might have.
Maybe Genie though, right?
Goat.
Maybe Genie does, to be fair.
I mean, there's a world I ink the goat and play the dock and hope to draw more, but the goat's like 3-ish lore.
I wanted to leave the. I think what I was supposed to do is perhaps leave the Chernobog's followers down on the board.
Play removal.
But he finds removal, I believe. I think he top decks removal. I think I was fine otherwise. I think I was still going to win. Because if I leave the Chernobog's followers down on the board, he would have taken it out with the Ursula. So in this situation, it was correct to draw off of it.
Spessy's just like, draw another goat, please.
Please
draw another goat.
Maybe it was just best to hope that he didn't have the removal. Because then basically the Chernobog's quests, the card can't get discarded, right? If they have a discard card in hand right now, that draw off the Chernobog's just gets cancelled out. But now Muses is down as well.
He has 1 less. Oh, I'm just moving it. Never mind.
Maleficent off the top. Could be worse.
Represents lethal, but what else are we doing? Dock.
I have another Maleficent in hand. I'm just like deciding if I ever play the other one. And
I understand why he was thinking.
Because of all the questing.
It's weird. It's like, I actually don't think I would. No, you had to because of even then. Anything that answers one answers both because of Muses. Yeah, it's like any removal answers both, and even like a sudden chill.
Thing is if I don't play the Maleficent, he just quests to win, right? He has lethal basically.
So you kind of have to only play one.
That was my maths.
I guess at that point you're playing around. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like the Muses is just like game over if he has a song.
So yep, I think looking back, like the misplay was the Pete not challenging Diablo.
I don't know if there's an out at this point.
I think the rest I played fine.
Because
I think I got a little unlucky. I mean, after the game, Dale kind of said to me like he felt like he got a bit lucky, but I think he played it well. But this Hidden Cove was played on turn 1.
So Gather's not even on the table, even though I don't think it's on the list.
Yep, that's a game.
All right.
Awful start, mate. I'm going first. I won the die roll and I lost.
Dale. That was a pretty good comeback.
Heartbreak. That Pete challenging, that Pete going for a quest was the misplay, right? I knew there was something I did that was wrong. I think the rest I actually played pretty fine. Don't know if there's anything I would change looking back.
You have to aggressively mold.
So I get to go first again. I won the die roll, so I'm definitely favoured for that reason. I got very lucky to win the die roll.
But
game 2, I kept my whole hand, and my opponent mulliganed 7.
You're more likely to keep, say, a Smee.
So I inked Smee.
Or just curve in general.
And there we go. It's the Maleficent again. He's back.
3,
It's back. She's back.
Ursula 3 doesn't get checked, like we saw last game. She just runs away.
Tournament game starting about an hour, by the way.
That's half the power of this Diablo
from this
deck.
time.
It's like, yeah, Diablo is busted in half. It's very good. It's one of the best cards printed, right? But the rest of the deck is so good that like it doesn't need the Diablo. I won my finals of Seattle and I didn't have the Shift Diablo combo.
But you can see my hand after the Diablo, and what a hand it is. You can see why I kept it. Like, that's such a good time to pause, right? So I inked Smee. So you can see my whole opening hand here that I kept. My hand was Smee, Fox, Maleficent, Fire the Cannon, Genie, Befuddle. And I think this is like a hand that sometimes you might be a little bit greedy and just take a mulligan, because you're like, oh, well, it could be better, but like, it can't really, can it? Like, I'm going to ink the Befuddle. I'm probably going to ink the Smee and the Fox. If I draw into more uninkables, I have things to ink. Like, what would I ever want to cut there? I keep the 1 Genie. I keep the 1 Fire the Cannons. I keep the 1 Maleficent. If I mulligan, I have 2 Maleficents. It's like the God hand, right? I have Maleficent, Maleficent, Fire the Cannons as my first 3 turns. Like, that's what I'm looking for every day of the week. Yeah, there was some technical issues with the stream yesterday, so hopefully it's going to be better today. But Pavel set up a new platform to spectate through Pixelborn Connect. There was like a bunch of streamers trying to connect in different languages, and I think it caused Dale's internet some issues. I think that's what ended up happening. So it is what it is.
If it needs to.
Some teething issues.
It just happens to be that Diablo's the cheapest of the threats. So
yeah, I have basically God hand.
Down, so when you don't answer it and you answer.
So Dale obviously takes his time, and then sure enough, I go Maleficent.
Wait, which is dangerous.
Again, this is the like you've heard of the Shin Miri line where it's like Lilo, Lilo, Lilo.
If he has the cannons,
this is
like you say he
the
does,
ultimate Shin Miri line, right? Where it's Lilo, Lilo, fire the cannons.
I trusted you that he had it, but
what a start! How can I lose from here? Realistically,
he's got it. He's got it.
I just don't think I can lose from here.
But this is
also my opponent mulliganed 7. I kept my whole hand right. Like this is just God opening. This is there's no better opening in Disney Lorcana apart from Shift. I keep standing on my phone. There's no better opening in Disney Lorcana apart from Shift Diablo, Sing a Song, Hidden Cove, right? I just don't think there's anything better. So Bruno into the ink. In comes a dock, no trigger. Not ideal for poor old Dale, who I have to say I don't think drew that well in game 1 either. I think he just played it very well.
Yeah, but it doesn't feel good, but at the same time, I'm loving a 1-3 right now.
Bam, bam, and suddenly I'm at 6 lore already. Yeah, that's true. You are loving a 1-3. Befuddle! He loves it. Yes, Wonderland.
I mean, that's unfortunate, but whoo-wee.
Yeah, hello.
One cost answer,
and this is what the deck does.
Threat.
That's the idea of the deck. GG. It's over.
Yes. Big fan. The only thing that disappoints me about this list is that there's only 3 docks.
Agreed. Yeah,
Just cut one of those castles.
No,
put a dock in. Castle's overrated, sadly.
Nah.
I think the last game
underrated,
did an excellent job of showing why
Maybe
Castle is overrated.
2 castles could be fine.
If you are behind at all, it is absolutely garbage. You
Castle
have to be
is,
winning
I think, a necessary evil probs.
At parity, but that parity
thing with
also
Castle
has to be
is Castle's just good
on
into
board.
everything.
Like you just can't play it if there's 3 characters.
It is one of the most
cuttable
cuttable cards.
And that's not what you want.
But
because
it's good against Ruby Sapphire. It's pretty good against Emerald Steel.
If they answer them,
I think in the last game
it
was just I found it at the wrong moment, and that can definitely happen, right? I do definitely agree with the 4 docks though.
Castle doesn't really do that.
4 docks, not playing 4 docks, I think was the one mistake we made.
Over Castle personally.
And yeah, I was also playing Library. We spoke about it in this interview afterwards. I was playing Library,
the way I play Library
instead of Castle, but then I cut Library for Castle, and it was night and day difference.
To guarantee
suddenly, games that I was like getting to 18, 19, I was winning. Like Castle just made the difference.
Oh boy, that's lethal.
That's a pretty good deck, huh? Look at that. It's turn 4, mate.
Can she do it?
Yeah,
can she do it?
But yeah, we're chilling here. Obviously, Ursula, the Deceiver of All, can put in some serious work, but I think I've just got enough of a lead here that it's fine.
We need to sing Double Storm and then bounce.
So Muses comes through. Now that's getting quite scary, right?
I think you have to bounce both Maleficents.
And I didn't even know about this.
You don't want to give him
I had to judge call
the genie, but
I had to judge call this, mate. I've never seen this before. I never play Emerald Steel anymore, but I'm glad I know this for when I'm casting now. I've no cards in hand. The Muses, no. So the Sudden Chill discards my last card, which is the White Rose. Then the Muses trigger comes in, picking up my Maleficent, and then the second Ursula song comes through. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, because if he draws an ink... Oh no, you bounce the genie.
I want to listen to what Vonderland's saying, to be honest. So I'm going to try and skim through it a bit, but I won't play it at time to speed, because I'm actually very interested in
what you do bounce the genie first.
What they've got to say. I'd love to hear Teddy as well.
I forgot how the bag works for a second.
Yeah, I forgot. I had to judge call.
And then the second
I called a judge. He's
off.
Cheating! I didn't say cheating. I was like, why? Can you do that? Huh? I've never seen it before. I mean, that is just an absolute filthy play, though, isn't it?
That's me, anyways. But you'd want to target the...
So the Maleficent's back in my hand.
Because there's a terrible world.
Oh no, the genie got... So the genie got discarded.
More and then dies. Or
so the genie
itself.
got... where did the genie go?
This is looking very scary and rough.
I forgot what the genie went.
Our North American hero.
Yeah,
Dale.
Doc comes through. Hello.
Is that a Doc? That's a Doc.
That's what we're looking for. I didn't find any of them in game one.
Team EU at the moment. I'm not gonna lie. That Doc just made me change. We're on the other side of the world now, boys.
Doc is such a good card, mate. What a guy. I love a bit of Doc action. I really, really do. Doc was the reason I played this deck, to be honest. In Seattle. I mean, it was Fire the Cannons Befuddle, but it was also Doc. When I realized I could befuddle my own Doc, that's when I realized I had to play the deck. It's a lot better now than it was in Seattle, though. It was like okay in Seattle. If I played perfectly, I could have won the tournament. I did not play perfectly.
It's looking
I needed
scary,
to get a high seed in day one to have any chance.
And
my deck was just not good enough going second.
Chill,
that was ultimately the problem. And it
it
still struggles going second, but it's just got a lot more staying power now. Gantu, Elsa, Genie, top end is a lot better than what I had previously. Elsa was one of the cards that was close to making the cut in the previous the version for Seattle, but
maybe
didn't really feel like it belonged. It was a bit too slow.
That's the only way you lose.
But it's good enough now. So now I know I do everything I'm always doing, which is quest with the Maleficent. I've played the Doc and the Maleficent this turn. I have 2 cards in hand. So I'm considering, do I ink, do I play, and what do I do with the Smee? And I end up deciding to challenge the Ursula here, which was definitely a key moment. This is me playing Twister. This was my game last night.
Well, another Sudden Chill or something to just bounce that up, the fresh Maleficent. I'd rather have a Storm. But yeah.
Bam! I take it out.
Yeah. But we know he doesn't have that.
Yeah, I decided to take it out because I basically just kind of think ahead of time and realize what's what.
It's a rough play. It's really rough when you don't go to 16. But yeah. Like all the ways that I can think of that Dale comes back involve her double singing.
Yeah, exactly. But I end up winning 20-0. This game's over.
We don't want to do Lotus.
We'll fast forward. They go Diablo, Doc.
It's not. I guess the song bounces and removes. So it's still okay.
It is Streamception, yeah. It's me watching. I was streaming my game, which they were watching, which I'm now watching them watch my game. Pog. What we need now is we need Vonderland to watch my reaction to his reaction to my game.
15, and then Diablo and Doc can take out that if there's not a Fire the Cannons chilling in hand.
But that was I say I win 20-0. I might have just, jumped the gun a bit because that was a pretty good turn, wasn't it? But the thing is, Dale's like short on cards in hand. It's only 2. Doc takes a quest. I'm up to 15. Oh, hello, Lorcana Villain. Lorcana Villain's going to be joining us in a little bit here, guys, which is going to be exciting. Lorcana Villain in the building. Any mods in the chat?
Dale somehow stabilize. 3 cards in hand. We know one's a Maleficent.
Pete! Stinky Pete! My 1 Pete I play.
That's a good way to gain some more lore. That's a great way to get this Maleficent to gain you lore. That puts us at 18.
The Stinky
with
Pete,
2
mate.
cards in hand.
I didn't want this Pete in my deck, but Moyam was like, let me play this 1 Pete. I'm Moyam, I'm so good at the game. Yeah, turns out he knows what he's talking about.
Because of the Pete.
Pete overperformed, but I also drew it twice.
I think so. Yeah, you gotta. You can't. Drawing a card is worth less than that 1 lore right now by far. It's like, yeah, answer my Diablo. I don't care. Like you can't race. You just have to get rid of every lore you can. I mean, this is terrifying. Like, if this was like the World Poker Series, and
yeah, so I'm going to be joined by Baker
bars,
for
it would be like 95%
Zach versus Dingham Fam. It's going to be a banger.
Favor right now, like maybe
Stinky
it would be
Pete
definitely above
off.
90. But Dale has like the cards. Over.
I found the goat. I think when I found the goat, I did a goat noise to Dale as well. I went like, brr.
Oh, that
20-0.
And I haven't seen it happen yet. But
And it all comes down to this. I'm 1-1. Little reminder, guys. This is just awful, isn't it? I forgot you guys could see me. This is so uncomfortable.
That Pete that won him the game.
That 1 Pete, mate.
It was 1 of Pete.
1 of.
He's drawing his Pete.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the 1 of Pete. We've seen both games, and no Gontus.
Yeah. So guys, don't forget. After we've watched this, basically it's gonna be time for Zach Bivens versus Dingham Fam, who are 2 of the very best players in the world. And then after that, it's a back-to-back header. We've got Zan Syed versus Artabax. It is going to be a banger of an evening. It's also going to be the last stream I do for a while. On Saturday, I'm going to be in California. I'm actually going to be in California tomorrow. But on Saturday, I'm going to be streaming from California. The Battle of the Bay. Which is pretty cool.
That we're talking about, whether or not you challenge.
If you guys don't know his Dale that I'm playing against,
it's a tough
top
choice.
8 in Chicago.
I don't know which is the right
top
play,
32 Fort Worth. Top 32 DLC Toronto. Top 32 Vegas. And here's me.
I was just going to say, I think if we challenge Pluto, we gain 1 more lore. Most likely.
So, I just want... This just goes out to those people in the YouTube comments, because I do get these people. Hey, you're so bad at the game.
I might have just inked it.
Yeah.
And
you see that? 20-0. 20-0, mate.
Like, well, if I draw a dock, I need more ink. If I draw...
I had God Hand. I mulligan 0 and my opponent mulligan 7. Speaking of mulliganing 7, this game, I mulligan 7.
You're going to have it?
In game 3. So basically, I missed Fire the Cannon to my opening hand. I had some 1-drops. But I play like 20 1-drops, I think, in terms of characters. 16 1-drops in terms of characters, which is like the Maleficents, the Diablos, the Chernobyls, the Brooms. That's 16.
Morph.
I have 4.
Diablo.
Look at my hand. I literally said the game's over. I mulligan 7 and I draw this.
Gone 2. Gone 2.
This is the worst hand of all time. You couldn't really ask for a worse hand.
Imagine he shifts the Diablo and Spessy top decks the kingdom.
So annoying, mate. I mulligan 7 and I draw this. I play 16 1-drop characters. I don't draw 1. I did mulligan like 3 away, to be fair. But I just decided it wasn't even worth keeping 1. I just need to fire the cannons, mate.
He's like, befuddle me. I don't care, bro.
The other thing is, if
he like inks the Diablo and plays a morph, and then shifts out like a
If
beast.
he has Diablo Shift Cove, I kind of lose most of the time anyway, even with Fire the Cannons. But I really need the Fire the Cannons. Like, even 2 Fire the Cannons can be nice. But it turned into a real stinker. Like, it is a nightmare. It's very heartbreaking. Befuddle the Diablo. Sad. I was like, well, I went full... The thing is, I actually spoke to Moy in specific about this line beforehand. I was like, right, if I miss Fire the Cannon, and I'm going second, do I just mulligan 7? Am I supposed to keep like 2 1-drops, keep 1 1-drop?
No
and the decision was maybe if it's, well, my thought was, if it's a 1-drop Maleficent, I maybe keep 1 Maleficent.
4 Fire the Cannons
and mulligan 6.
2 baboons
if it's anything else, just full
smashes
send, find the Fire the Cannons.
in my list.
Unfortunately,
Ursula 3 is
I've mulligan 7 and didn't find
and you
anything.
need an answer to Diablo on Cove.
So Befuddle on Diablo on turn 1 is not what you want to be doing. But at least the Diablo shift can't come through. At least it's something. In comes the Diablo again. The new card I draw is Doc.
Another castle.
I'm actually going to take the idea of 2x speed for a moment. That's a good idea.
Oh, I thought you only had one. That's not too bad. There's only one inkable in its hand. Or 3 inkables. I guess, never mind. I got really scared for a second. For Speci, I was just like, only one inkable, no.
So note that I have double castle goat in hand as my ink. In comes the Cove. Uh-oh.
So
there's a 1-drop Diablo and there's a Cove.
Probably
it's not good
Calhoun,
news.
Lets us double tap.
I ink goat over castle. I have 2 castles, but I ink the goat.
Technically does not get... I can't really think of an out unless Dale...
Which is definitely a controversial decision. But I just know that there's a world where these castles win me the game. I know I'm in a bad spot. The goat's not doing enough. I need like some kind of real cheese value, I think, to win this game. With how bad my start's been, like the goat is just not what I need. Right?
He'd have to play
like 1 or 2 lore is great, but I need like full cheese value. I need like real unfair stuff. And I figured the castles, like there's a world where I can clear the Cove from the board, and I can get like castle down and then another castle the turn afterwards, for example, right? Emerald Steel can definitely struggle to deal with the Queen's castles at times. So I think that was a really good decision by me to ink the goat instead of the second castle. I don't know if it ends up mattering, to be honest, but I know that Wonderland actually asked me about that. Or Teddy, perhaps it might have been, asked me about that. Big shout out to Teddy, who's cast into the left. He's muted on the VOD, unfortunately, but big shout out to him. Oh my goodness, Wonderland, you've disappeared. Where are you gone, mate? Wonderland, where are you? He's... back! It didn't work.
Yep.
It didn't work. So Diablo's been shifted. There's a hustle on the board. There's a hidden cove. It's all enchanted. Uh-oh, it's all gone a bit pear-shaped, doesn't it? It's all gone a little bit pear-shaped, mate. At least I have my Calhoun with resist. Because that is making it difficult for Ursula or Diablo to sing like Let the Storm Rage on to polish it off. So I ink White Rose. I still have those 2 castles in hand uninked. Bam! Crab. This is a big moment.
Oh, we're taking down that Cove. Cove did nothing.
Taking out the Cove is a big deal. Really, really big deal.
Saved the lore.
Because if I was to find, if I top deck Queen's Castle, fire the cannons next turn. If I find the Elsa, for example, on 5, I can actually deal with this Diablo.
Should gain lore when it banishes locations as well.
So the Crab Calhoun, 2 cards which Mr. Moyen wanted in the deck and I didn't particularly want. Doing the business. These are 2 cards I definitely would not have been playing if I was just submitting the list on my own. Maybe the Calhoun I could have played like a copy of. He mentioned the Crab. I think like once he mentioned the Crabs, I was like, yeah, okay, I can see it, sure. These are the kind of card, like Crabs are the kind of card I tend to underestimate a lot.
I'm sure
I just like questing, but sometimes you do have to take some challenges, right? Crab's got some nice synergy with the 1-cost Diablo as well. 3 strength Diablo to draw a card is no joke. Crab's just like the kind of card which does help a bit going second. Obviously, there's no friends. There's not really that much bouncing. But I guess like Crab Fox can do some stuff too.
Chat wants us to play a best of 5.
Let the Storm Rage On is sung by Ursula. But the great news is my resist on Calhoun here means that it's going to take both storms to deal with it. They instead go for the Crab.
Crazy.
And I'm not sure if that's necessarily correct,
but
to be honest.
Speci has to sleep at some point.
I don't know if it really makes a big difference. I feel like the Calhoun might have been a better card to get rid of.
Now,
I give the Crab trigger to Calhoun because I didn't forget.
If this was like a big event that we had, like if this wasn't voted on, but say this was like involved on DLC finishes or something.
I think best of 5 actually would have been a nice idea, to be honest.
I could definitely see this being a best of 5. A 16-person event? Why not? Best of 5 everything, finals, best of 7. Let's get all the content out of it.
But yeah, I'm 1-0 down at the moment, and in comes Stinky Pete, and Diablo's going to quest as well. But my Calhoun's still chilling here. To be fair, the Crab would have been chilling here anyway, but the Calhoun's going to gain lore when it takes out Ursula, whereas the Crab would not have gained lore. So I think it was probably a mistake by Dale to take out the Crab.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm not really sure there was that much reason to take out Crab and not the Calhoun, right? Like, I think the 2 lore that I gain off the Calhoun is better than anything the Crab could possibly doing. There was a best of 5
Magic event I watched.
Befuddle gets inked.
Because I remember someone winning 3.
Calhoun is going to take out the Ursula, gaining me 2 lore, and it sticks around because of resist. The Crab also would have stuck around, but
Calhoun things.
I would not gain any lore. So I think it's a mistake by Dale to let me do that. It was best of 3. So I won the die roll. I lost game 1 though. Won game 2, and this is game 3.
You had evasive, right? On your turn.
But in comes the genie, which I had from the opening turn.
It'll be
I draw, but so does my opponent. But also that hidden cove that I was able to get rid of with the crab is enabling the genie to take out Diablo. So it's a really, really, really big deal that I took the cove out. And the Diablo is obviously putting in work, but suddenly, despite having an absolutely disastrous opening hand, I somehow find myself still in the game.
Got this 5/5 ball of gas going on defense mode. This is an intriguing spot. The genie is threatening the Diablo. And normally I'm just like, fine, you're going to answer my Diablo, whatever. I'll draw a card of it, at least. But there's
so I think that's the first misplay from Dale, and I think it's fair to say there's a few
he
in
might
this
just
game.
Deploy a character and pass.
He'll be the first to admit that.
Then be able to do both, like because it's unlikely he can go 2-drop, 2-drop, or 2-drop, 3-drop.
But I'm playing an unorthodox deck. Maybe they're not comfortable against it. You know, they're up against the specimen. I'm sure. No, I'm sorry. That was a joke. Sorry. But, you know, I think it is a big pressure game. Even though Dale's played at the very highest level, like, there's a lot of eyes on this, right? Like, he knows I'm going to be posting a video about it. Vonderland was live with, like, 450 viewers. Congrats, by that was awesome to see. It was insane viewership. Really, really love to see that. But yeah, I would be at 0 lore and a crab on the board. But instead I've got a Calhoun, which I'd rather have than a crab, to be honest. Like, the crab doesn't really do much for me once it's on the board in this deck. I don't have that much bounce. I don't know
if it just turns it around.
So I think that was definitely a big mistake, taking out the crab and
being
not Calhoun.
Being at 2-2 right now, it's a very low lore count.
The way they did it was they went Storm onto crab, and then they were like thinking about the other one, and they just went for both crabs. They wanted to see what they drew, but maybe they were hoping they could find strength to deal with Calhoun. I don't know. But yeah, that Calhoun being able to answer something there, answer the Ursula and gain me lore is actually absurd. It's the kind of thing that I need when I'm going second, right? Especially after a disastrous start. It's letting me gain back board control while also gaining lore, which is exactly what this deck really wants to do when going second. Control the board, get ahead in terms of board control, and try and gain lore. So the Calhoun performed incredibly well.
Oh no.
And that's my hand. That's a good hand, no?
Elsa.
Those 2 Queen's Castles have been there, by the way, since the opening hand. I'd never inked either of them. Never inked either of them. What a hand that is.
Elsa is not a Maleficent hyper aggro card. It is not what Dale wants to be seeing.
Got Ed and Din in the building. Welcome, guys. Tin Can Fam, going to be playing very, very soon on this very stream up against Zach Bivens. After we've watched this, it kicks off in 40 minutes, basically. So we're not far away at all.
Chat's too funny. All sorts of things. We've got quite a few of the other players in the EU versus NA in here. I see Artifacts. I know I saw Bivens earlier. Sailors chatting. I saw RMB. Oh.
So Diablo's through. And the one cost Diablo's down. And it's Ursa. And
yes.
Okay, interesting point. Dale says something to me here. And this is like the game.
They've got a lot of skin in the game.
Dale really makes me second guess what I'm doing.
Where are we going to start off? Who's going to take that early lead?
He really makes me second guess what I'm doing here. He says something to me like, I'm going to make you choose. I was like, oh, make me choose. What does that mean? And then I started thinking about it more. I was like, oh, he's going to make me choose. Oh my goodness. Oh, Dale's in the chat too. What's up, Dale? Shout out to Dale. Dale is a legend. Super, super wholesome guy.
big.
Say, this game one.
Like, if you played Magic, you have probably heard of both of those players before. I mean, I am a big fan.
Elsa.
I was gonna say I'm a big fan of.
Now
DeCandio,
I think this is probably a misplay.
A little bit more famous.
All right, chat. What would you do here? Don't look what I did.
Those players before.
I obviously go Elsa every time.
I am a big
every
fan.
single time. There's a few options, right? So option one, I have to exert something. So I'm either exerting Ursula or Diablo. That's the first question. Now bear in mind, if I exert Ursula, I can take out Ursula with both Elsa and Genie, but then the Diablo sticks around. If I exert the little Diablo, I can take out the little Diablo and the big Diablo, meaning that if Ursula was to sing even Strength of a Raging Fire, they would also need to play 2 characters. So that was the play I went for. However, I think it was a mistake. I really, really do. I wish I thought about it longer. I think actually this was one of my biggest weaknesses as a player. And I got interviewed kind of before the game, and Teddy asked me, like, what's one thing you're looking to do when you're playing it? And I said, I want to play slowly. I want to take my time. And I think at this moment, I don't really take my time. I see the line, I'm like, yeah, I quite like that, and then I go for it. Whereas what I should be doing is, I see the line, I'm like, yeah, okay, I do like that. Because both lines are kind of good. And I did think about it a decent amount, but I just don't think I thought about it long enough. I should be thinking like 5-6 turns ahead as much as I can, right? Like, this is the perfect moment to slow down the game and really, really analyze and try and think what the board state's going to be in 3 or 4 turns time with each line. And I think that dealing with this Ursula is better because, yeah, I'm not going to be able to exert this Ursula again unless it's singing songs. And let me tell you, this Ursula sings some songs. So I go for the 1-drop Diablo. Again, the logic being is that it allows me to take out 1-cost Diablo with the Genie, so it has 3 strength, 3 damage more is needed on it, and I can take out the Diablo, so 3 damage more is needed, and I'm taking out both. So Ursula can only take out these both with strength plus 2 cards, which I find unlikely. And I feel like it gives me a good bit of board control at this moment in time. It slows down the card control of the Diablo, which is starting to get out of hand. But
as I say, I'm a big fan of DeCandio.
Probably the more obvious line in many ways to just exert the Ursula and take the Ursula out is probably better.
DeCandio might be more famous, even though Karsten's won a DLC and done well as well, so he might be. But continue. Sorry.
Yeah, so I take out the Diablo with the Genie, and I take out the little Diablo, or the other way around, I think. I take out the little Diablo with the Genie and the big Diablo with the Elsa, because this just means that they're both protected from Storm Rage on. Like, if it's Storm Rage on Ursula, they can only take out 1 threat, right? That's the logic here. And I think it's kind of reasonable. I think it's definitely not a terrible idea. I'd be very interested in hearing some of the pros in the chat on this, because I think this is a really, really key decision. I really, really think this was a big, big moment, and I'm not convinced I got it right. I will say I'm in a pretty bad spot in general still, even though I've stabilized the board. Like, my opening, I cannot stress how bad my opening hand was here. Like, when I saw my opening hand, I thought the game was over, but I've got it into a position where it's like maybe okay, ish. The Genie and the Elsa
yes, it does.
combo, mate. Putting in work. Genie on 4, Elsa on 5 is so strong for Amethyst.
A character.
I expect every Amethyst deck to be playing it once the meta settles. Like, if you're not playing Genie Elsa, I think you're just losing pretty hard in Amethyst mirrors a lot of the time.
Banishes or discards a card. Yeah, the one of Doc almost brought Dale back in the game last game, but.
So yeah, my Elsa gets taken out by Anna, and I think this is probably also a misplay by Dale. I think the Genie might have been the better pickup, right? Because Genie quest for 2. And at this moment, what I really need is lore. Like, the longer this game goes on, the more in Dale's favor it's going to start swinging, right? So I think they both needed 3 damage into them, so I don't think there's much reason to keep the Elsa. And there comes the castle. Remember,
we did forget about Cove. So
been having all those castles for a very, very long time. I've still got another one in hand, I believe, from my opening hand. Maybe I did ink one at this point. Now I'm thinking on the Genie, if I move into the castle or if I play a 1-drop. I think I have like a broom and a castle in hand or something like this.
Exactly.
And I'm thinking, do I move Genie into castle? Do I move Genie into castle and ink the castle to play the broom? Do I save the other castle? there's a few different decisions I have to make here in terms of
Spessy
inking.
still probably did one of the better lines. Whether or not inking the castle was the correct line is hard to say.
I wish we could hear old Tedo.
Now this castle is a little bit better.
This is like where this is like the kind of board state I was envisaging back in turn 1 or turn 2 where it inked go and not the second castle, right?
I wonder if that was like a...
You get to this state with the Elsa, I think in particular, where she like... equalizes the board in your favor.
Oh,
and then
I've got removal in my hand.
You can start trying to
character, you know,
like get double castle down. While they're like challenging the first castle, you drop another castle, right? He was stopping friends. There's no friends in my deck. And it's open deck list. I don't play friends, believe it or not. It's too slow, really, for this deck. You could actually consider playing it a bit more now. Last set, it definitely didn't make sense. I think now it makes a bit, but I mean, if you're saying friends is that's how you know deck's good. Maybe friends is good enough, but
I'm a little surprised that
playing those songs is pretty nice in a closed deck list because of Ursula,
they're actually
right?
becoming relevant here.
So Hypnotize comes through.
It could have just had to do with the fact that Dale didn't
have 3 in hand. I discard to fire the cannons. It's obviously uninkable.
With that 1 ink. Where had Dale had like the double discard or
but this is where the castle is just such a difference maker. Imagine library here, right? Like library only is good if you're banishing your characters, and you don't want to banish your characters with this deck. You want to quest as much as possible. Okay, you might occasionally banish your Diablos and Churnabogs, but you really want to do that at specific moments. You don't want to just do that to draw more cards. Library only gains 1 law a turn. It's way too slow, mate. Whereas the castle, bam, 2 law, bam, card draw. So much better. Just fits the playstyle of the deck much more.
Bear in mind, this is they weren't because I saw Dale's hand just ever slightly move.
So I think it's Sudden Chill that comes through. Was this Sudden Chill? It was. I discarded Queen's Castle and I discarded Dock. That's a couple of good cards. I think that might have been the only 2 cards in hand, right? Yeah. I had 3 cards in hand. Fire the cannons. Queen's Castle from my opening hand, by the way. I kept both castles from my opening hand. And Dock. And suddenly it's all gone. Flipping Emerald, mate. Flipping Emerald. But look, I've got the Queen's Castle. I've got a genie in the Queen's Castle. The Queen's Castle is carrying me to victory. This is why I kept those 2 castles. I didn't ink one. This goes back to turn 1 or turn 2, where I had these castles, 2 castles in my opening hand, and I inked a goat instead.
There we go.
But this Pluto is a concern. This Pluto is a problem.
That would be why I was wondering why he inked the Bruno. And that would be why. I do like these sleeves.
Hey Lars, great to see you. I'm on a stream delay, so
it's like a
can't respond.
It's like a
I'm responding to you 10 minutes late, but it's good to see you. I hope you are.
Background.
Bam! Off the top is a genie. Hello.
Genie's pretty good.
And that's the power of the castle.
Like
castle is just carrying me to victory here. It cannot be overstated how important this castle is.
Location lore?
My goodness.
He did? Okay.
Absolutely absurd. Bam! Magic Broom. What a card. So I decided not to move anything else into the castle and just use the ink instead on the broom because this Pluto can deal 5.
Pluto's taking that down.
Yeah, exactly. But this is all you need. You only need the castle to stick around for 1 turn, and it puts in so much work, right?
2 characters.
It put in so much work here. That 1 extra card draw, that 2 law, I think it cannot be overstated how good it is. It also stops them questing as well, right? Because they have to challenge. And can we just talk about the genie? Oh my days. Absurd card. But that's the problem.
A good one.
That's a problem. But this also comes back to my
fresh genie twice.
My play earlier. If I used the Elsa to take out the Ursula and the Diablo was there, they wouldn't have this Ursula to sing Storm Rage on with. But also the single Storm Rage on would have taken out this genie with 1 damage because this genie would have 2 damage instead of 1. So that play on the Elsa taking out either Ursula or the Diablo is definitely really interesting. My castle is finally taken out. I say finally, it only stuck around for a turn, but it did a lot for me. And again, I want to remind you guys, I had a complete disaster of opening hand. I think it's 8 law to 5 right now. But we've pulled it back. Morph hits the board. I think I'm at 1 card in hand right now.
Not great.
But because I dealt with that Diablo, the good news for me is at least is that Dale is short on resources, right? But also with this Pluto, I can't challenge anything else. Pluto is bodyguarded, right? Pluto is very, very bodyguarded.
Just play Doc, Spessy. Do it. Do it.
I love how Wonderland's North American, but it's just supporting me because I play Doc. I love it.
Pretty good too.
Genie Quest for 2. Again, I can't challenge because the only thing I can take out is Pluto, which is a 5/5 bodyguard, which I don't think I'm particularly interested in challenging.
Oh my god.
I go for the quest with the broom as well. Like, I just can't challenge, so BAM! Goat. Oh my goodness. I kept drawing these goats at the right time. Banish the broom to draw. My opponent's got one card in hand right now,
Goats
I think.
are good.
Bam! It's another broom. Brooms are so insane, mate. I've told you guys from day one. Brooms, Chernobyls, broken cards. And it's the broom and Chernobyls and the Diablo show in this game. I don't think I actually drew the Diablo, but they're all the same card, basically.
I mean, the game's not over.
I think the broom's the best. If I had to say the best of them, I would say the Magic
Dale
Brooms
has
is my pick.
so many outs.
I'd say the Magic Broom's the best. I would say Chernobog's Followers is probably the worst.
Oh, he does.
That would be my ordering. I'd say Broom's the best. I would say Diablo's second best, right? And the Chernobog's is the third best. But when the Chernobog's Followers was first printed, I thought it was the best card of the game. So, but yeah, that's a real big one as well. Taking out the Fox. I have to say the Fox was awkward here.
Kind of an educated guess. He had
Fox
4 open
can only challenge.
Spessy had no cards in
Pluto.
hand. I think Spessy had no.
But look, this is the third time this Ursula sung now, right?
Well, you called it.
It sang Sudden Chill. It discarded my Elsa. No, my. What did it discard?
Yeah.
Dock and Queen's Castle.
It's kind of weird.
It sang
It might
Storm
have been right
and it sang
to go
Strength.
after Broom. All right, so
Yes, I agree. Yeah, I think this is a mistake again, right? The Magic Broom here is being underestimated.
You first.
The Magic Broom! Because this is the power of the Magic Broom. That you should be hitting the broom instead of the goat here every time. The broom is that good. Like, this is why I'm so high up on brooms. This broom is so broken here. Even though it's a 1-cost card. And look, speaking of broken, Chernobog's Followers. Insane card. It's the broom show. BAM! Into another goat. Are you flipping dizzy? Surely he can't do this. It's 15-9. Oh my days.
That's what he needs.
Oh my days. Can he do the impossible? Can he do the impossible?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Don't forget, Dinkan Fam up against Zach Bivens is starting in 25 minutes. We're going to have Lorcana villain Baker
he needs
joining
another
us.
removal. He needs
really fun.
He needs to shift Tinkerbell and quest all out. That's what he needs.
They do have a shift Tink.
And hope. Yeah. Like, take out the card draw, gain another lore, gain 6, go to 12. Hope we draw and answer the next turn to prevent Spessy from winning, but Spessy's going to 17.
PK said in the chat, obviously I'm on a 10-minute delay. I think EU is taking a lot of these. US is too scared to show their good lists. I would actually argue it's the opposite way round. The EU players are much less likely to show their best lists because the EU tournament's in like 2 weeks, whereas the American tournament's in like 6 weeks.
Sadly, I think.
So I would argue it's more likely that EU players are actually hiding lists specifically for this tournament. There's like way less incentive for the European players to reveal the list they're planning on playing in Continentals at this stage, compared with the Americans.
Maybe it is right to
a month is a long time in the metagame, right? It's a third of the metagame that we have.
The problem is without the snakes, he can't do both.
It's 16-14, so this is a crucial turn. My opponent can quest for 5 here, getting to 19. If they have Morph Shift, I lose, right? If they have Beast or Tink, I lose because they get to 20. So I need to try and consider if I am supposed to try and take Morph out.
Which is what I was going to say the last
obviously, with the Pluto, I can't challenge it anyway because it's a bodyguard. So the only way I'd possibly be able to do it. But what I like that I do here is I slow the game down. I ask to see the discard pile because I recognize that I'm losing to shift cards, and I'm just trying to like recount. I'm not very. One of my biggest weaknesses is memory. I probably am not remembering very well what's in the ink most of the time. But at least the discard is available for me to see, and why not have a little peek, right?
I'm willing.
It would be silly not to, in a way, right?
I can't wait to hear the reasoning behind it, because I'm sure someone will bring it up and ask Dale afterwards, and he'll have a good reason as to why it happened. Most likely. Could have also just brain farted. That happens. I've done it a lot.
Yeah, it's 16-14 right now, so I'm only 4 away. And again, we go back to that Calhoun, right? Which gave me 2 lore in a challenge. When the crab would have gave me nothing. Like, each lore really, really does matter. So while I drew very, very poorly, I've just been able to
play around a card, because you play around something and they don't have it, it makes you look bad.
I'm going to say force my opponent into making some mistakes.
It makes you look like a genius. And normally when you play,
I'm making a game of it, right? I'm making a game of it. I think I've done everything right so far, apart from that Elsa turn. But that is an insane top deck. Genie Smee.
Rabbit.
I was hoping to find like a Fire the Cannons or Befuddle to hit the morph. I lose to Tinkerbell. I lose to Beast. I believe Muses is the card in hand, so I also lose to a Song, because the Song can bounce the Genie back. Of course, having said that, if I top deck White Rose or Go, I would not lose to Song. But there's so many outs that Dale has here. But I'm in a position where Dale has 2 cards in hand, and if they can't stop me questing, I win. 1 card's the Muses, 1 card's Ursula. They quest for 5, and I am somehow, by the skin of my teeth, victorious. Let's flipping go! Pa, pa, pa. Bam! Let's go, GG to Dale.
Yeah, Dale
Big fan of
needs
Dale.
to draw more.
Really nice guy.
As I'm sure he's quite aware.
Mental.
As he's quite aware.
Mental.
Also, just didn't
get in. Should I see if I can? One sec. I recorded my reaction to winning. Do you guys want to see it? I've got a recording of my reaction. I'll show you. I need to make sure because it was on a delay. I think I was recording. Yeah, I was recording. So shout out to my friends from London. Some of them are going to be on the call, and I didn't tell them I was recording, so I feel a bit bad. I just want to show you my reaction. Oh no, that's not my reaction to winning. That was my reaction to my reaction. That was my reaction to watching everyone else see me win. More interesting is my reaction to actually winning, right? Okay, so you guys don't worry from London. I'm not doxing you or anything. Damn, I look cute today. Yeah, just making sure that I'm understanding the board state completely, especially in webcam games, if more important. Here we go. I love it. I love it. I'm happy enough that I made a game of it at this point. I was really disappointed with after my game 3 opening hand. I thought it was over. So I'm happy enough that despite... But wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. He loves it. He loves it. Let's go, chat. All right, big shout out to all the organisers and that. It's super cool. We are going to be in 20 minutes watching Dinkham Fam versus Zach Bivens, everybody. Dinkham Fam versus Zach Bivens. Are you crazy? We're going to be joined by the one, the only Disney Lorcana villain. Lorcana villain. There we go. I got there eventually. It's Baker. Baker's going to be in the building pretty soon. Yeah, you can add it to my accolades. One time beat a good player at an event. To be fair, all right, I'm going to throw out there. I could have padded this out with some stuff, but I thought this was funnier. If you guys are actually interested in my actual accolades, I've done work, content creator set champs, which I don't really think count that much. I think they kind of do. I think the content creator set champs, certainly the most recent one, where I got top 8, that was a very, very, very high skill tournament. I was top seed, but then lost my top 8 game. And I won the other content creator set champs, the second one I played in, without dropping a game. And that was actually also with Amethyst Steel. And the other accolade I have is I got top 4 at a tournament in Poland back in set 3. Haven't played in that many tournaments, to be fair. I've actually got a very good tournament record. Unfortunately, I didn't do too well in Seattle, which is a bit of a bummer, but it is what it is. Anyway, less about me, more about what is up next. It's going to be Zach Bivens and Dinkham Fam coming up very, very soon. 2 of the most decorated players in Disney Lorcana. If we can take a look at some of their accolades here, we've got Mr. Bivens, who was the #1 seed in 3 different Lorcana Challenge events after day 1. That is absurd. No one else can say that. That's for sure. Hasn't quite had the success he's been looking for, turning those first seed victories into golden Mickeys. I don't believe Zach has won a Mickey yet. I say yet because I'm sure they will, but they have secured their qualification for the Disney Lorcana Challenge North American Championships in January. So Zach is qualified for that event. And on the other side, we've got a man that's qualified for not only the European Championship in Paris in a couple of weeks, but also the North American. I believe the only player to be qualified for both. Moyen was very close to also achieving that feat, but lost their top 64 game, which would have been their chance to match that feat for Dingham Fan. Dingham Fan coming from Germany. Germany has got a bunch of very strong players. And speaking of very strong players from Germany, after that, we are going to be watching another game. Zan Syed, the champion of Disney Lorcana Challenge Seattle there with his golden Mickey, up against Artabax, the grandfather of Green Purple. Really, really, really exciting evening we've got ahead. That's for sure. So, yeah, Dinkham Fam, you can see all his achievements there. Artabax hasn't had his success that he's been looking for in the... hasn't been having that success he's been really looking for recently in the Disney Lorcana Challenge events, but a very, very strong player nonetheless. And Zan Syed, of course, that's just a great set of achievements, isn't it? A top 4 and a top 1. #1, the champ. Had the pleasure of meeting Zan Syed. I've actually met all of these guys that we're going to be casting, and they're all very, very nice to hang out with. So really excited for that. We are going to be joined by Lorcana Villain pretty soon, and then we're going to be joined by another caster a little bit later on for the Artabax Zan Syed game. It's going to be Rudrose who is joining us afterwards. So there might be a few little technical hitches and all that while we get set up. Hopefully it's all going to be good, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, we'll make it work basically, but just bear in mind there might be a few little technical hitches and whatnot as we get going. All right. What should we do for the next 10 minutes? We don't really have too much time before the start of the tournament. I will give Baker a message and see if he wants to join the call, because that would probably be a good time for him to join in. Sorry about that pinging. Let's see. I'll just give Baker a message here. See if we can get Mr. Baker on in the building. So we can look at the list a bit more, I guess, if you guys are interested. I actually should see your reaction in chat. See what you guys are thinking. We don't really have time to play a quick game, unfortunately. I was planning on playing some games today, but it is what it is. Big shout out to Cardmarket as well, of course, who sponsor the channel. Thanks, Cardmarket. As always, if you guys are looking to pick up singles online in Europe, it is your place to go. So this is the list. The ultimate budget meta deck. Not a very good name. Give it an upvote on Dreamborn if you like it. It's built by myself and Mr. Moyen. Bit of a dream combo. I've been telling Moyen for so long that he needs to build some decks with me. My problem is, guys, right? So in Gwent, I had a reputation for being a pretty good deck builder. However, my decks, I like some weird stuff. So I kind of need like a voice of reason. I have like the creative spark, but then I need someone to like, you know. And I've been wanting Moyen to be that for me for so long, and he's just always said. And look, now this is here. I actually did. There was a little interview after as well.
Or you banish the first goat if you would hit Pluto.
We'll see if Baker. I think Baker might be ready soon. We'll see.
Chernabog.
And then Chernabog the next turn. Both of them. Because you did it 2 turns in a row. He like top decked a goat after you answered his first goat. Yeah. So the thought was
Baker's gonna call us in a sec.
The only chance we could draw.
Yeah. Main thing with the deck, to be honest, is that I think the 3 docks is a mistake. I think there should be 4 docks. I don't think there's any reason to play 3 docks. Not enough of a reason. We were like discussing the last few card slots between us quite a bit, and we came to a position where like he wanted to cut some Gantus. I was adamant I wanted to play 4. I said to him I'd rather play red blue than play green than play this deck with less than 4 Gantus. Little bit dramatic, but I think this card's absurd. I don't think I ever played it in that match. Interestingly, don't think it ever really arrived at the right moment. Yeah, I think the Calhoun performed very well, very, very well. My concern about it is the uninkable count, but seemed good enough. I think that 4th dock needs to come in. The Pete was great. The crabs were great. It's just very, very hard to fit everything. I think as we get more cards, that's proving to be the case. But there's a lot of uncuttable things, like the 1-drops are uncuttable. 2 befuddles is actually less than I wanted. I wanted 3. I think 3 castles is a good amount. I think 3 elses is a good amount. These are like the cards you can see where we're like cutting down. Like befuddle went down to 2 from 3. Castle went down from 4 to 3. Elsa went down from 4 to 3. To fit everything in, I think that's fine. I think the one mistake was probably getting rid of 1 dock. I will say, however, when is dock worse? It's when you draw 2 docks at once. And honestly, maybe 3 dock is actually the way to go. It's very possible that 3 dock is better than 4 for that reason. Like dock is worse when you have 2 docks in your hand. And you significantly, very significantly actually reduce the odds of that happening if you cut 1. We're going to get Baker in the building. I'm going to make sure he's not going to blow the flipping lid off when I call him here. 1 sec. Hello, mate. No one can hear you yet because I need to do a sound test. Can I just do a sound test with you? Yeah, as I thought, I need to turn you down. All right, you're muted now. Hello, Baker. What's up?
Hello, Spessy. How you doing,
Let's
mate?
go. I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm good. It's good to do this actually on your channel.
Yeah, we cast together on location, but interesting, it's the first time I think we've cast together online before. So
yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? Because we get the privilege to do like the ultimate show. We don't feel the need to always do it in our spare time, but no, this is going to be awesome, man, and I'm well excited for this match. And let me say to you again, well done for your victory last night, taking 1 for the team.
Just about. I'm very chuffed. I also want to say thanks.
That was great. That was great. So you should be chuffed.
I want to say thanks to Baker as well, because it was supposed to be the stream on his channel today, but he's let me have it, which is very, very kind of him. He's a big sweetheart, Baker. He's called Lorcana villain, but I don't know if that's...
Don't go telling secrets. Although I do want to just if you give me 30 seconds to rant, Spessy.
Yeah, please.
Last night I was editing and fell asleep in my chair, which as happens occasionally. Didn't wake up until the morning, and there was a ripped up copy of the Forbidden Mountain on my desk, and it's really kind of weirded me out. So yeah, I just needed to get that out of my system. But no, you're welcome, man. We don't want to. No point sending the audience back and forth. I will be hosting one for round 2. So yeah, pleasure to be here, bro.
Yeah, let's go. So Baker does Disney Lorcana challenge commentating with me, if you guys are not familiar, and also has a YouTube channel. So we'll make sure to plug that. I mean, Baker, if you don't mind just pumping it in yourself, if you've got it handy. My second monitor is such a mess at the moment with OBS, and it's only going to get worse as these games start. But we'll see how we get on. The games should be starting pretty soon. That's actually one thing I hadn't thought about, is the fact that I've got you on camera. It's a bit hard to look at my Discord in the other channel, but I can check on my phone, I think. So it's shouldn't be too
whatever
much of a problem.
Whatever works best for you, bro.
So Baker, shall we take a look at the deck lists for this game we're going to be watching? I mean, for those of you that aren't aware, Zach Bivens, Ding, Cam, Fam. We'll take one last little look at their accolades. No, we won't. I can't find them. We're going to go ahead and look at the deck lists instead. So Zach Bivens up first. Zach Bivens from North America, of course, and is going for Amber Steel Songs. I feel like Zach Bivens is the person that changes his lists the most. You've got some people like Ding, Cam, Fam, who you could probably predict what he's playing. Someone like Artabax, you could probably predict what he's playing. Zach Bivens, you never really know, do you?
Likes to stay unpredictable. we do see that. Have you already revealed what their actual deck lists are of the colors?
I've got it on. Yeah, got it on screen.
You've got it on screen. People can see it. Okay,
yeah.
Cool. So I can talk about it. Yeah. So no, you're absolutely right. He normally brings different things, but I do know that Steel Song is his pet deck. I'm good friends with Zach. I think he's a fantastic player and he's a really great guy. And yeah, this list looks super clean, and I'm not hugely surprised to see him bring Steel Song. But yeah, a player that we've seen pilot multiple decks to high success. So yeah, even though of course at heart we'd be rooting for the EU, but as casters and unbiased, I would never bet against Zach Bivens. But on the opposite side of the table, it's also hard to bet against Din, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely is. There's some weird cards in this list, Baker. I mean, the Nala, the Nala's the one that jumps out to me as a card that I would never have expected to see. It was a set 5 card. Hasn't really seen in a competitive play, certainly not in Steel Song. So I'm going to be very interested to see if we can chat with Zach after the game and see the thought process of including Nala. But I think there's only one set 6 card in here, but it's a very good one. It's the Pluto Guard Dog. Is it Guard Dog?
Good Dog. Oh, it is Guard Dog. Sorry, I'm just used to saying Good Dog. Yeah, you are right. It is Guard Dog.
And the ability is Good Boy.
This card. There you go. That's where I was getting it wrong. This card is insane, Spessy. What business does this 4-cost a bodyguard have being a 5/5? Essentially, definitely one of the better new cards in the set. How are you finding Pluto?
Yeah, well, Dale had it against me yesterday, and it was so annoying, mate. Like, I just couldn't challenge. I just had to quest. There was just nothing I could do.
It's so good, and the fact that Fox can't even trade it. Like Fox goes down taking this. So yeah, big fan of this Pluto. And yeah, the Nala, I'll be very keen to hear Zach's thoughts after the game. I would imagine it's just due to I imagine Ruby Sapphire has a big thing to do with it because they just want to be as quick as anything, really, because obviously the longer that a game goes on, the worse it's going to be. I super like the Gastons. I've been a fan of the Gaston for a while as an additional way to stick a Singer 5 on the board, but most importantly, a Singer 5 that isn't removed by Brawl in the early game, which can be big, and of course, Sisu, 8-drop. So yeah, I'm a big fan of these these Gastons.
I really like the Gaston as well, actually. And there is, like, as you mentioned, there's the option of playing Gazelle in this slot, which quests for 2, but it has a 2/3 stat line, so it can be hit by Brawl. So that 1 extra strength, Zach valuing over that 1 extra law, which makes sense when you're playing a Singer card. You'd rather have that protection, right? And perhaps one idea with the Nala is with that 4 willpower, it's got some Rapunzel synergy, for example. Lots of cards. And Pluto Lawrence, these cards which, when damaged, have strength, but then lose that strength when they have damage. Rapunzel synergizes great with them, right? Like, you have 3 damage in your Pluto, and it's a 1/5. Well, suddenly Rapunzel heals it back up to a 5/5, and you gain a bunch of cards in hand as well. So Pluto definitely seems very good with Rapunzel.
Yeah, no, that synergy is amazing, and of course works similarly with Lawrence, and and obviously even just Daisy Duck just being a 1/4. If you just really need to trigger your Rapunzel early, you've got a lot of big bulky bodies. So yeah, it looks super clean. 4 copies of a whole Long Came Zeus maxed out on pretty much everything. What I will be interested to ask Zach after the game. These 2 piglets, which are obviously very popular. But I know that in previous sets, Bivens' opinion on Piglet was he wasn't a fan of it because I remember a tweet, and I may be paraphrasing slightly, but the gist of it was he wasn't a fan of Piglet because he felt like at the time it was only good on the play. And I think again, my paraphrasing of his statement was, I'm not interested in playing cards that are only good on the play when I'm already favoured on the play. But I've noticed that he has started including these piglets, I think towards the end of set 5 and then set 6 now. So I'll be interested to ask him about that and what it is that's brought him round to including piglets, because I know he never used to. So just something else to take account of.
Yeah, awesome. I'm going to put up Din's list now if you want to talk about. I'm just writing a message in Discord, just talking with the organisers.
Yeah, but by all means, if you're happy for me to rant, I've got
Go, mate.
I do have something that I was gonna draw attention to for the Ruby Sapphire. So obviously we know Din, super accomplished player, multiple DLC tops in multiple continents, and again, as you mentioned, has made this Ruby Sapphire deck his specialty. I will immediately draw attention to the fact, though, that we are not seeing the Dig a Little Deeper, which has somewhat become his signature card in Ruby Sapphire. That Sing Together 8 and you look at the top, I think it's 7 cards of your deck, and you put 2 into your hand. And I've seen him talk about it a lot, and he talks about it as a comeback card, whether you need to find the B prep to clear the board, or you need to start pushing for game and finding dimes, Tamatoas, things like that. Choosing not to play it here, I wonder if that's a permanence for the season, or if that's just him this particular tournament wanting to leave it behind. So I'll be interested to ask him about that. But yeah, something that has changed the dynamic of this Ruby Sapphire and Sapphire Steel matchup. Obviously, it's always been favored for Ruby Sapphire, because if they're playing a whole new world and you're ramping and you're getting free cards, then that often spells disaster. And something that's changed, which gives Ruby Sapphire even more of an edge, is this inclusion of Sail the Azurite Sea. Yeah. For lots of reasons, it's a great card, getting to draw an extra ramp, but a very specific interaction is that if the Steel Song player is on the play and they go aerial, they play aerial on 3, then for the Ruby Sapphire player on 3, they may just need to brawl to slow them down for the time being, but that can be super slow. But because we have Sail the Azurite Sea, there is now room for the Ruby Sapphire player to go turn 2, Tipo or Sail the Azurite Sea, and then turn 3, play the Sail the Azurite Sea, and then you ramp and play Brawl in the same turn, and just that in itself can be a way to keep tempo. It could be a super small interaction, but it is a difference with the addition of this card. So I wonder if that's going to make a difference.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing with Dig a Little Deeper is I really loved the idea of it in set 4 and didn't continue to play, I think, 1 copy of it in set 5, but Vision of the Future was released in set 5 and it kind of does a similar thing. I think Dig a Little Deeper, you look at 8 cards and can add 2, but it's that 8 cost uninkable. Whereas Vision of the Future, of course, just becoming a bit of a staple and does a very, very similar thing. So I think it makes sense for Dinkan Fam to let the Dig a Little Deeper go. It won him a golden Mickey or 2, didn't it? So I think it won 1 golden Mickey. But the Mufasa's in there, which I really like to see. And I did see that Dinkan Fam kind of mentioned that he didn't. Obviously, these players submitted their deck list 1 day after the set released. A lot of them would not have tested these lists at all. And of course, with the European Continentals and the American Continentals, but I think particularly the European Continentals being so close to the release of the set, it's about 2.5 weeks away. Dinkan Fam kind of mentioned he didn't really want to reveal any of his particularly spicy ideas. We know he plays Ruby Sapphire a lot, and I think it's just 1 jump ahead out for Sail the Azurite Sea. I assume it's 1 jump out for Sail the Azurite Sea. And I mean, 1 jump is definitely a card which you're happy to not have against Emerald Steel, for example, right? Because that Ursula can discard it pretty often.
Yeah. I was super punished during this season. I was playing around with Ruby Sapphire this season, unsuccessfully. But some of the most punishing times were because I was on 3 counts of 1 jump ahead, and yeah, you can just get so punished by the Ursula too. But as you say, that seems to be the replacement card for Sail the Azurite Sea. And yeah, I was going to ask you how you felt about this Mufasa. I wouldn't say it's a surprise to see him run it, because again, we know he likes to dig a little deeper, which is kind of, I think it's fair to call it a bit of a YOLO card, and I think Mufasa is a little bit of a YOLO card in some senses. What do you think of the addition in this deck? Do you think it's just because of what you were just mentioning earlier about how he doesn't want to give away too much of his spice so soon before Continentals, or is this a more deliberate direction?
Well, I think this is I think what he said is it's his set 5 list and just adding in Sail. So it's clearly a card he likes playing because he must have played it in set 5. I have to say, I think like the Mufasa, if you're ever going to play it, I think it's always just a card you play 1 copy of. As soon as you have 2, it can be a bit fiddly. Of course, you do have the option of inking it in this deck with the Fishbone Quill. Wait, is he not playing Fishbone Quill? Oh my goodness!
He is
what?
Not. Our ramp is How Far I'll Go, Sail the Azurite Sea, and Tipo.
What? Where's the Fishbone Quill? That's mental. Okay, well that's very interesting. So you can't ink it with Fishbone Quill because it's not there. You can ink it with Tipo, but also you can like put it on the bottom of your deck as well pretty often with things like How Far I'll Go and the rest of it. The problem with Mufasa is if you play it down and it gets bounced back to your hand the next turn, you lose so much tempo. But if that Mufasa sticks on the board for a single turn, you're probably winning the game.
Oh, it is a must answer like nothing else in the list. So yeah, super nice. Also, you mentioned the Vision of the Future, fantastic new addition. Well, I say new from set 5, but that develop your brain in there as well as a 4 count, just showing the significance of being able to dig for the pieces that you need at the right time. The dime, the Flavisham for the draw, the Sisu at a good point in the game, whatever it is. Also 2 Vitalisphere, which again, you can always justify a 1-cost item in a Ruby Sapphire deck, but that option as well to be able to suddenly give rush to something is something that Bivens may need to respect. Again, it changes the dimension in an open deck list format. I know you were talking last night after your game about, again, some cards you include just because it's open deck list and it makes your opponent have to respect it. I think Dale was playing 1 copy of Go-Go, right, just to make you think twice. So yeah, just factors to take into account.
No, absolutely. We are going to be starting pretty soon. Players are just getting ready. Obviously, using webcam games and things like this, there's definitely going to be some technical issues at times. Pavel, who's organised this event using Pixelborn Connect, has set up like a new client. And there was a few technical hitches with it yesterday, and we're just trying to make sure all of those are ironed out. But we are basically going to be starting as, well, any minute now, really. You're not missing out on anything. They're just kind of having a few technical issues, trying to get everything set up. So, Baker, I'm not allowed to reveal the other list that I want to talk about from this tournament because they haven't played yet. But there is another Amber Steel song player in this tournament who has a really, really exciting list. And I really want to talk about it, but I'm not allowed to. What's interesting with Zach's 1-drops is this Nala is standing out to me like such a sore thumb. I'm so curious. Like, you've got the option of something like the Queen. The Nala is really, really very, very interesting to me. What we could also do as well, Baker, if you're interested, we could take a quick look at the Artabax and Zan Syed lists, which we're going to be...
by all means.
It's going to be on after this. So I'll pull those up. I'm sharing my screen with you on Discord as well, so you should be able to see my screen. So Zan Syed...
I've got the folder that we've been provided.
Playing Emerald Steel. Are you surprised that Zan's playing Emerald Steel, Baker?
Not one tiny bit. This is the man that has become very much known for this in combination, had great success with it. So, yeah, no surprises there. I'm just pulling up the list so I can have a look and see if anything looks like it's changed. Oh, what? There's a similar pattern occurring here.
Yeah, that 1 dock. Is that what caught your eye?
Well, that as well, but also the 1 set 6 card.
Oh, yes, the 1 Pluto. Yeah, that's right.
A lot of steel decks are just saying, just this good boy is enough.
Yeah, but it's definitely a bit of a different setup from Zan. There's some very interesting things going on. I think the first thing to draw everyone's attention to maybe is that 1 copy of Doc, probably inspired, I think, by Vonderland, who had that 1 copy of Doc in their win in Seattle. But also, one thing I like the look of is the Hidden Cove, playing 4 copies of it. I've been pretty keen myself. If I was playing Emerald Steel, I would have played 4 Coves. Like, just, you're playing the Diablo Shift. If you Diablo Shift into Cove, you're probably winning. The Cove's a really bad top deck later on, but it's so good.
It's the high roll, right? No, we agree and disagree on a number of things, but I'm right there with you on this one. I've been saying for a while, this just seems like such a pivotal piece in your high roll. That, yes, all right, it's a bad top deck, but again, they're inkable, so I would have always been on at least 3. 2 always seemed not enough to me. And Zan bringing 4 this time. Also, that one-off Ana, again, something that just needs to be respected, because it's in the list with that diverse effect. Obviously, the discard is probably what it's going to be used for all the majority of the time, but the ability to banish a character with a damage, that's something that Zach needs to respect as well. But yeah, this looks... a very Zan-looking list with the Wonderland Doc inspiration and 1 good boy.
Yeah, and I think what's really fascinating, honestly, the most surprise inclusion out of all of these is probably that 1-cost Captain Hook. 2 copies of it in there. Not something that we've seen Zan do in his lists last set, which essentially became the meta list because of his success in Seattle. But it's definitely going to give him that little bit of extra early game consistency. Of course, the only other 1-cost card in the deck is that 1-cost Diablo. Captain Hook also going to be quite good at dealing with locations. We saw in the game I just watched against Dale, where my Queen's Castle ended up doing a fair bit of work for me despite going second. That Captain Hook's going to make it a little bit more difficult. But Zan's going to be up against the godfather of Amethyst and Emerald, Artabax, who is playing... You guessed it. Amethyst Emerald.
Yeah. Artabax very recently had a lot of success with this at an early set 6 event in Battle Bear. Went 18-0 over the course of the event. Did not take a single L against a variety of decks as well. There were some super spicy ones, including a Jafar list that I don't know if you've seen yet, Spessy. The Lamp, mate, the Lamp. But I'm getting distracted.
I have seen it.
But I'll get distracted. Just what a run for Artabax, coming back to EA Tempo. And yeah, I unintentional plug on your channel, mate, but I did an interview with him on the channel the other day when I was looking at the list and getting his thoughts about it. And yeah, he seems super happy with the list. Has cut those snakes, which is a point of, I don't know if it's a point of a popular conversation, but it's a conversation I've been starting recently, which is just that there was a time where any Amethyst deck, you wouldn't dream of running any less than 4/4 Snake Fox. But as it is now, you are so sport for choice in Amethyst with different ways to go that I think it is more acceptable to cut them. Obviously, you're probably cutting the snakes before the foxes. Foxes just, that rush makes them just different level. But there is some theory to cutting the snakes here, and he said like he did kind of miss them, and there's an argument to still putting them back, and it's not wrong to put them back. But it's just too slow for what the deck wants to do. You want to be fast, and you want to punish all these decks that are taking so long. And yeah, the one copy of Gazelle from set 6, I think is super interesting. What do you think of this card, Spessy? I know you're a big Emerald fan. Have you played around with it much?
I haven't, but I've definitely got my eye on it. There's only one copy of it in there, but it does potentially give you a way of dealing with Diablo on turn 2, which is something this deck doesn't have elsewhere. It's only going to be that Chernobog's followers plus Gazelle, which would allow you to do it. It's got the same ability really as that 4-cost Tinkerbell, and obviously if you can bounce it back, it's the kind of card which I think we need a bit more of in the game, which is efficient answers to Diablo in different ink colours. But I don't think it's quite efficient enough. You need that 1-cost card on the board first, and often that Diablo is going to be able to sing Storm Rage on and remove it. So as much as I like the idea, I can see why Artabax is only playing one of them, like giving it a bit of a test, see how it feels early on in the set. I definitely think it's an interesting option. My fear is that Diablo is just a little bit too strong for it to catch on. It's not going to like break the game or anything, but I think it's an interesting option to have.
Yeah, you're not going to get it off as much as you're going to miss, I would absolutely say. But he did draw attention to, like, even outside of that interaction, sometimes it was just super nice, like, giving evasive to his goat.
We can join the call, Baker. Sorry to interrupt you.
Awesome. No, you're fine. I was going to say give evasive to other things. But yeah, let's join up.
Yeah, we're going to join the call, so we'll be right back. Baker's going to be right back. We're going to head on over. And I think the game is pretty much ready to go. All right.
Okay. Yeah. You wanna two dice is high?
Okay.
Yeah.
1 second.
I have 8.
I have 6, so you got it.
I go first. Thank you. Is the lightning still good enough for you?
Right, Baker, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, mate.
And are we just good to talk at will here? I think we're just fine to talk. I will
Mute
say,
on Discord, please.
Pardon?
Mute yourself on Discord.
Yes, you're good.
I think
Yeah.
I don't have access to join the game at the moment. Is that right? Or
You guys are just streaming directly from Pavel's stream.
Cool. And we're okay to talk in here like normal?
That's fine.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Otherwise, we can't hear each other as well. Yeah, we're good to go then. I've got it up on the screen. Thank you very much.
I don't know if you can see mine or not.
We can hear the players at the moment, which might be worth muting them if possible, please. Just it might get a bit confusing otherwise.
Just mute Pavel's stream.
Oh yeah, that'll do. Thank you. All right, Baker, we're good to go. I'm not going to have Baker's camera, sadly. I'm going to turn my camera off as well, so it doesn't take up too much.
That's all right. My voice carries enough. You don't need the face as well. Let's spare the people. But I'm excited for this matchup. Like many of these EA versus NA matches, they are dream matches. So I'm super excited to be here and get to call the action with you, man.
Yeah, this is the kind of match we're going to be expecting to see at the World Championships for sure.
Absolutely. 100%.
So Tabby there to the left is going to be Dinkan Pham, and Bivens to the right with that Maleficent playmat. What do you think of Dinkan Pham's playmat here? The wooden table.
Oh, so I saw that Dale was doing the same thing to you yesterday.
Yeah.
I'll upset people if I give you my honest opinions. I think you're mad. I hate it. But hey, each to their own. But you'd never catch me without a map. Whereas Bivens on the other side of the table, repping the Maleficent villain. Of course, I'm a fan.
Yeah. So we are able to see here the... Oh, 1 second. I need to get rid of that from the screen now. We're able to see the players' hands at the bottom here. Now, the players... I've got a few alerts I need to get rid of. My OBS is all over the shop. Bear with me.
Yeah, do what you need to do. I don't believe they've mulligan. Is this pre-mulligan?
Yes, I believe so. So
yes.
we can see Dingham fam. Yeah. Zach's definitely having a few internet issues, so not the cleanest feed from Zach's side, but we'll do our best to keep track of everything that's going on.
Worth noting, just 2 cards held there by Din, the Flavisham and the Brawl. The rest of the hand was pretty ugly. We had a couple of B preps. We had an 8-cost Sisu. Nothing that we want to see early game. So throwing those back. I am seeing a Porpsicle, which is great. We always want that turn 1. We've got Sail the Azurite Sea in there. There is already a B prep, which Din isn't going to be happy to see because obviously he knows his opponent is playing a whole new world. So likely that at least that first B prep is going to hit the discard. Not certain, but I imagine that's going to be 1 less to worry about. But other than that, hand looks pretty good.
Yep. And I just want to admire the shuffling skills on display here. I could not.
If you ever want to impress Bessie, shuffle like a wizard, and you will have his attention.
It's gonna be Vision getting inked and Popsicle down, drawing into the Develop Your Brain, and it's gonna pass back on over to Zach now, who is playing about 1 frame per second, but we'll try and capture the action.
I believe that's a Vitalosphere as well between the Brawl and the B prep. So favouring that over the Vision makes sense. We've got a Flavisham. Of course, we've got the Porpsicle, but we would love it if we can get multiple procs of that ability. So it makes sense. Do you see a Daisy and a Cinderella in Zach's hand? So again, the longer this goes on, the more it's going to favour Din. I imagine Zach would like to get out not only as much lore as possible in these first few turns, but an early whole new world would be pretty good for him to just put on that pressure as soon as possible.
Yep. It's going to be Tamatoa getting inked for Din, and it's going to be Sail the Azurite Sea. So Sail the Azurite Sea, you're allowed to draw a card, and then afterwards ink an extra card this turn. And that's nice for the fact you're able to ink the card you just drew. So it was Brawl that was just drawn, but it looks like it's going to be the Develop Your Brain, which is now inked, and the Vitalosphere is then going to be spent on that 1 ink. So Din doing what Sapphire does, which is ramping. But on the other side, Zach with that Daisy Duck on the board. Of course, every time Daisy Duck quests, it's going to gain 2 lore. But reveal the top card of Din's deck. And if it's a character, it gets added to hand. And I think you're going to be happy to have a Medusa in hand. And if you're Zach, you're not going to be too happy about that.
You might be right, but there's an argument to say that Zach's going to be quite... If Zach thinks he has a line to an early wheel before that Medusa comes online, then maybe he's happy with it. But unfortunately, because because Din has already started to ramp, could be that he gets the Medusa down before Zach can get rid of it. We are going to be playing Brawl on that Daisy Duck. Taking some... Was it the Daisy Duck?
It was a Piglet. I wasn't even sure what it was that was played, but it's Piglet.
Me too. I didn't see the Piglet. Apologies. So Piglet going to hit the discard, denying 3 lore. And you've got to think next turn we will be... Oh, well, that shows me. I was about to say you'd think next turn we're going to be throwing down this Flavisham. But no, he's going to be inked, leaving a How Far I'll Go, a B Prep, a Medusa, and another Brawl, which again are important to get rid of these questing characters.
Yeah, really fascinating. I'm very confused by the previous turn here from Din. 4 ink was available. Flavisham could have gone down. It could have also been a How Far I'll Go that was played, but I think there was just no ink spent. Just leaving the How Far I'll Go in hand, if I'm not mistaken, which... Am I missing something? Because that doesn't make any sense to me.
I think he played the Brawl and then inked the Flavisham, so there wasn't enough ink to do that. I believe. Again, I'm looking between... Din's feed is very clean. Zach's obviously, unfortunately, having some internet issues, but it is a bit discombobulating. But I believe that's what happened. The Brawl on the Piglet and then inked the Flavisham, of course, had sailed the Azurite Sea on the previous turn, so that makes sense. I'm sure in 5 minutes or 10 minutes, the chat will confirm.
So Maui took out the Daisy Duck, finally. Daisy Duck did quest for 4. So Zach is at 4 lore currently. There is 1 card on the board.
It's a Gaston. It is I'm pretty sure it's a Gaston.
Yeah, I think you're right. So single 5, 3/3 stat line, so that whole new world could be sung. Historically, it's a pretty tricky matchup for Amber Steel songs, this one, Baker.
Yeah, it sure is. Because if you're just replenishing your opponent, the player that's just spending their time ramping, and then they have these big ruby removal cards, these things like Maui, and obviously Be Prepared, then yeah, you don't have the best time. Are we on Din's turn now? Or is Zach still going?
It's still Zach's.
Okay, so so this is bad for Zach because going into Din's turn, he's going to be able to ink to 6. And then if we get an inkable, we'll be able to ink to 6, but we can see how far I'll go with Maui. That could help us find an inkable. And then we will be able to play the Madame Medusa to remove this Gaston, who immune to Brawl, but Madame Medusa not so much.
Yeah, it's Nala, the 1-cost character, into the ink. And in comes Pluto, the bodyguard. It's got a 5/5 stat line while not damaged. And a really big thing about that, as the hands revealed, because it's a whole new world being sung by Gaston. So Gaston has sung a whole new world. Both players going to draw 7 fresh cards. And that Pluto bodyguard is being a good boy and protecting the Gaston now.
No, that's great. I wasn't sure if that Gaston was actually dry, but fantastic. Able to get that whole new world off, taking a lot of pretty good cards away from Din. And yeah, so like I said, that early Medusa, turns out that was a pretty good draw for Zach to be able to get rid of them, because there's only 2 in the deck.
Yep. And I'm really interested to see the Pluto, Zach with 4 copies of it in. You can see why now. A lot of the time, you sing a whole new world, your Ariel, or in this case, Gaston, is going to get removed quite easily after the fact. But that Pluto at the 5/5 stat line, even a Maui at full health
trades
is going to be trading, which is so good. We see that with Clarabelle as well from the last set. One of the best things about Clarabelle is you get a bunch of draw of it, but then the Maui comes through and the Maui disappears. So it's a really big deal there.
Yeah, no, this Pluto, I think has. Or I know it's early meta and things could change, but I think he's got a pretty firm position in a lot of steel decks going forward. Just super cheap, flexible ability. As we said earlier, works super well with your Rapunzel, which of course you're going to play. Nice big hand here from Dim. We've got a paw up, a couple of T-pos for some more ramp or just ink. That Mufasa is in hand, so it could be threatening the board in just a couple of turns. Also, the Lucky Dime is down. Of course, I'm going to double check. I don't think there's item removal in Zach's deck. No, there is not. No Benjers or anything. So those items are perfectly safe.
Yeah, I think the thing that is a bit of a concern for Dingham, we talked about maybe this matchup being very favored for Ruby Sapphire, but we're also used to the Ruby Sapphire players playing 4 copies of Fishbone Quill, and Fishbone Quill is so strong against the whole new world because you can just whittle your hand down, get so much ink. But with the fact they don't have that whole new world, that does maybe give Zach a little bit more of a chance in this one.
Yeah, no, it's as far as the into Ruby Sapphire matchup goes, them not running Quill is big.
Yeah. No, absolutely. It's really exciting to see these decks, which we're very familiar with, but just the subtle differences really from Zach, I think in particular, making the game a little bit different. Although, having said that, I think Din with no Fishbone and that Mufasa ready to go, that's going to be a big decision point for Din, if they can ever try and get that Mufasa down, or if they just ink it away with the T-Po.
We're going to throw down a Grandma Tala here, Keeper of Ancient Stories. She's going to add a B Prep into our hand.
Uh-oh. B Prep when casting with Baker.
I know you love it, Spessy. It's your favourite thing about every DLC, I'm aware. That and guess the flavour text.
The Vitalosphere taking out the Pluto with Tala, which allows the Maui to take out the Gaston. So that's a great way of dealing with that bodyguard, the Vitalosphere, which was on the board, allowing the Tala to rush in and get that extra strength. Big plate, dealing with the Singer. Still 0 lore for Din, only 4 for Zach. But obviously, the longer this game goes on, the more favored it's going to go towards the Ruby Sapphire control.
For sure, and you, as a Steel Song player, by this point in the game, when you're the opponent's on this much ink, you want more than 4 lore. Like you want to be already in that. Okay, I just need to find the right turn to throw down enough bodies and race. Maybe play the Pete to eliminate the Be Prepared. But 4 is not a great start. Not where you want to be at this point in the game.
I've just noticed the T-shirt selection from Din as well. It's a bit of a Rick and Morty shirt.
I like a bit of Rick and Morty.
He has no playmat, but he's got some swagger on the t-shirt. I have to say, I'm a big fan of the no playmat. I'm very messy with my ink, and it allows me to have a nice wide table. One playmat's not enough for me, mate. I'm too messy.
Where's your playmat? The table is my playmat.
Yeah.
Bring your own. Such an efficient hand for Din we have here. We've got Visions and how far I'll go to dig. We've got Flaversham to draw and dig. Be prep in the event of an emergency. The dime when we're ready to start putting on pressure. This is pretty good. I've not been able to get a decent look at Zach's hand. I know he's holding a Pete. The game's referee is in the house. But not a lot I've been able to notice other than that. These players taking their time. I don't believe there's time limits on these games. I think I heard Wonderland say last night that they're all untimed.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's also like with the technical issues. Obviously, I played my game last night and we had a few before the game started. And when you're kind of in this room where it's lagging a bit, it can be also the audio can be lagging a bit. So that can just make things take a little bit longer than you might expect. I think we saw like a DC happen as well. So I think each player just making sure that everything's good. It's going to be Strength of the Raging Fire getting inked. Brings Zach up to 5 ink. Of course, a bunch of cards in hand thanks to that whole new world.
Has lost his board, unfortunately, but pivotal that we were able to get the whole new world off in time. We are going to see that Lawrence come down for 3 or 4, and a Nala 3.
Double Nala.
Ooh. So this Lawrence obviously being a 4/4 when he's got no damage and questing for 2. Super aggressive. We're going to see the How Far I'll Go sung by Maui.
Yeah, and that is a big part of the value of Maui in a deck like this. It can't quest, but it is able to sing, and How Far I'll Go is such a great option. It adds a card to your hand and a card to your inkwell. This Maui would not have been able to do anything else. Really, really good. It's even just giving that consistency, right? You look at the top 2 cards.
Yeah.
Which one do you want? Which one don't you want? Tipo is going to be inked by Din here.
Yeah, especially when you rely on Flaversham for your draw engine, which, hey, that can be enough, especially if he gets to proc twice. But if you don't get that Flaversham off, you just run out of cards, especially if you're running Fishbone Quill. So yeah, How Far I'll Go, super important to be able to get back into the game and take advantage of that high inkwell that you've built up.
Zach's board here. 2 Nalas, 0/4 stat line, they quest for 1. The Lawrence with that 0/4 stat line questing for 2. But of course, the ability on Lawrence is similar to Pluto, which is when not damaged, it gains strength. So it's actually a 4/4 right now. Be prepared, Baker. Cover your ears.
Be prepared.
Amazing. When Baker does this at the official events, and he probably just did it right now, I can't see him. He moves, he like takes his headset off.
I did. Well, I didn't take my headset off, but I moved away from my mic.
And I've been the other side of the Disney Lorcana Challenge hall from Baker when I've been on my break and been able to hear him. It's a double Daisy, is that? It's Daisy, Ursula, Vanessa, and Pete. So the Pete games referee giving the red card to any actions. Din is he's not about to play the vision because he's not able to. It's getting inked instead. So the Pete's definitely giving Zach a good chance to get back board control, but Medusa comes through and it is going to be Daisy Duck selected to be removed.
Yeah, this game's referee, the assurance of knowing you're not going to get B-prepped is nice. And setting down this Ursula Vanessa, one of your release cards, especially, so I know a card you're a bit of a fan of.
Yep.
Who can sing, obviously, these copies of Along Came Zeus.
I was trying to remember what my reveal card was for so long the other day. I forgot it was that one, and then I remembered.
Yeah, you've had Ursula Vanessa. Your recent one was Wreck-It Ralph, wasn't it? And then I can't remember what your other one was.
Clarabelle 3-drop.
There you go.
Yeah. So, currently 0 law still for Din, but that's what Ruby Sapphire likes to do. That Pluto down on the board again for Zach with that 5/5 stat line and bodyguard, and Medusa with that 4/4. That is a problem for Din. This Pluto is popping off right now for Zach. And we've talked about this matchup being tricky for them, but Zach's only got one new set 6 card in it, but it looks like it's making a difference. Making things really awkward. Usually this Medusa would just be able to challenge the Vanessa, challenge the Pete, but with that 5/5 stat line on Pluto, if Medusa challenges it, the Pluto remains and Medusa will be banished.
Yeah, this good boy is growing on us all. And I think that's the Is that the first Medusa? Or did it? No, he had to throw it. Yeah, he threw one away, didn't he? He had to because of the whole new world. So this is the only other Medusa in the deck.
So Vision of the Future coming through. The options are how far go B prep. It's going to be another B prep, which Baker's going to be happy to see. The rest go on to the bottom.
Yeah, always happy to see that be prepared, and it makes sense. Slow Zach down even more, especially because he's only holding one card in his hand at this point, and Din's sitting there with a Portugal on board, a Flavisham ready to come down. He can play the Mufasa if he so sees fit. That may even be his. He may go with the Mufasa first to establish it, and then on the following turn he can play Flavisham, draw cards, hopefully draw something he can use to spend more of his ink, and then quest with the Mufasa to ready it all up. Because Mufasa's great in theory, but you have to have enough cards to utilize your ink
it's another
twice.
one, Baker!
It's another be prepared! There you go. They're in such close proximity.
3 be prepareds. There's so many. We saw Din go for the B prep, cleaning up Zach's board. And then Zach's like, all right, well, let me try that again. Goes for another, and right off the top, Din found another B prep and cleans up shop again. And look at that. Din is now finally got 1 lore on the board.
Just finally catching up with chat. Apparently, I'm a lot louder than you.
No, I've sorted it.
Okay, cool.
It's a delay, right? So I've just turned myself up a bit as well.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I am like specifically sitting further away from my mic. My voice carries, guys. I'm sorry.
My mic's also notoriously quiet.
Down goes that Mufasa.
Yeah. So how does this Mufasa work, Baker?
So, on play, he's going to get to add 2 cards randomly from his inkwell to his hand. You see there, he's just shuffled them up, going to place them out here. I don't know, they'll normally would roll a dice or something like that. I think here we've just picked at random after shuffling. But yeah, these 2 cards are going to be added to his hand. And then the other effect of Mufasa is when he quests, you can re-ready all of your ink, which is a super strong ability. But again, it's one of those things where, okay, so you've played Mufasa, then you got back 2 ink, then you go back into your next turn. Okay, you ink up to 7, maybe more from other ramp cards. You then still need to have enough cards to use that 7 ink, quest with Mufasa to ready the ink, and then use them again. But he still quests for a big old lot. So Mufasa does have a lot of high roll potential.
Yeah, and if it does stick around for a turn, I think a turn is all you really need.
Yeah, exactly. It can be just game winning on the spot. And Zach with just a Daisy and a Pete on the opposite side of the board. Does he have any cards in his hand? He's normally puts a dice on his hand, so I don't think he has.
Does have a Daisy Duck. It's Daisy Duck against the world. It's Lucky Dime that's going to be spent for 2. The Mufasa's going to quest. Yeah. And yeah, look at all that ink. It just gets readied up again. And this is the power of that 1 Mufasa. So all you need is the Mufasa to stick around for 1 turn, and you're often going to be winning. It's Brawl on to Daisy Duck, just for good measure. And Din still with an abundance of ink, thanks to that Mufasa readying all the ink.
Yeah, and even if there was a way to clear this board, there's a Tamatoa waiting to come down, add more items and work with that. It's going to come down right now. There you go. We've just re-readied it. And this is what I was just saying. You actually have to have the cards to take advantage of this. And in this case, Din absolutely has the cards to put on all the pressure he needs. And I do think at this point, probably the writing might be on the wall for game 1. But we'll see.
Yeah, and this is where Mufasa looks so spectacular. As it is a scoop, it is going to be Din's game number 1. As spectacular as Mufasa looked here, it's important to remember that Mufasa can also be incredibly bad. The problem with Mufasa is if you play it, you're taking cards from your inkwell and adding it to your hand, so you're losing resources, losing ink. And then if it gets bounced back to your hand by something like a Bruno, Mother Knows Best, any of these kinds of cards, it slows you down so much in a lot of matchups that it's going to cost you the game. So it's definitely a card with... It doesn't feel like it has a high skill ceiling, but if you just play it at the wrong time, it is going to cost you the game.
Yeah, there's an incredible high roll that you can get with it. But I agree with you. I think fundamentally a lot of the time it does put you back. And yeah, It's one of those cards that I've always said, hey, this is a powerful ability on a bad card. At least the way the meta is at the moment. I think I'm not a huge fan. But Din here, using it to high success. Again, just that 4 lore, working with the Lucky Dime. So, hey, maybe a few people want to pick up Mufasa and give him another go.
I think that's the key though, right? I think as soon as you play more than 1, it becomes super awkward. But if you ever are going to play one, I like the 1 of. I think I can get behind that.
Especially with T-Bo.
Yeah. Going to be going into game 2. They're doing this little webcam cutting, which basically you like. If you guys are wondering what's happening, you lay your deck out in different piles, and then your opponent says like numbers, and then you kind of split the deck in that way just to make sure everything's good. You see Dinkham Fam's hand to the left here is going to be Develop Your Brain, I think Vision, B-Prep, Tala, Hideaway, Tala, Develop, Maui. So no ramp to begin with. And Zach Bivens, in Zach Bivens' hands, nobody knows Baker. Apart from
knows. Yeah, no, Zach very much. I think this is. He's doing it purposely to keep it a mystery. He wants to keep us guessing. I respect it. Looking at holding, probably holding the Tala, the Maui, and the Develop Your Brain. Obviously, the with Ruby Sapphire, you really can't afford to ink too greedily. I learned this lesson the hard way over the course of the season. You do have to think about holding things sometimes just to be ink. You would like to see a 1-cost item in this hand. We got a Medusa, a B-Prep. Brawl's nice to find, but again, this B-Prep and Medusa, good odds that they won't survive to see the light of the game.
Yeah, so of course with Zach losing game 1, they will be going first here in game number 2. They're probably going to be looking for that Daisy Duck on turn 1. And then getting a nice wide board as quickly as possible. You really need to get up to that kind of 16 lore mark as quickly as possible. It's going to be Ursa Vanessa into the Inkwell and Cinderella on 1. Not quite Daisy Duck. Cinderella only questing for 1. Cinderella in most matchups, Baker, that turn 1 play when going first is so powerful because it's threatening to sing Storm Rage on and remove your opponent's 1-drop. But Din doesn't play any 1-drops that aren't either actions like Develop Your Brain or items like Porpsicle.
Yeah, no, definitely not the 1-drop of choice if you're against Ruby Sapphire with Steel Song, but it is better than nothing. There are no copies of Stout-Hearted in the deck, so that's not something that's ever going to be threatened.
Yeah, Zach has quested for 1. Rapunzel going to be inked, and it's going to be Mr. Smee played down for 2, which is a little bit quicker.
Okay. Yeah, it's a bit more like it. Like you were saying a moment ago, you really want to get to that because you know as the game goes on, you're going to get to that point where they're going to have 6, 7, 8, 9 ink. They're going to get access to B-Preps and Sisus. By that point, you want to be high up enough in lore that all you need is okay, play 2 characters and Pete and just hope that they don't have the big Sisu or like the one thing that they might be able to use to answer it. So yeah, anything we can do to get out as much lore as possible early game is going to be great. The Smee's going to help with that. You would have obviously loved the turn 1 Daisy, turn 2 double Daisy. That's the sort of gas I imagine you like. Stacy.
Yeah, mate. How'd you know? We did see Din on that turn 2 ramping with Sail the Azurite Sea. So they were able to draw a card and then ink an extra card. It was the Hideaway put down. Zach is now at 4 lore, inking a 3rd mystery card. Nobody knows what that is. I'm not even sure Din does, mate. They have audio where they're able to speak to each other. So it looks like it's Lawrence getting inked. And Gaston is going to be played down for 3 ink.
No one sings like Gaston, in my opinion. Because Ariel does it well, but Gaston is safer to brawl. So,
what film is Gaston from? I'm going to have to out myself here. I'm unaware.
Do you want me to tell you, or do you want to guess?
Is it from... It's from some early film, right?
Yeah, it's one of the earlier, most famous Disney films of all time.
Beauty and the Beast.
Yes.
Bravo.
In. Tell me you've seen it at some point in your life.
I have definitely seen it at some point in my life, just a very long time ago.
It's been a long while. Yeah, fair.
I did watch Big Hero 6 recently, and I enjoyed that.
I heard you say that you've been watching some... I enjoyed that as well. I hadn't seen it. Super good film. We are going to see Brawl coming down and removing that Cinderella Ballroom sensation. Obviously,
that's where that Gaston's better than Gazelle, Baker, right? Like the Brawl could hit the Gazelle there, and you'd much rather have that Singer 5 still on the board.
Yeah, I agree. Like, you want to be greedy with lore, like Gazelle, the 2 lore we love, but in a meta where like so many of the strong decks are running for Brawl, then yeah, I think the Gaston absolutely has pride of place. Of course, you still want the Ariel because the fact that she searches songs, she's still a legend of the deck. But yeah, I'm super high on this Baritone Bully. Down comes the Rapunzel, gifted with healing. Is that 1 or 2 damage that was healed off of Smee there?
It quested on turn 3, so it would have just been 1.
Damage. So drawing 1 card, but that's still cool. And we're establishing another 2 lore quester. This is something that the Brawl could get rid of Din will be able to go up. I think he's got 4 ink at the moment, so he'll go up to 5 ink on his next turn. So he could brawl this Rapunzel and then still have 2 ink to, I don't know, Saudi Azerite C, which I'm not seeing. He's got Grandma Tala, but if he's playing that, he's not brawling. And I think Din wants to slow Zach down as much as he can. So I'd be tempted by the brawl, unless he does have 5 ink and the ability to play Medusa. But then you would probably get rid of Gaston, right, to turn off the whole new world, in my opinion. But these guys are a lot better than me, so I'm here to learn as much as anything else.
Yeah, I think just Maui, like having that that card down on the board to then try and trade something out the next turn. Like the beautiful thing about Maui with its huge stats is it rushes in, but then it's still going to be a threat the next turn. Zach might have some ways of dealing with it though, like Storm Rage On or something like that could be nice. It's going to be Piglet, Pooh Pirate Captain onto the board. Zach only with 2 copies of that in the deck, I believe. Into the Inkwell is a steel card, and Daisy's going to come down for 1, as well as a whole new world being sung by Gaston.
This is huge, and not only that, Din will only be able to go to 6 ink next turn, so Be Prepared is not even an option yet. This is a huge tempo turn for Zach, and establishing Piglet and Daisy, that's gas.
Yeah, it's really, really good. And I think we're again seeing the weakness maybe of Din's lack of Fishbone Quill in this matchup, because they're only at 5 ink right now. If they had that Fishbone, they could have been inking extra cards each turn. And there is the Storm Rage on to deal with the Maui, as I talked about. Really huge turn from Mr. Bivens. Daisy, Piglet, and a Mr. Smee, just for good measure, hits the board. That is a board which quests for an obscene amount. And yeah, Din is only at 5 ink right now. No Sisu on the board, so no threat of that legendary Sisu shift. Without that Fishbone Quill, just hasn't been able to get to Be Prepared in time.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And we don't have a Medusa anymore, so everything is pretty safe here. I don't think there's any other than throwing down a Maui, and I would imagine taking out the Gaston, although I need to do the math. Daisy represents 2, 3, 4, 5 from Piglet, 6 from Gaston, 8 Rapunzel. So 10 Laura on the board. So, yeah, the Maui is a choice. Yeah, down he comes. Hero to all. It's the Rapunzel or the Gaston. I would imagine the Gaston, unless the law matter. Okay, it's going to be the Rapunzel. I'm sure Din has done the math. Decided that one law does matter. But not a lot else going on here, Spessy. A couple of search cards. But we still need to ink to even play one of them. And it could only be a develop your brain.
Yeah, there's a few questions in the chat about how the tournament was done. You submit the deck list before you knew who you were playing against. And it's open deck lists, but you submit the deck list at the start of the tournament, actually the day after the set was released. So very, very early on in the set to be having an event like this, which I absolutely love.
Yeah. Oh, I adore it. It gives us a great practice for us before European Championships coming up, mate?
Absolutely.
But as Spessy just said, it was open. Like it was open for the players. They've all been able to see each other's deck list. They knew what they were playing against when they were playing it. They aren't public at the moment, but me and Spessy will both be covering them when we're allowed.
Yeah, still 6 lore for Bivens, but that's going to change pretty quickly with Daisy and Smee questing for 2 each, Piglet for 3. And with that Gaston, if it also quests, that'll be 8 lore up to 14. Of course, Gaston might want to sing. So Daisy's going to come through and trigger, adding the T-Po into the hand of Din. But that puts Zach up to 8 lore, just 12 away now. And of course, I think it's fair to assume the rest of this board is going to quest. Certainly the Smee and the Piglet.
Yeah, for sure. And B Prep is a threat next turn. I'm not sure if Zach has a Pete to shut that down, because Sisu would not be available, I don't think. Yeah,
really good point, Baker.
So it's B Prep or nothing.
There it is.
Wipes. There is the game's referee who says, "No, Baker, you will not be singing Be Prepared during this game too."
A big questing power suddenly. The power of Pete there for all to see. And again, really just highlighting the weakness of the lack of Fishbone Quill from Din. I think if the Fishbone Quill was in Din's early hand, of course they don't play it in the deck, they could have got to 7 much sooner, got to 8 even. Like a Sisu here wouldn't do that much though, and that's also part of the deck building choice of Zach with cards like Lawrence, Pete, Smee, Gaston, all with more than 2 strength, means that this legendary Sisu isn't a big threat either. And you've got Pete protection. Okay, in this position, Din doesn't have enough ink, but in another world, Din's at 8 ink already, and the Pete stops the Be Prepared, and just the 3 strength plus on many of his characters gives him great coverage against Sisu. So even though it's a tricky matchup for Zach, we're seeing a real masterclass in how to handle it here.
Oh, absolutely. Like, Zach would have spent a lot of time. I mean, his record playing Steel Song into Ruby Sapphire and DLCs is. I'll ask him for the actual number when we do the interview. He told me recently, but it's a pretty good record. So if there is ways to do it, he knows how to find them. But yeah, this Peter's made a huge difference in taking away options. But as you say, Spessy, the way Zach has built this deck to make Sisu not a sure answer is big. But we're going to see the scoop up from Din. Zach Bivens is going to take game 2.
Wow.
We are going to the third fall.
Game
Wrestling talk. Sorry.
3. I think Din might have gone first in game 1. I feel like they won the die roll. I'm not 100% sure. With all the lag, it was a bit...
Yeah, it was a bit hard to tell.
Bit awkward,
I think he did. I think it was just turn 1 Porpsicle. I think that was the first thing we started talking about. So I believe that's true. But yeah, we're going to a game 3, which is what we always want to see, right, mate? Well, at least from an entertainment standpoint. We want to see them play it out as much Lorcana as possible.
Yeah, most certainly. I guess the question is how does Zach do this while going second? How do they do it?
Yeah, it's harder because obviously what benefited Zach there in that game was the turn 4 Whole New World, singing it with Gaston, which it's still possible, but being on the draw gives Din that many more opportunities to potentially be able to answer. Although, again, without the Fishbone Quill, it's not like you can turn 4 Medusa. Yeah, this lack of Fishbone Quill just changes the dynamic of this matchup in particular so much for so many different reasons. So, yeah, I mean, he's still... We all know that being on the draw is a disadvantage, but it could be worse. Like, if there was a Fishbone Quill, then I think this would be a lot harder for Zach. And there's the
also, I want to give a shout out to Lorcana Villain here, Baker, who's joining me. Make sure to check out his YouTube channel where he does lots of cool videos covering deck lists and the rest of it. There's also a video that you and I did together on your channel, right?
Yes. Yeah, we did a bit of a starter deck matchup, which was very cool. And I had a bit of pack rush with a very talented young man called Bradley, and I believe you had a good game with him as well.
I did. It's not been posted yet. It's due to go up very, very soon, though.
Look out for that. All right, let's see the opening hand from Din. We're, of course, keeping Porpsicle. We've got a T-Po, we've got a Sail. Look at this curve, Spessy. Turn 1 Porpsicle, turn 2 T-Po or Sail the Azurite Sea, depending on if we want to ink an uninkable or draw more cards. Turn 3 Grand Martala. That's pretty tasty. That's not a bad start.
Yeah, it could be worse, that's for sure.
Of course, it might not be that line. The way Zach plays may force Tabby to take a different line. Maybe needs to get down the turn 2 T-Po as a way to just have a body on the board to combat the opposing. I mean, again, isn't going to help much against Daisy, but along with Grand Martala on a subsequent turn, that could be the damage needed.
Just a reminder for those of you that are just joining us, Zach Bivens here. Look at that record. #1 seed in 3 different Disney Lorcana challenges. And the opponent, Dingham Fam, 2 top 8s in different continents, has qualified for both the North American and the European regionals. These are 2 of the very best Lorcana players in the world going head to head.
Yeah, Din, the first player to ever get that accomplishment. So, yeah.
I don't think anyone else has pulled it off.
I think and only. Yeah, I'm pretty sure and only. So, yeah.
Moyne was a game away.
Cemented in Lorcana history. We're going to ink that, develop your brain, play down a Porpsicle and draw a card. But yeah, Din cemented in Lorcana history. And we, as you say, Bivens' record speaks for itself, accomplished in multiple card games. And such a passionate Lorcana player and just a super, super nice guy. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of both of these. But as is Din, I've had the pleasure of meeting them both. So, yeah, this is about as close as it gets to a dream Lorcana match. But there's so many more. Zan Artabak's dream match. Candio Frank Karsten. That is very much a dream match as well. That's another match that I think is like world championship worthy. And so many of them are. Shout out to all, and yourself, Spessy. You're an accomplished player in your own right. Again, you don't get to play as many. Well, me either, but we don't get to play as many of the DLCs. Well, you've done 1 in America. I've done none. So everyone in this tournament just super, super talented. Sailor, known for Ruby Sapphire. Dale, we saw yesterday, and many, many more.
We do see what you're looking for, I think, if you're Bivens, which is a Daisy Duck on turn 1. You need that early lore. And Daisy Duck can definitely cause Din some problems. That 4 willpower. T-Po's only got 1 strength. You're going to need 4 T-Pos to take down a single Daisy Duck.
Yeah, that's a lot of challenges from a Tipo. Was that the Lucky Dime that was just secret inked by Tipo?
Yeah, I think you could be right.
I may be making that up, but nonetheless,
Daisy's
prioritizing the
quest.
Tipo.
I want to point out that Daisy's questing here from Zach before they do anything else, and it does hit Flavisham. Yes. It's just
Knowledge.
There's no reason not to. You're always going to quest with Daisy. You get a little bit of extra information in terms of what card gets drawn from your opponent. So before Zach even decides to ink, decides to quest with Daisy, and that's definitely something that I think is the optimal strategy. It's a similar sort of thing to you're supposed to draw before you make any decisions.
Yes.
If you're going to play something which is drawing your card, you should do that first, and then make the rest of your decisions afterwards.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. Knowledge is key. If that was anything that might have changed Zach's game plan, then you never know.
I think also, Baker, like, it doesn't tend to matter, but it's just good habits to get into, right? If you're when practicing not doing that kind of thing, when it really matters, you might slip up. So
It's
just getting into those kind
into
of
the
habits
habit
to do. Yeah.
For that small percentage time when it is going to matter.
That's how Bivens does it, Baker. Look at that. A piglet on turn 2.
The Pooh Pirate Captain. So much stronger than any of the other Pooh Pirate themed cards that we've... I suppose the Tigger's pretty good from set 6. But this Piglet has been doing some work throughout his time in Lorcana. Famously, Frank Carsten winning the first ever DLC in Lille with Steel Song. And these Piglets putting in a lot of work there. And yeah,
Frank Carsten will be playing later this week.
I'm very excited.
Is it against the Candio? That is such a banger.
Yeah, that's
I've seen the decks as well. It's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah. R&B as well. Very good, very strong player.
We've got Theatim
coming up. Yeah.
Theatim, who won Disney Lorcana Challenge Bochum, I believe it was.
Spicy. Have you seen his deck? Oh, guys, you have so much top quality, top-notch Lorcana to come. We're spoilt, mate. We are so spoilt. In fact, huge shout out to Pavel as well.
Absolutely.
The organizer of all this, and Pixelborn in general, and everyone behind the scenes that's doing work but doesn't necessarily get the face time. So thank you to everyone involved. Yeah,
lots of people behind the scenes. We've got judges.
Yeah,
all of that sort of stuff. So big shout out to everyone. Absolutely.
You've actually just reminded me. I'm the worst person. Pavel he messaged me while you were streaming. He asked me to do one thing, Spetty, and I've forgotten it. But you've just reminded me what it was, which is to tell the stream that each game does have its own head judge. Although I'm sure some head judge do multiple. And the head judge for this particular game is Albert, otherwise known as Snobby, who is the head judge of North America. So in 5 minutes, when this catches up, I expect to see some claps for Albert, head judge. Show your respects. He's the Pete of this game. He is the ref.
All right, it's Daisy time and Vision of the Future hitting the bottom. Zach's going to be happy to see that. They need to get a third character down on the board, or Piglet just quest for one. Possibly that Gaston is what they're going to be looking for, although it doesn't quest for much. It's Rapunzel into the ink, and it is that Gaston again. Zach's list, I think, is only on 16 songs, if I'm not mistaken.
I need to know, so I'm about to count. 4, 8, 12. Yep, you're exactly right. 4 Storm, 4 Rage, 4 Zeus, 4 Wheel.
So Gaston seemingly the preferred option here for Zach in this matchup. Ariel has that 2-3 stat line, can be brawled. Gaston is much more difficult to deal with. And Zach with only, 16 songs, that Ariel's only hitting about 70% of the time. About, 3 out of 10 times it's missing, which is pretty high. So it's really, really interesting to see the way Zach's built the deck, like not wanting to build too much into the Ariel and instead just go for the Gaston here on 3. I absolutely love the idea. Ariel's still a great card with Singer, and she's going to hit quite often, but Zach not wanting to kind of convolute too much of his deck with mediocre song cards, and Gaston is kind of enabling him to do that.
Yeah, and I think maybe like Ariel may be a little bit better later on in the game, of course, depending on how many of your songs you've already gone through, but sometimes those odds can go up. But yeah, I love the Gaston, and also just the fact that we're not seeing any shift lines here, Spessy. No, there was a time where this was Robin Hood's, where this was Queen's. Nope, none of it. Just give me
maybe
a
Simba's. Simba?
Maybe Simba. But not in this deck. Just give me a Singer 5 with a 3-3 stat line. Give me a Baritone Bully.
It's going to be
no one sings like Gaston.
Flavisham Ink to Maui coming through. So Daisy taken out by Maui. It's going to be the Piglet taken out by the Tala. Gaston, of course, is ready and waiting. And the Popsicle is also going to be banished by Din to heal up that Tala, because it did have a couple of damage on it from the Piglet, but it is now healed perhaps fearing a grab your swords clearing the Tala and the Tipo. But Zach's done a good job getting up to 7 lore early on, but this is why you can see it's a very, very tough matchup. Despite almost the dream curve with that Daisy into Piglet, the board has now been almost cleared entirely, and they're in a bit of a tricky position. But Zach's definitely doing a good job. We have seen players in the past, Baker, playing things like Sleepy's Flute specifically for this matchup.
Yeah.
And I don't think Sleepy's Flute's a great card, but it is okay for this specific matchup.
I think flutes are good against Ruby Amethyst, and I think
Din almost revealed his hand to Zach. He put it over the top of the blue. So if you guys want in the blue boxes, we can see it, but your opponent basically is unable to see what's in the blue box.
I do love that feature. Thanks to Pavel for including that. Super helpful when watching streams such as your own Speci. But yeah, this Maui putting in a lot of work controlling the board, clearing up the board. Even the Tipo, like just establishing that turn 2 body, it has put in some work. But I would be interested to ask Dinny's thoughts on the Porpsicle there, because obviously, like in an enclosed deck list, you would potentially fear the grab swords there, but Din should know that Zach isn't playing any copies, unless it could just have been a brain fart. We've all been there. So yeah, not sure what the thought was behind the Tala. Like if he wanted to go in with Gaston, that seems like pretty good for Din. And there's no rush characters or anything. Does save her from being stormed to take her out, but yeah, interesting.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's Nala played down for 1. Zach hasn't inked yet this turn. Of course, that Gaston was played on the turn 3. It's going to be Ariel inked. It's going to be Smee for 2, 1 ink spare, and Whole New World sang by the Gaston. So 1 ink still available here for Zach, possibly looking for another Daisy Duck to get some more questing power in. If you're Zach, you just need to get as much lore as quickly as you possibly can. And also, you're really hoping here that your Whole New World is kind. It just gives Din some pretty bad cards. It is the Daisy Duck for Zach as well. They find what they're looking for.
Yeah, this is when you want to extend the opponents on 5 ink, so they're not threatening Be Prepared next turn. They can threaten a Medusa, but if we can extend on this turn, try and get as much lore as we can. This is a put the gas on turn for sure. Yeah, Daisy a great pick up there.
Gaston is performing so well for Mr. Bivens right now.
Yeah, no, a great addition. I've always been a big fan of this Gaston. Din still with a not bad hand. There are options. We've got Tala to draw, develop to search. Sisu coming in a couple of turns. No B prep in sight yet. You'd want to think that he would like to have one of those to potentially use next turn. Not sure. We can clear up a little bit here.
Tala for 4. Now, of course, that Gaston is exerted as well, and Maui is ready and waiting. Tipo and Tamatoa are the options. It's actually going to be Tipo kept, Tamatoa put to the bottom. Possibly just wanting to have a bunch of
just
put an Inkwell and just ramp up. He wants to ink 1 Tipo, play the other Tipo this turn.
Yeah, and also again, if he's fearing another Whole New World, then emptying it, like ramp as much as we can from the hand doesn't sound bad. Although, of course, if we do, I'm assuming this Gaston is not living to see another turn, so it would have to be a hard play of Whole New World, which is never great. So probably not too much danger of that just yet.
Yeah, assuming the Gaston's removed, Zach will be able to quest for 5 next turn, getting them up to 12. So they are certainly creeping up there. They need a couple more turns of big questing power. The Maui, of course, can challenge the Gaston and still stick around on the board. This is where like a Pluto bodyguard could be a really, really interesting option, but it might just be a bit too late for Zach on a Pluto bodyguard. We'll have to see. A lot of cards in hand for Zach still after that Whole New World. I think Din has spent all the ink already.
And thankfully, like, Din does have none of them are questing for a whole lot, but there is a bit of a board there, so that at least if a B prep is in the near future, then that's also taking away a lot of Din's characters. So, yeah, I think this is still very much anyone's game. Like, Zach's got a bit of a head start, and if he can, like, ink a couple more times, get another Whole New World playoff, and just extend, get that Pete down again to turn off the B prep, then he could do it. But Din is getting out to that high ink count where he may be able to take back control. This is exactly what I wanted to see from this game. Just the highest competitive play. 2 of the most powerful decks in the game. We're questing
Yeah, Maui took out the Gaston, and it would have had 4 damage counters, so I'm not sure if a Popsicle came through or if that was just a fumble of the dice there by Dinkan, and it should be 4 damage on the Maui. It's possible a Popsicle was used to heal it first, but then the ordering seems a bit wrong. So I think the Maui's actually got 4 damage on it right now, if I'm not mistaken. Because it had 1 damage from the Daisy, and then I think 3 from Gaston. So it should be at 4, I believe. Nala comes through. This is where maybe the Nala's doing the business. It's giving you just like that extra little bit of lore against things like Grab Your Swords with a 0-4 stat line. Very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, those big bulky bodies, if you just want to assure more lore, then that's great. Of course, unfortunately, she is going to fall to the likes of Sisu. There's a Medusa being added to Din's hand from that questing at Daisy Duck, which is a pretty good hit for Din. Because if Zach wants to establish another Gaston, then this will be an answer to that, to try and slow him down and just wear him out of resources.
Yeah, so Daisy Duck adding the Medusa. Up to 9 lore now. Mr. Bivens is almost halfway there. Still has 4 ink to play with and has not yet inked for turn, I don't believe either. This is their 5th turn. But, like, Zach has had 4 turns so far and has this board, right? This is their 5th turn. And look at the board staring them down that Din has managed to assemble.
Yeah, pretty intimidating, obviously. If you're doing all your time questing, then these things can happen. You know, Zach Bivens playtests against himself, Spessy.
Oh, that's...
with real life cardboard.
I respect it a lot. I really, really do.
I have so much respect for Zach. He puts in so much prep. He wants to be the very best, like no one ever was. And I respect it. But so does Din. So let's see if Din can be the one to prove that he is worthy of that champion title. Of course, this isn't for the championship, but it could be. All the names in this tournament, they could be a world championship bracket.
Smee probably going to quest, you would assume. Mm-hmm. I guess Zach has to consider if there's ever a world he doesn't want to quest and try and develop a really wide board and then quest next turn. There we go. The Maui's been fixed there for damage.
Nice.
On the Maui. I saw when he placed the dice down, it kind of, he knocked it as he dropped it. And
yeah, probably just a fumble. I'm sure we've all been there.
But yeah, I certainly have.
Worlds where Smee would challenge and not quest. I think not with 2 Talas on the board. Like if certain board states, like if Zach had an exerted Singer that he wanted to keep safe, which getting rid of the Maui ensures its safety, maybe. But in this case, that is not the board state, and there's a couple of Talas. So I would imagine this is just going to be a quest, but I've been proved wrong before. We'll see what Zach Bivens has got in mind.
I think there's a world where Zach is deciding and trying to work out if I like that he's slowing the game down at this moment. It's going to be Storm Rage on to remove Maui.
Nice.
That's 3 ink spent on that though, which is pretty expensive, right? You're really looking to develop and quest, and you're spending 3 ink to remove a Maui. Not ideal, but you do also draw a card. It is now going to be the quest. I was wondering if there's ever a world here where Zach is just going to decide, okay, if my opponent has Be Prepared, I probably lose. Can I just develop a super wide board and then next turn quest with my Smee, my Nala, and everything else all at once? But decides that's not the approach. Definitely worth considering at that moment in time, though, right? Like, these are the kinds of things that you need to consider.
Yeah, and it wouldn't surprise me if someone like Zach did exactly as you just say and like take that approach. I've heard him saying content before that there comes a point in Lorcana where you have to decide, did you come to win? Or you can play it safe and maybe it'll work out, but did you come to win? And sometimes you have to make those tough decisions and just say, I hope you don't have it. So wouldn't surprise me if it took that approach. Probably didn't have the hand to back that up at this point, but still 5 cards in hand is pretty good. And just removing this Maui, yes, it's not a great tempo play like paying 3 for Storm. Yes, you draw the card, you get rid of the Maui. It's not great, but it's okay. It takes away some of Din's ability to completely wipe the board of these exerted characters. Of course, Tala plus Tipo takes out a Daisy. Tala plus the other Tipo can take out Nala, but then Smee would still be alive, or they can take out the Smee, but then the Smee would be taking something out in return. So at least in this instance, Zach gets to keep a character. Still not great, but it's some board tempo, hopefully.
It's going to be the Vitalosphere for 1 and the Medusa for 6.
Yeah, that's...
And the Vitalosphere is going to be popped as well. it seems. So the Smee was removed by Medusa. The Vitalisphere's been popped, giving the Medusa rush, I assume.
Yeah, so everything I just said is just negated. We now absolutely have enough bodies to wipe this board.
Yep. And you can see why that Nala's in the deck here, though, for Zach. Just 4 willpower. If it's just the card you want to quest with, 4 willpower makes it difficult. But the Vitalisphere has been incredibly good in this series so far for Din. We saw it pop off in game 1 and now game 3. It's also putting in work. So Medusa can rush in, and it's going to deal with Mr. Smee. And then it looks like Tala and Tipo will take out the Daisy, and then the Tipo and Tala will take out the Nala.
And that is a board clear and didn't even need a round of song to do it. And we have got 5 lore on board, which isn't a lot for 5 characters, but it's something if Zach can't deal with it. There's still a lot of pressure to have on the board. And Din holding a Sisu, a Develop Your Brain to find other options, a Tamatoa that we can throw down next turn. A lot needs to happen for Zach here. We're going to start off by playing the Aerial Spectacular Singer. I think that was a strength of a Raging Fire that's been found.
Yeah, so Ariel, only 16 songs in there, but hits on this occasion. Ariel only questing for 1. It is going to be the strength into the Inkwell. 3 ink still to spend. And the concern with this Ariel, it has that 2 strength, and there's a Sisu ready and waiting in Din's hand. Can Zach use this 3 ink on something like a Lawrence, which might be able to get some questing in, because they need to quest immediately, or it might be all over.
Yeah, and Zach's going to be aware of that, and that's potentially going to make him not extend here with characters. Oh, he is going to choose to do so. He is going to throw down a second Spectacular Singer. I think you have to. He's going to be aware that this plays into Big Sisu, but at this point in the game, if you just play a singular Aerial and it gets Brawled or Medusa'd, your opponent quests up to 7, that may just be 1 turn too late. So I think you absolutely just have to go for it here. And
that's what you were just talking about, his quote where you play to win. You lose to Sisu, but that's fine. You have to go for it. And Sisu does come through, cleaning both Aerials from the board. And Dingham Pham is in a dominant position here.
Absolutely, yeah. No, this has very much gone his way. Remembering Din was on the play here, and it's all gone right. I think this the game where Zach started with Ballroom Sensation Cinderella as the 1-drop as well.
It was actually Daisy on 1 for Zach. It was Daisy on 1, Piglet on 2. So Zach had the best opening they could have found, really.
Okay. There you go. It must have been game 2.
But they did go second, of course. Din was going first here.
But still a strong start, as you say, in terms of the questing characters you want to see early. But Din has played this really well. And at the moment, he's looking like in a game-winning position. As we know, Steel Song doesn't have a lot of removal. There are 4 copies of Along Came Zeus. So we could potentially get rid of this Sisu, buy another turn. Because the Sisu is the only thing really offering a lot of pressure, questing for 3. And on a total of 5 lore on the board from everything else. We have 6 ink to play with, but again, if we're playing for Zeus, then it's not great, is it, Spessy? It's not the best tempo turn.
No, so this is right about now. This is where Zach needs to try and just develop a super wide board and gain 8 lore in a single turn, which I think is possible. 6 ink, something like we've seen one of the 2 piglets from their deck, but 1 piglet would quest for 3. You get a Smee down, that's 5. Another Smee, Daisy Duck. I mean, it is still doable in theory here for Zach. It's not all over.
I think it needs to be double Daisy Piglet, something like that. Because obviously, it needs to be. Obviously, there needs to be enough low-cost characters. We're going to see the Bodyguard, Pete, come down. So we are turning off B-Prep. And down comes that good boy. Unfortunately, only representing 2 lore. But at least we're establishing a board. But
interestingly, if Zach did have that kind of hand where they could have gone super wide with Daisy Ducks, for example, I don't think Din would have been able to stop it with no removal in hand.
Not with this hand. Yeah,
there is a Tamatoa which potentially could draw them cards, but that's spending pretty much all of their ink on it. But instead, going to be able to go for the Lucky Dime and really, really turn up the heat. It's going to target the Sisu. The Sisu's going to quest, and that I don't think is quite 20, but Din is just 2 away.
Yeah, we're getting close to the right being on the wall here. Yeah, it would have to have been Tamatoa, find port, play port, find B-Prep, sing B-Prep with Sisu. That would have been the out if there was a big enough extension from Zach there. So it would have been possible, but unfortunately just the Pete and the Pluto in this instance. No Daisies, no Smees, no Piglets when we need them.
Yeah, and I think that you can see it's a really tough matchup for Amber Steel, but I think Zach did a tremendous job.
Oh, Zach is one of the GOATs as far as I'm concerned. I respect him so much, and Din as well. But yeah, Zach knew this was an uphill battle, but he knows how to pilot it and put himself in the best position to win, and he did exactly that. But in this instance, Din being an incredibly talented player and this deck just playing well into Steel Song, I think has been the story here. But such great play from both players. And it's 4 rounds of Swiss, right, Spessy? You know better than me.
What's that, sorry?
It's 4 rounds of Swiss, right? Is that
I
how
believe
it's
it's
working?
I think it's just a knockout, mate. I think it's just a knockout.
Is it just knockout? I thought it was 4 rounds of Swiss and then top 4. Okay, I'll...
I honestly could be wrong. I think it's just knockout, though. I honestly could be wrong.
We'll get confirmation. We'll find out.
I should know, shouldn't I?
I mean, you're playing, so...
Well, I'm a sub.
Look at this hand, bro. Yeah, you're a sub. Look at this hand, bro. Double wheel, no singers on the boards. Yeah, just didn't line up correctly. There was a daisy duck there, but I think, we used all of our ink to play Pete and Pluto. So...
Dingham fam takes it.
That brings us to a conclusion. 2-1 to the Ruby Sapphire player, Din.
Very, very impressive performance. I think from Zach, honestly, in particular, I'm really, really impressed with how they played, even though they were the loser. And that's not to take anything away from Din, but this is a matchup I think Din would have been expecting to win. And Zach Bivens being able to take it to that game 3, I think is really, really impressively... it was very impressive to see. I think very, very nice performance there from Zach.
Yeah, for sure. No, I know that Zach knew that it was an uphill battle, but like I say, if anyone can do it, it's Zach. This time, it didn't go that way, but a huge congratulations to Din. Again, all the respect in the world. Super accomplished player, and yeah, I'm super excited to see how he performs at both EU and NA Intercontinentals.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a bit jealous. I want to play in EU and NA Continentals.
Yeah, well, you've done a DLC now, so that's what you're ready to move up to. I just want to play a DLC. I'm coming for you, America, next year. I'm coming.
Let's do it.
I'm coming. But yeah, what a game, Spessy. What a delight to get to cut. Because again, like me and you don't get to do the NA broadcast, which, you know, they have a fantastic team. A huge shout out to Rebecca and to Brandon and to Brendan and everyone involved in the casting over there. But it'd be nice to do one day, wouldn't it?
Oh, it most certainly would. No doubt about it. And Zach Bivens also did play at a European event as well. We saw him, I think, was it in Birmingham?
No, it was Italy.
Okay. And we are joined now by Din and Zach. Welcome, gentlemen.
What's up? Hello.
How are you guys doing? Well, thanks for letting us watch your game. I'm going to start with Zach, if that's okay. Zach, seemed like a pretty tough matchup, but you got it down to game 3. Maybe we'll start with Din, because I think Zach might...
Sure. What was the question? I read the message.
Yeah, we can hear you now, Zach.
We can hear you now, mate, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, definitely a hard matchup. Won't lie, I was kind of disappointed to get paired into the only bad matchup on their team, but didn't put too much stock into that. I was just ready to play. Yeah, I felt like obviously game 2 went well, and that's kind of how that matchup goes. Like, I feel like if I win the coin flip, I'm gonna win, and if I don't, it's gonna be a struggle.
Yeah, and so Zach, your list, you've got the new Pluto card in there, and we did see it look pretty nice. I think protecting your Gaston, which also was a very high-performing card, I think. Wanted to ask you about the list with just 16 songs with Ariel, but then often in this matchup, you were going for the Gaston over Ariel anyway.
Yeah, so you have to, in like the Ruby matchups, if you can play turn 3 Gaston over Ariel, you have to do it every time because of Brawl. So like the key to that matchup is I have to sing, like basically I need to sing Wills and play Pete's. That's the keys to the matchup. So Gaston always sings Will. But Ariel gets taken out by Brawl, so yeah, that's basically why Gaston's even in the deck for the Ruby matchups.
Yeah.
And you were playing the Gaston as well in your last DLC, right? When you were playing Steel Song, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. I played it in Seattle as well, and it overperformed. Like originally I had Naveen, and Naveen is really good, but he cuts down on the amount of uninkables. Like you can't play 4 Zeus if you play Naveen, so just from a deck construction standpoint, Gaston just makes more sense right now.
Yeah, especially with the emphasis on characters with 2 strength or less. So I think that's great. If you don't mind, Spessy, I do have one question for Zach before you go off in another direction. I want to talk to you, Zach, about Piglet Poo Pirate Captain for a minute.
Yes.
Which is a card that I know that you have had mixed emotions about since its existence. And I was saying, I think just before the match started when we were looking at your decks, that I'm probably paraphrasing slightly, so maybe you can set me right and then give us your current thoughts. But I saw you tweet somewhere something on the lines of Piglet is only really good on the play. I'm not interested in playing cards that are only good on the play when I'm already favored on the play. Now, obviously, this is a new meta, so the answer could be that simple of that's what's changed your mind about it. But could you walk me through that? Was that statement I just made accurate, and what's developed about your opinion on Piglet? How was it developed?
I love that question. That's a great question. So
that's a great question. I agree.
I'm still the #1 Piglet hater in the world. I do not like the card.
Okay.
But I only play it for the Ruby Sapphire matchup. Basically on turn 2 you can't play Ursula and expect to beat Ruby Sapphire. So I'm only playing Piglet because Ravensburger said I can't play 6 Mr. Smees in my deck. So basically, I just needed a couple more copies of aggressive 2-drops, specifically for the Ruby Sapphire matchup. And still hate Piglet, but just felt like I needed them right now.
So I'm just going to have this forever mental image of you scowling every time you have to play a Piglet. I hate you. But no, that's fair. Totally understandable. But yeah, this deck looks super, super clean. And then obviously the most important question, I'm sure this is all really chat cares about, is Pluto really a good boy?
Yeah, Pluto is the best boy. Pluto is really good. 5 strength on turn 4 is just phenomenal. A lot of times it'll protect your Singer, because the way the deck's built, you can sing Will on turn 4 a lot. So it really fits in perfect on that turn 4 to protect your Will Singer.
Amazing.
And, I mean, he works perfect with Rapunzel, too. So Pluto's all about drawing some cards, protecting your guys. He's the big dog.
How's Rapunzel just got nothing but better? Sorry, Spessy.
Yeah. One final question about your list, Zach. Nala. Talk to us about Nala. That was the card that kind of caught my eye the most. I was a bit surprised to see it in there.
Yeah, another good question. So Nala sucks. I've said before, it's important not to get caught up on Nala being a terrible card, because she really is. But you can't just play 8 1-drops. It comes back to the Ruby Sapphire problem again. If you miss your turn 1, you lose. So I'm not playing the shift cards, so I wouldn't play the random Robin Hood or Queen. I wouldn't play a random 2/2 without the shift. So I need more 1-drops, and every single option sucks, and Nala sucks the least.
You ever interested in Lilo?
The 2-drops, the new one?
The 1 cost, the quest for 2.
Oh, it's uninkable, so no. Yeah. And the important thing about Nala is that you can run her, like say you attack into a Pete or anything with 3, you can Rapunzel to draw 3 cards.
Yeah.
So
that's why I didn't quest. Like,
exactly.
I feared that Rapunzel so much.
Yeah. So Nala, she's terrible, but she's the best of the terrible options.
Damn.
Okay, Zach. Well, thank you so much for joining us and letting us watch your game. It was super fun to watch and super great to see your deck. We're definitely looking forward to seeing you in North American regionals. Are you going to be making the trip to Paris for the last chance qualifiers?
No, I didn't get a ticket for it, so we're skipping that one, and we're just going to win the American one. So
nice.
I bet.
All right. Well, thanks, Zach. Zach, is there anywhere people can find you if they want to see more of your Lorcana stuff?
Yeah. So right now, I mean, Twitter is where I mainly do everything. I keep saying it, but I'm trying to get back to the YouTube stuff as well. And right now, I just changed it to, I think it's Zach Bivens Lorcana now on YouTube. So you can find me.
We'll get that
too.
linked in the chat. We're on a 10-minute delay, so we'll try and remember to plug it in 10 minutes or so. Feel free to do it yourself in 10 minutes, honestly.
I'll find it. I'll do it.
Thank you.
All right. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, of course.
Appreciate it, Jack. Thanks for your time, mate, and GG's.
So, Dean, congratulations. No Fishbone Quill.
Yeah.
That's where I want to start.
Crazy, right? No Fishbone Quill. Well, there's one guy, so a friend from Yu-Gi-Oh! His name is Adrian Gonzalez, I think. And he talked about me about no Quill. For what UC was it? I don't remember. Maybe CL. No, maybe Vegas. But I was like, are you crazy? And after playing like 2 DLCs, I was like, yo, I ink that card every single time I see it. There are sometimes I will play it out when you play like turn 1 Popsicle, 2 Ramp, turn 3 High Rim. Afterwards, you can do like Quill Brawl. But the meta is so fast right now, I barely do it. And like I barely play High Rim on 3 right now. Like most time I play Tala or like Brawl plus Sail or something like that. So I was like, I just cut it out and rely more on how far I go. So mainly I also, you can see my item count, right? It's literally 6 items for High Rims. And so High Rim barely triggers a second time, only if you high roll. But I don't really care about that because after High Rim was used once, I use how far I go on High Rim. So that was my logic behind it. That's why I play 4 instead of 2, what most people play. So I was like, yeah, I can save space in my deck by cutting the Quill and using the how far go basically to ramp and use my High Rim body to sing. Like I thought about that, and it kind of works out. The only thing that I miss is I cannot triple ramp into Be Prepared consistently right now. So I don't have Be Prepared on turn 4, which, like for example in Birmingham, I beat my top 64 opponent by using Be Prep on turn 4 because I played 1 jump. So I went T-Po, sing 1 jump, turn 3 hard cast how far I go, and then turn 4 you go Be Prep. But now I cannot do it. So that's a sacrifice, but the deck is quite consistent like this. Of course, High Rim sometimes sucks. And I did everything to fit in the Develop Your Brains because I'm such a fan for this card. Mainly because, so I was a fan before, but now what you can do a lot is I kept it in my hand when you saw my mulligan, right? I kept my hand because first I can dig for one of the 8 2-cost ramps. And if I have Sail on top of that, I can like fix my next turn a bit, like I can go Sail, ink something, play Brain, and now I can go like 3 cards deep, counting the top deck, of course. So instead of only 1 card, so I can adjust my game plan accordingly to whatever my opponent's playing. So I like that combo. Of course, I can't even fit Sharkmao in, but I literally took my set 5 list and put 4 sets in, so I had no.
Was it 1 jump that got removed for Sail?
Yeah, exactly. This is like my deck that I used to win the Utrecht tournament. Mufasa is a fun inclusion. It's my
Mufasa, yeah.
Yeah, it's my dick a little deeper, basically. You saw I don't play.
Well, I'm glad you bring it up because I was waiting for the right time to say to you, Din, there is a card missing from this list. I'm asking about what is that card? Where is the dig a little deeper? These signature trademarks are important, my friend. Where is it?
I know. It took me a long time to cut it. But I finally did because I'm using the bodies to sing and trade all the time right now, so I barely have time to sing it. So I was like, yeah, I will just put Mufasa as a fun card in, literally for fun. It's my 61st card.
Fair.
And
I was going to say 61 cards as well.
I didn't know that.
Actually, it works out.
Podcana are furious somewhere.
That's so true. But actually, it worked out in slower matchups where you like, or not, where matchups that are a bit faster but not like aggressive fast. Let's say like green purple or something like that. You can just ramp hard into it and slam it down, and raise back basically. So it gives you a chance. Or like in Utrecht, I got Holy Word 3 times, and all of my Tomatoes got hit. So I only had Mufasa and Lucky Diamond, like 5 deck cards left in my deck. Or like I kind of forgot that I still had Mufasa in. So I drew into him. I'm like, holy shit! And then I went Mufasa, Dime, and I won with that. So it was fine, but I wouldn't play it like in set 6. Set 6 is way too fast for him. And he's
saying that like you got to show off Mufasa like doing the big dream, the thing that everyone thinks about, like look at the potential when you look at this card, which I think realistically more often than not isn't happening with it being so slow and being fast, but a fun card to play with. But obviously we don't want you to give away too many of your secrets, but are there any set 6 cards that you're interested in trying out for this deck?
Shark Maui, but not Shark that Maui. I don't want to commit into it because I think it's too slow. But like 1 off, 2 off, like you can fit in. Like you can even kick Mufasa out of this. Put 1 Sharkmo in. That's good.
Yeah.
Because he's like a mini threat. Most time he doesn't do anything, but in this deck he does something because I play like a ton of actions, right? I play Vitality, and that's why it could fit in here, but I didn't even own it. I didn't want to prox it. I only got the sale, so I went with that.
I assume the lack of Quill, you were talking about how you no longer have the ability to do B prep on 4. I assume that's why you're off Scar, because I know Scar's a card that you've enjoyed throughout DLCs, but I assume that's just with the lack of Fishbone, it takes away from
It's not even Fishbone. I never use Fishbone. It's the lack of 1 jump, because you cannot do Tipo 1 jump Hofago.
Sorry, I meant to say 1 jump, sorry, misspoke, yeah.
You still can do that line by having like Tipo 2 sail or 3 sail, but that's so unlikely that I was like, nah. I just rather wanna go with Sisu now, even though I don't like her that much without Ice Block. She's still fine. I literally used her as a Medusa, so even if my opponent has like 1 body there that I can kill, I slam her down and just start questing with her. Like it's just a bigger Medusa. That's it.
Dear, my last question for you is: you're playing 61 cards. What is your opinion on that whole debate? Do you think it's a big deal to play 61 cards? Do you think it's strictly better to play 60? Okay. Do you have any strong opinions?
Yes. Brandon's opinions are really strong. So the thing is, I think 61, 62, whatever, is fine as long as you're putting cards in that have an impact for certain matchups. Like, of course, you can always say or just cut something out, but all the cards that are already in my deck, for example, do something, and they must be in there, and you need to see them at the certain turn. But you can put like power. It's not about like threat density. It's about tech cards. Most of the time, people go over 60 because of tech cards, or because of some people play like they have their Shark Maui red blue build and they just put develop your brains in, like go 64 or whatever. That's still fine, because develop your brain, especially now with Sail, you can just throw it in between turns now, way more often than before. So it works quite well. You need a good reason for that, and for me it was fun. To be honest, in CL I played 62. I shouldn't have played 62. I should have played 61 or 60. Because I tracked it. What you can do is like you can put like your 60 second card in the foil instead of non-foil, whatever, and then you can track it. And I tracked my card, and I drew that card when I don't need it, and I needed the cards after that. So it actually messed me up. So
that's really very funny. Wow.
Yeah, I will actually try to play 60 for the Continentals. If I can. 61 is right now 61 is my max. I don't do experiments anymore. I try to go 60.
Nice. Yeah, really cool to see the develop your brains. This is the kind of card that when I kind of first look at it, it's like the first card in the deck almost. That when I would build a deck back in like set 1 or set 2, I'm like, this card has to be in the deck.
It makes deck building really difficult. You can see I miss a lot of cards. I wish I could play like ice blocks and so on, but and most people I know and also I coach, they at the start they all play develop your brain and then they cut it because it just takes away your spots. Like actually
it's an easy card to cut, right?
Yeah, it is an easy card to cut, but they also all underestimate the power, so I don't mind. I win the mirror match because of that.
Then is there anywhere people can find you for Lorcana content that you're doing?
Yeah, on my Twitter, it's literally my name. I got the handle.
Nice, unlike me, right?
Yeah, just follow me there. I will post at some point when I have time. Post more videos or something, and yeah. Also,
someone in the chat, please put it in the chat. Thank you.
Oh, I've just done Bivens because the chat are up to his interview. So when it gets to the interview with Din, I will do Din's.
All right, Din. Well, wishing you the very best of luck in
Paris. Yo, don't you want to ask if I want to join the LCQ in America?
Oh yeah, well, you already qualified, mate. You don't need to. I don't think you're allowed to play in it. Sorry.
No, I'm not. I'm actually not.
What's a third?
Yeah. Okay. So, Din, obviously you've qualified for the Paris regionals. You've qualified for the North American ones as well. So we're wishing you the very best of luck. Baker and I will see you in Paris, I'm sure.
Yeah, see you there, man.
And good luck in the next rounds of this tournament as well.
Yeah, thank you.
GG's, mate.
Pleasure. Bye.
Bye.
All right.
There you
Baker,
go.
what we'll do, we'll leave. We'll call again on our own call, because then I can pull your camera up.
Sure, bro. Sounds good.
So I'll call you. All right. Ba 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 ba. Got a bit of feedback from my microphone. Your Discord camera is not looking too hot, mate.
Hold on.
Yeah, no worries. Might have been something to do with me having my camera on when it's on Discord. But yeah, that is not the end of the action, guys, because there's also another game coming up. I do believe I'm going to be casting it with Rud Rose, sorry. And it's going to be Artabax versus Zan Syed. So that's going to be coming up pretty soon indeed. Hopefully very soon.
That was an awesome game. Big fan of
Yeah,
that.
it certainly was.
Trying to sort out my camera. Okay, there we go. Sorted now.
Got ya. Let me just pull you up on stream.
Oh. Huge shout out to the chat as well. Everyone that's been joining us for these games. And yeah, last night it was pretty late for us. For you, I felt for you having to, what was it, 1 in the morning or midnight exactly?
It was a slog, yeah. Oops, I just I just misclicked and I opened the bazaar. I'm so sorry. It's not ideal.
The bazaar. Oh dear.
Yeah. Oops.
You enjoyed that.
It's going to lag my computer out, I think. But yeah, that was super interesting and super fun to watch. I think, like, you see also there, honestly, Baker, in my opinion, why I love 2-game formats so much. Like, in a 2-game format, Swiss, this would have been a 1-1. Both player getting the opportunity to go first once. Whereas here, there was a die roll at the start, which didn't come one and got to go first twice. And won both times they went first.
Yeah, it's a divisive topic in the community. 2-game format, best of 3. There are perks to both, and I lean closer to where you are, where I quite like 2-game format. But I do say that as someone who has not played a DLC. Perhaps doing so would change that opinion. So I think that's important to mention. But yeah, what an absolutely incredible game. 2 of the GOATs. And how long is it until you're doing Artabax and Zan?
I think it's quite soon. That's why I'm pulling up my phone. I promise I'm not texting on the job. I'm trying to just check when the next one is.
Yeah, by all means. But yeah, I'm gonna have another quick look at these decks. I'd love to just talk about all the competitors' decks. Obviously, we're not going to do that. But yeah, super interesting. This Pluto being one of the only additions for a couple of players. What a very good dog indeed.
I completely overlooked that card, I have to say, mate. It was not on my radar at all.
I think I semi-respected it.
I do also want to say shout out to Cardmarket, who sponsored my channel.
Oh, yes.
Thanks, Cardmarket. Could be an interesting time to pull up Pluto and see how much it's going for. Pluto not one of the top sellers at the moment. Do you think that's going to change?
I think it has to. What is he? Is he an uncommon or is he a rare?
I think it might be an uncommon. Pluto Guard Dog. Currently going for 14 cents in euros. It's not much, is it?
That's not a lot at all. Yeah, it's an uncommon. I mean, thankfully. I mean, I do like that a lot of the most powerful cards in the game are uncommon, rare. That is a good thing.
Yeah, it's not going for too much at all, but it's definitely interesting to see the new set 6 cards. I think it's also important to mention that these decks were submitted a day after the deadline, so a lot of people are going to be wanting to maybe play it a little bit more safely, and not make too many changes like we saw Din saying, yeah, it's my deck from last set. I just changed one jump out and added in Sail the Azurite Sea, so definitely
there is also, again, that factor that you mentioned earlier, because we are super close to the EU Championship, so they don't want to be giving away their spice as well.
Yeah. So it looks like the next game's going to be in about 30 minutes or so. So we've got a little bit of a break between then, now and then, but not too far away. And it is going to be Zanside versus Artabax. I'm going to pull up their decks on screen here, Baker, and you can have a little bit of a chat about them. So Zanside is going to be, I'll do what I want, mate. It is open deck list, of course, so the players are going to know what's going on. So Zan Syed here, winner of DLC Vegas using Emerald Steel. He is going to be the player representing North America, who are still, by the way, looking for their first win. Now 2 games into the tournament, and it's EU who have won both so far. And Artabax representing Team EU, the green, purple master. And let us take a look at the deck lists for each player, starting off with Zan Syed. We did look at it a little bit earlier on in the stream as well. Does also have that Pluto guard dog as the singular set 6 card. Wow. Zan's like, well, I have to play at least one new thing, right?
I love that Zach was like, this is my deck. It sucks. I hate it all. But yeah, the Diablo, the Prince John, you're the best person here suited to talk about Prince John Spessy.
That's fair. I got my Prince John signed the other day.
Signed. Yeah. The art issue with Coney, right? Yeah, yes. I got one of my Prince John signed and something else I can't remember, but yeah, that was great to meet her.
Was it the new Mickey Mouse or Minnie Mouse? I think it's Mickey Mouse.
She did do the new Mickey Mouse, yeah, but I didn't have one by that point. I hadn't opened any product, and the promo isn't one of her cards. It was someone else's. Even though I did actually give her the Aladdin. I thought it was hers because the artist they invite is the promo they give us at the Disney store. So I pulled it out. I was like, "Oh, would you mind signing this as well?" And she looked at it, looked down, and was like, "I didn't make this." I was like, "Oh,
that's
sorry."
Amazing. Funnily enough, I had a similar mishap, which is that I had 3 Prince Johns and 1 German Prince John, and apparently there's a typo on the German Prince John where it has the wrong artist name. So she got a black felt tip pen and wrote over it.
Yeah, why not? Hey, I've learned that if you work for the company, you are allowed to do that. I know that. I don't know if you've played games with Tim where he's just decided to change what cards do.
I've actually got.
Grabs a Sharpie.
Got one of my binder here. I can show you. I've got a Mr. Smee, which I kept forgetting about, and he just pulled it out of its sleeve at one point. There it is, and scribbled the text off because I kept forgetting to put the damage counter on.
You want to share your screen with me in Discord because obviously the stream is lagging.
But we'll look at the other deck as well quickly, which is going to be the list of Artabax.
Well, the first thing I want to say about this, the first thing I want to say about this, Spessy, is do you know what I like about it? It gives a giant family-friendly finger to Ursula. Like Ursula 2 is getting no hits whatsoever of this deck list, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's similar actually in the list Moyen submitted, the Purple Steel deck him and I worked on and that I played yesterday. No single songs, which is definitely really interesting. But it was also one of the really interesting things from Zan's list is that there's only 3 copies of the Ursula Deceiver, which really just shows you how tight these lists are getting, that a card like that could ever be cut. Dale, that I played against yesterday, was also only on 3. So very, very interesting to see. Yeah, no copies of Friends on the other side, which is almost unthinkable when you think about it. Like Friends on the other side, when it's printed, you're like, really? It's like Pot of Greed from Yu-Gi-Oh!, which everyone knows got banned, but it proves to be not quite as strong as that.
I actually have a Pot of Greed. in reach. I had it in hand's reach.
Oh, let's go. Look at that. Out of nowhere.
It's very odd. I'm not. Yeah, it's super old. Even the cases. It's just been on. It's got dust on it. I'm not proud of it. But yeah, it's a Pot of Greed. I like Pot of Greed. Oh yeah, Whole New World. That was the other card I got. That's the other card Coney's.
Nice.
She did the original Whole New World. So that was the other one that I got signed.
Yeah, so Artabax, definitely very well known for this deck. I don't know if I would build it the same way. It's really interesting. I think this deck is one of the weirdest decks to build. There's so many different avenues you can go down. I think that's mainly because I think Amethyst probably has the highest density of very strong cards. Yes. Like you could almost build a 60 card Amethyst deck and just put in 4 other cards, right? Just pick your favorite card from any of the game. Just play 56 Amethyst cards, and then whatever card you like most, just whack that in. Like a Maui, maybe, or maybe you like the Lantern from Amber, whatever it might be. And it makes it very, very tricky to build. But there's a lot of interesting things going on with like the The Clarabelle stuff, I'm never really that convinced by Clarabelle in these decks, but I suppose without friends on the other side, it's there. It's definitely not bad. It's always in the decks recently, and I'm just never quite convinced by it.
Yeah, I mean, like, we've also got the addition of the 4 Genie, which is even more draw on top of the rabbits.
That card's so good.
Oh, it really, really is. Absolute star of Amethyst new cards for sure. I love this Genie. So yeah, the extra draw from that, and the fact that we're running the Clarabelle. I mean, I've not cut my friends, but it's kind of starting to seem like one of the more cuttable cards in Amethyst decks. And like you say, you are so sport for choice at the moment with Amethyst cards, and I think the same is relatively true for Emerald as well. Like the different ways that you could potentially build it, and that's exactly what I've wanted in this game for so long. Is like up until now, you can say I'm Ruby Sapphire, I'm Ruby Amethyst, I'm Emerald Steel. 9 times out of 10, you know they're 60 or 50 of their 60. But as more cards come out and you can build the same in combination in different ways, that obviously makes it more interesting from a player perspective, and even because it's harder to read what your opponent's going to have. So yeah, I love it. Of course, this is a natural result of more cards coming out, but yeah, just Lorcana's getting better and better, increased card pool, and new ways to play the game. So yeah, you are sport for choice, and this list looks nice. And we saw a lot of different EA Tempo decks throughout last season, right? Because some of them were the more consistent ones that are like Artabax sort of builds, high numbers of everything. But we kind of have to give, if we're being fair, we have to give flowers to Oh My Stuff for popularizing like the more toolbox variant. Personally, I was never a huge fan of that variant. I've told Earl this to his face. Me and other friends, I've told him this to his face. El, I don't like your deck, but you can't. I'm just saying, but you can't deny had some success with it, and not just himself. A lot of people in the community, people that watch his stream, finding success with that type of build. So I do wonder if, as time goes on, maybe we'll see something similar in this set. But I think this is a really nice starting point.
Yeah, Artabax is just such a good player as well, and he's so confident with this deck. Yeah. What I will say, it is probably his toughest matchup going up against Zan, and I guess this is a good time to talk about the matchup. I think the first thing that Artabax really needs to try and do in this matchup is win the coin flip. I think it's going to be a real struggle for them otherwise. But what's interesting about Zan's list is they do have those extra couple of captain hooks, and I think that's going to be pretty important. If Artabax is going first, and there is no 1-drop played by Zan, Artabax feels pretty confident that they can just run away with the game quite quickly with like a Kit Cloud Kicker on 3 onto Zan's 2-drop. Let's say Zan plays like a Morph on 2, that's their only card down on the board. Artabax goes for that Kit Cloud Kicker, and then on turn 1 they already played a Merfolk and a Banzai. They can run away with it very, very quickly. So I think those captain hooks for Zan are going to come in clutch potentially.
Yeah, I agree. And on the other side of the coin for Artabax, the Go-Go Tamago, another one of the most powerful cards introduced in set 6. On play, you can pay an extra 2 ink, and you gain lore equal to the damage on a chosen, I think it's opposing character. Zan, obviously, like, we don't have big bodies in the same way that things like Ruby Sapphire do, or even things like the Ursula Floodborn. But we do have this Pluto, only 1 copy. We have Muses, we have Beast. There are a couple of characters here with a respectable amount of willpower, which could allow Artabax to set up some nice plays. Fox into Pluto or Beast, to then follow up with a Go-Go, could be game-winning in of itself. So that's something that Zan absolutely has to respect as well.
Yeah, and the White Rose also just giving you that little bit of juice as well. Peter Pan Shadowfinder, an interesting one with Rush and Evasive. Also turns your Genie into a Rush card, which I think is really, really nice. And I think Genie Elsa is going to be a pretty big staple combo in these Amethyst decks, because I played a bit of Amethyst Steel on the set release day on Friday, and the literal first game I played of set 6, I played my Genie on 4. After my opponent played their Genie on 4, I played my Genie on 4, and then their Elsa came through and was able to take out my Genie, and then I just lost the game. So I think the Genie Elsa combo is really, really important for these Amethyst Mirror matchups, and I expect both of these to prove to be pretty staple options. I just think this deck has so many avenues it can go down, and I do think that the Go-Go Tamago is a really, really interesting one. We did see not Zan. I think Zan doesn't have a copy of it, but Dale did play 1 copy of it. But you can see it's really difficult to fit into this Emerald Steel deck. But maybe in a deck like this, Artabax has a little bit more wiggle room and a little bit more leeway to try and fit a card like that in. It can potentially occasionally answer Diablo as well, which is definitely the kind of thing this deck needs. It's not going to happen consistently, but yeah.
Just an extra thing that it can do. So yeah, that's a threat. And yeah, you mentioned the Peter Pan Shadow Finder has gotten better with the release of set 6. Obviously, up until now, you've seen it as an occasional tech to answer the Diablo, as we all know. But as you mentioned, giving Rush to the Genie the turn you put it down, if you've already got the Peter Pan established, is pretty big for taking out opposing Genies or evasives of any kind. And also complementing Ruby, meaning if you've got a Peter Pan Shadowfinder on board, you can put down that Maui Shark, and suddenly you are rushing in to get that ability online. So a card that I think a lot of people were reluctantly playing, and there's probably still a level of reluctance. It's not great, but at least there's a bit more synergy for it now that maybe we don't mind playing it as much.
Yep. It's going to be interesting to see how this deck develops over the next few weeks. Now, Baker, we're about 15 minutes away from the next round.
Juicy.
I've got another deck I want to talk to you about. It's not a tournament deck, but it's a deck I was playing on stream yesterday. I believe you were watching it. It is this new Sugar Rush Speedway deck.
I'm so excited.
It's my new favourite deck, mate. I actually love it so much.
You show me yours, I'll show you mine. Or you cheat.
Got the Sugar Rush Speedway finish line. If you guys haven't seen this card is so fun. When you move a character here from a location, you may banish this location to gain 3 lore and draw 3 cards. I think this deck might have legs. I think it's quick enough. Quick enough to beat Emerald Steel when it goes first. I don't think it's going to be Emerald Steel when you go second, but that's all right. I think this deck might be good enough.
What does? We're fine with that. Yeah, I enjoyed watching you play around with this deck the other day. You were on slightly different lists, but I'm right there with you. I think. And I know R&B is in agreement as well. He was on the Illumities podcast last night. I was talking about it. I think it's absolutely crazy, this Sugar Rush Speedway. I really, really do. The +3 lore, draw 3 is insane. And we have a decent amount of synergy to be able to get there. And the Taffeta Mutton Fudge, the lore gain that she can provide. You weren't playing the Moana engine, were you?
No, I don't even know what it does.
I'm not even convinced it's preferable, but I'm just looking at my original build because I released a build as well, and obviously the 1-drop is the 3/2 that can only challenge if you've got a captain, but the Floodborn is the on play you move as many characters as you want to a location for free, and you gain
the 5 cost from
moved.
This one.
She's 7 cost but shift 5.
Right, this one. There's quite a lot of Moanas that have some locations.
Yeah, there are.
Yeah, this one's in the starter deck, isn't it?
Yes, I'm not suggesting this is the best way to play the deck. It's probably not, but it is pretty cool. It's just an additional, because so much of the deck is just reach as opposed to questing. Obviously, you quest where you can, but yeah, no, I love the deck. What are your thoughts? Are you considering messing around with the list that you played with yesterday, or are you still happy?
Yeah, if I was playing in Paris, I would be testing this deck left, right, center, and trying to find the optimal list and see if it's good enough. I think it's so much fun. The list I played yesterday, there's definitely some things that I'm considering different. This is kind of what I would call my cookie cutter list, where it's just lots of ×4s. Currently at 20 uninkables, which is a lot. But I really love this just in time, making a bit of a comeback. We saw what was it? It was in the tournament in.
You're thinking about Talman Purple, I think.
Yeah, Talman Purple popularized this idea, but I saw someone using just in time in Amber with the new Simba at the Southside Games tournament that happened. That was cool. That got top 4 just in time into Simba. This is probably my favorite set 1 card. I played it a lot in set 1 into bodyguard goofies and stuff. But yeah, Talman Purple, I completely robbed this idea off him. I actually tested this deck before Seattle as well. I revisited this in set 5, decided it probably wasn't quite good enough and didn't spend too long on it. But you can go just in time into Jim Hawkins, and then Jim Hawkins plays the RLS Legacy and moves there for free. It is an absurdly strong combo.
Yeah.
So this particular list I have, you can go Daisy on 1, Flynn Rider on 2, Jim Hawkins RLS Legacy on 3. And I think it's very hard to lose with that kind of combo. Of course, it's not going to happen very often, but it can happen.
Are you on Gothels?
Yes. Yeah, Mother Gothel's in there with Rapunzel.
That's another line, turn 2 Gothel, turn 3 Rapunzel.
Which is a really big deal, actually, right? Against Emerald Steel, the Emerald Steel players are very often going to be able to deal with your Gothel and deny your card draw. And I think that's also where the the Sugar Rush Speedway just comes in so much. The fact that it's giving you card draw in abundance is something this color combination really relied on just Rapunzel for. And a big reason to play this color combination is how strong Rapunzel is here. But when that's your only way of getting card draw, you can be shut down by a simple Baboom on your Mother Gothel or something like this. But with this card, it's definitely not the easiest thing to set up because you need to have a card at a different location and then move there. But that's where, in particular, the Sugar Rush Speedway starting line
really helps.
Comes into it.
I think you're right. Like it's not assured, but like we have some stuff to assure. Like we have the mini to recycle the location.
I really like the mini.
If we do play it early. The fact that I can just ink and just get this back for free is insane. As you mentioned, the Jim Hawkins, the Tuk Tuk. I don't know if you're playing them, but that's another great way of moving to locations for free. And obviously the 1-cost uninkable starting line. So again, there's still pieces that you need to put together, but there are multiple pieces. Like it's absolutely achievable. And like you say, the fact that our card draw is also chasing and furthering our win condition. Sign me up for the race, mate. I'm ready.
Yeah, it's so fun. I've got I'm off to California tomorrow, and this is the main deck I plan on playing when I'm just chilling. It's so much fun. Honestly, some of the things you can pull off with this deck are absurd because Jim Hawkins has a lot on its text that kind of is easy to overlook. When you play this character, you may play a location with cost 4 or less for free. I think we all know that when you play Jim, you can play a location. But it's also, whenever you play a location, this character may move there for free. So if you play Jim Hawkins into any location of your choice, and then the next turn, or even in the same turn, because you could pay 3 for just in time into Jim. So if you've got 5 ink, you can go just in time, Jim Hawkins, play any location you want, and then with your last 2 ink, play the Sugar Rush Speedway, and Jim Hawkins can move from the location he played into this instantly, and you just instantly draw 3 and gain 3 lore. Your opponent blinks, and suddenly you've got 3 extra cards in hand and 3 lore.
And suddenly you've lapped them, and it's game over. Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, Matt. I think it's super, super strong. I love this set in general, like just the amount of new cards and new ideas it's like allowed potential to create. I want to talk about a deck that is not as good, but it's a lot of fun, especially the Genie. And I don't just mean the 4-cost uninkable, I'm talking about the Floodborn Genie. I
still haven't played it, but it looks insane.
It's so fun. It's not consistent, but it is some of the most fun that I've ever had playing Lorcana. And like, it was my first deck that I started testing through proxies, and I do a lot of tabletop simulator as well. And yeah, it's so much fun. Obviously, you lose your hand at the end of the turn if he's on board, but whenever you play a card, just draw a card. So suddenly, Porpoisicle, you play it with Blurple. Porpoisicle is draw 2. It Calls Me is a 1-cost inkable song that draws a card. You're now drawing 2. Visions, you find a card and draw another. And like there is potential to recycle your hand, especially if you play Yzma, you play with Flavishams, you get castles on there as well. It's so fun, and yeah, I'm waiting for someone to be my hero and top a major event with the Floodborn Genie. Will it be you?
Baker, did you know?
Did I know?
So here, Baker? I think I lost your sound.
I'm back.
Maybe it's my headphones. It's probably my headphones. Yeah, everyone else, it's my headphones. I found a little Easter egg with Genie Wonderful Trickster. Do you know about it?
Is it the camel?
No, it's... Hopefully my chat can't hear my phone making these weird sounds on my PC. I think it's fine. I don't think they can. So, you know there's the Stitch Little Trickster?
Yes.
I pulled the wrong binder out. I pulled the green binder. I need the purple binder.
Oh. Is this why this Genie is in the middle of the actions for like really randomly in its numbering? Is this what you're about to reveal to me?
So there's the Stitch Little Trickster.
Yeah.
Which is randomly in amber.
Yeah.
And everyone kind of knows about that one.
Yeah.
I have the green binder, so
referencing his experimentation number or specimen number. It's been a while since I've seen Lilo and Stitch. The ultimate.
I still need to watch. Well, I have watched Lilo and Stitch, but not for a very long time.
Same.
So if you guys don't know, the Stitch Little Trickster is, I organise my binders by ink colour because it's easier for my deck building for streams. But the Stitch basically belongs with the amber cards. Yeah. And it's called Stitch Little Trickster, and it's 626 card, 6 set, 26th card. However, that's not the only Trickster that's out of place in the set, because Genie Wonderful Trickster is also out of place, which I didn't know until I was organising my collection the other night. But the Genie Wonderful Trickster has found himself in between 2 action cards, which usually you have characters and then actions and then items and then locations. But the Genie Wonderful Trickster is sandwiched in between 2 actions, and they're both called Tricksters, so I don't think that's an accident. Very, very cool.
I'll be honest, I didn't put all the... I knew about the Stitch, and I knew this Genie was out of place and amongst the actions, but I hadn't connected the dots that, he's also a Trickster.
Yeah.
So that's the common denominator, so...
I messaged Tim as soon as I saw it. I was up very late organising. I was like, those Tricksters, he loves it.
I bet he does. Tim.
He loves it.
Tim, he's a great guy. Cool. I imagine that's going to upset a lot of people who are very OCD with their collection and their binders. I know it was very upsetting for people, but I like it. I like the little Easter egg. It's very cool.
I think it's
my guess when you said, did I know about the Easter egg? I was going to say, is it this camel that seems to always be under distress in the desert? And like, there's the Jafar, a keeper of secrets from set 1.
I'm curious now.
And it's the same camel.
Huh?
It's the same camel.
Oh my goodness.
Genie, Keeper of Secrets. And again, very similar, like, Keeper of Secrets is
Baker,
kind of like Genie.
Where does that come from? How have you got so much knowledge? How did you know about this camel? That's mental. Well, Baker, while I got you here, we've got a few more minutes before the next one starts.
Go on.
Disney Lorcana story. What's going on with set 6? I'm pretty into the story these days.
Are you getting into the lore?
I'm pretty into it. I'm not gonna lie. Right, first card I'm pulling up. Owl Island. What's going on here?
Right, Owl Island. Obviously, I'm not seeing the stream at the same time, so I need to get up the cards. But I have the Azerite Sea folder.
I can just give me a moment. Let me just hide my screen. I don't want to leak my Discord and then share my screen with you. Let me do that now. You don't have
to. I can just find it from the.
I got you. I got you.
Not the end of the world. I found it. Okay, so we don't.
Oh, they're ready to go, Baker. Ready to go with the next round.
All right, let's just do it then. We'll do story time another time. Lorcana is the most important thing here. Gameplay. But yeah, there are some interesting stories, and I'm glad you're getting into it, Spessy.
Yeah, I am getting into it. Baker, I'm due to be casting with Red Rose.
Yes,
we could do a triple cast if you want.
No, man, I was always going to jump out and leave you two to
cool.
do your thing, bro. But it was great to get to chat with you after the game and run it down. But yeah, thanks for having me on the channel, mate. It's a pleasure. And hopefully you'll return the favour in round 2 or for one of my my streams in future rounds. And yeah, chat, thank you so much for being awesome. All the love to the Lorcana community in the world. Thanks for putting up with my monstrous tones. And I will be watching Zan versus Artifacts along with everyone else. But enjoy the rest of your time casting, Spessy, mate, and I'll speak to you soon.
Thank you, mate. Have a lovely evening. And make sure you plug your YouTube channel in 10 minutes when the delay comes through.
Certainly will.
You abuse that chat. Plug everything you could possibly ever want. Take care, mate.
Right. Bet. See you soon.
You can't resist, can he? All right, I'm going to get in the call with Red Rose. And then I think we're good to go. I think we are ready for Artifacts. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hello, I can. How's it going?
Hey, Specky, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. How's things? Would you like to introduce yourself? We are live.
Oh, aren't we? Awesome. Hello, my name is Rudros from Rudros TCG. Been following Lorcana since it started, and I've done some other TCGs as well, like Final Fantasy and Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon way back in the day.
Awesome. Which is your favorite of all?
Oh, man. So...
Not including Lorcana, because I don't want to put you on the spot. What's your favorite TCG that's not Lorcana?
Not Lorcana. It was probably the Final Fantasy trading card game. I played those games a lot growing up, so I have a fondness for all the characters and the lore.
Let's go. I've just put your link in the description. We'll try and get that back. But we're going to be watching Artifacts versus Zan Syed. I'm very excited.
I know this is a good matchup. Do we know their deck lists? I was watching your stream a little bit. It looked like Artifacts is on green purple. Is that correct?
Yeah, green purple for Artifacts or Emerald Amethyst up against Zan Syed on Emerald Steel. So basically the decks both these players are known for most. And I just realized the stream is actually up from Pavel and the players are shuffling. So we are ready to go. Let me just make sure I've got it pulled up on screen.
Excellent.
I have got it. We're good to go. All right.
Man, I'm always rooting for green purple because it's the deck one of my close friends plays, but that discard deck is nothing to sneeze at. So
yeah, so I'm not sure who won the die roll. That's definitely going to be a big deal. I think on paper Zan has the favored matchup here. Julian Artabax told me it's probably his weakest matchup.
Yeah.
But he's definitely been practicing against it a lot. Artabax actually helped me do some practice for my matchup as well. Playing Zan's deck, so he's even had a few games playing Zan, and that's an interesting way to kind of practice, is actually just taking your opponent's deck and using it yourself to try and find all those lines. But two very, very strong players, Zan in particular with a very good record in these Disney Lorcana challenges, having won Vegas quite recently with the very deck he's playing.
Absolutely. And Steel, pretty much since set 1, has always been a pretty good counter to aggro decks. I don't know if they've ever really gotten a card to kind of help against them. I guess you could maybe argue Daisy, since she has 4 health.
Yeah.
But obviously he's not playing Amber, so Daisy isn't going to help him here.
Yeah, and one card to definitely look out for Artabax is a couple of 2-cost characters. We've got Gogo Tamago, which is a new set 6 card, 4 copies of it. It's an evasive 2/2. So can potentially answer a Diablo, but there is the concern that Storm Rage On could remove it. There's Cloud Kicker to deal with Diablo, but that's not going to be until turn 3. One really, really rare combo Artabax can pull off is a Chernobog's Followers on turn 1, followed by the new Gazelle card on turn 2, which gives a character of yours evasive until the end of your turn. So you could go Chernobog's Followers, give it evasive with Gazelle, and then take out a Diablo. But again, all of that's going to be easier said than done when Storm Rage On is a thing. And Zan's Mulligan has the 1-cost Diablo, has Storm Rage On. I'm trying to peek what else that is in there. And has the Diablo already. Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me?
Oh,
Zan's got everything he could possibly ever wish for.
Yeah, you can't ask for much of a better start from him. I know it's not pretty common in the Emerald Amethyst decks. Do you think those decks would ever benefit from running something like the Hidden Cove so they could make their characters a little more resistant to removal?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I think probably for Artabax, he has to accept that he just needs to build his deck quite quickly. And on turn 1, I think Cove is a great card though, so it's interesting. I think Diablo makes Cove even more strong.
Yeah.
But like for example, in my game yesterday, my opponent had a Hidden Cove on the board the whole game. Diablo Shift was never in there, but it just completely destroyed me. So it probably is a card that's a bit underestimated in other lists. So both players are cutting the deck. Obviously, with players being in different continents, it's not possible to reach across and cut it for your opponent. So just putting dice on there to make sure that there's nice fair play. But both these players very well respected in the community. I don't think there's going to be any issues of any foul play. I'm always a bit worried when I see webcam games. I know there's quite a few clips from other card games of some dodgy stuff happening.
Maybe one day we'll get the technology, you'll see a hand reach across the camera and like you can shuffle virtually for them.
I've seen some people with like taping cards under their table and all sorts. It's looks like it's going to be Zan kicking things off with an Inking of Hypnotize. So there's a little bar that you can see. The blue bar is the area of the screen that we can see, but the players cannot. And it is that 1-cost Diablo, and Artabax is not going to be happy to see that. Zan has won the die roll, and he's found the 1-cost Diablo.
Does there anything that feels worse than before you've even done anything specky and they already know every single thing you have in your hand?
Yeah. It is. Honestly, this Diablo deck, when you're going second against it, it feels sometimes like you just can't do anything about it. The Hidden Cove on turn 2 into shifting Diablo into singing Storm Rage On is the ultimate opener. And it's probably an opener which Julian is just hoping and praying that Zan doesn't have. As kind of an example, I played against this deck in Seattle when I went second, and I had Fire the Cannons in hand for the 1-cost Diablo, but it just felt too slow. I just had to accept that if my opponent has that shift line, I probably lose. And it'll be interesting to see if Artabax kind of makes the same assumption. 1-cost Diablo of Artabax for his own, though. Definitely not the worst card to be playing onto this board, as when it's banished, it draws.
I think that's a really good play here, because now, even if he does go into the Shift Diablo Storm Rage On, which he likely will, Artabax at least is getting something out of this. He'll get that card back. Zan Zayed's Diablo will not benefit from that since it's on his turn that it's getting banished. And it's much better than something like a Chernabog or a Broom, which wouldn't have gotten any value and just died. So I think if this Diablo dies, that's one reason I'm really high on this new purple version is, hey, you don't feel so bad because you just get another card right in hand.
Agreed. It's a card I'm a big fan of as well. And interesting to see it. Of course, it does have the option of playing a Diablo of your own, perhaps Artifacts with this new 1-cost Diablo.
Yeah.
There's actually already a Amethyst 1-cost Diablo that's kind of forgotten about. It is the weakest of the bunch, but you could in theory have a Diablo deck in Amethyst Emerald with 12 1-drop Diablos and 4 morphs just for good measure as well.
Now, one thing about Zan's hand, he has a lot of uninkables right now. He drew into looks like another Diablo. So now, obviously, Diablo's going to help him get some card draw back, but man, he doesn't have a lot of choices for inking currently.
Yep, certainly doesn't. But you might not be able to ink a Storm Rage on, but you could discard it. But it looks like Zan's considering actually discarding the Strength of Raging Fire instead, which is a bit surprising considering it is one of the very few inkable cards, but really valuing that Storm Rage on as it is a card which draws, whereas Strength of Raging Fire is just kind of hits the board, has an impact, but it doesn't replace itself. But this Storm Rage on, what a card it is. Takes out the Diablo, but yeah, as you say, Artifacts, it could be worse. They get to draw from it. But now Zan hasn't even spent any ink this turn. They've shifted into Diablo, they've sung Storm, and they still have 2 ink to spare. They don't have anything to spend it on, but it's still a great turn, and that is the power of the Diablo shift.
It's so strong. And great sequencing from Zan, using the Storm first to get the card draw, so that way he knows his inking options, and he actually draws into what he wants to ink, which is the Beast Tragic Hero.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, so you're already facing the big Diablo line. What do you do as Artifacts? Like, how do you fight this? Do you just try to take your time and build up, or I don't know if he even has a 2-drop in hand currently. I guess he could put out the Tamago. You could risk trying to go in and get it.
Yep, I think the Tamago is the likely option for Artifacts, and this is the problem with these kind of evasive answers. They seem like they're good at answers to Diablo, something like a Tamago with a 2/2 stat line and evasive. But if Zan has another song in hand that can be sung with this Diablo, it's going to be taken out in a pinch before the Tamago is able to deal with Diablo. And I think this is where Diablo is just so strong when combined with Steel. It is the Storm Rage on and the Strength combo, and we're seeing it again. Artifacts, I think, has the kit in hand, but by now the damage is perhaps already done. Turn 3 might just be too late.
That's huge, and it doesn't even permanently get rid of it. You know, Zan can just play it again. He could play a second one right now this turn. Oh man, Zan just, I don't know if he could have asked for a better opening.
Yeah. I think we saw him like have the 4 cards of Dreams. I think the Hidden Cove is the only thing missing on that turn 2. Hidden Cove on 2 would have just, you spend 1 ink on the Cove, 1 ink to move Diablo in, and that would have been the perfect opening. But speaking of perfect openings, Artifacts, he's getting ready with his Cloud Kicker to deal with Diablo and stall it out. Well, guess what? There's another Diablo down on the board, and Artifacts draws. But of course, that means Zan is also going to draw. And I want to point out the signed Diablos, I assume by the artist. Very, very nice there for Zan to have those signed Diablos.
Very beautiful. Is there a line where Artifacts, instead of even using the kit, because he can only knock out 1 anyway, where he just goes in on something like the new White Rose card, which I think he has in hand, and just says, okay, you know what? I'm just going to try to play my own game because there's just not much point in trying to slow you down. Or do you think it's right to use the kit here?
Yeah, I think unfortunately he's just like you have to answer these Diablos, even though it feels very, very slow to do so. The White Rose at this stage is just not going to help him enough. Zan's really, really getting a big advantage in terms of cards. And so at least slowing down that Diablo for now is giving Artifacts a bit of a foothold in this game. But Zan, with so many cards in hand already, thanks to those Diablo shifts, he has 3 of these cards in the discard already. Storm Rage on, which was sung twice by Diablo, and then that Strength, which was discarded to shift it. So much control and so much card draw.
Yeah, he's building up an insane advantage. I guess the only benefit for Artifacts right now is Zan isn't putting on any lore pressure, but if you face this deck at all, you know that that's not going to be a problem as it gets to the later points of the game.
Yeah, so Zan at 3 ink currently, can ink to go to 4. It looks like the main options are the Muses, Prince John, or another Diablo.
Sorry, I saw it said 1 ink still, but I was like, wait, that can't be right. I can see his ink up there.
Yeah.
He just didn't.
I think Zan's not using the software super often, but he is still at 3.
Well, you can replay a Diablo here. Just keep on that continued pressure. I guess you could put out muses here as well. I don't know if you're probably not overly worried about a kit at the moment.
Okay, I will say, while it looks like Zan is winning this game from here, Artabax is winning one battle, and that is the battle of the playmats.
Hey, there you go.
That is some playmat.
Yeah, it looks like just a natural photograph of a bear.
The Diablo is back. So Kit bounced it back, but it has returned. And of course, Artabax draws, but so does Zan Syed. When I was playing against Dale yesterday, who was also playing Emerald Steel in this tournament, I was really, really hoping he would forget one of those Diablo triggers. But sure enough, he did not. I think at this level, it's not going to happen.
They are optionals, and you're not required to remind your opponent. But yeah, I don't think a player like Zan is going to just, oops, I forgot that my best card triggered. He has the Cove in hand too, so he can potentially insulate them against like an Elsa on Artabax's next turn.
Yeah, also Artabax with that new 4-cost Genie in their deck, which does have 2 strength, and evasive, so that's going to protect those Diablos very nicely. Artabax can deal with locations quite well with Crab and Fox.
Yeah.
But it's cards which cost quite a lot, whereas the Cove just costs 1 to play.
Since he can't hit the Diablo with the Fox, looking at Artabax's hand, I see a baby Diablo as well as a Bonsai. I wonder if you just go in on that, try to go wide, make your opponent, have to answer as many threats as possible.
It's going to be a quest for 1 for Artabax, tying things up 1 lore apiece. In comes the Fox, bouncing that Kit, looking to replay that the following turn, perhaps to deal with Diablo. Can ink and perhaps play a 1-cost Diablo. It's going to be the Crab into the Inkwell, and it is going to be the 1-cost Diablo on the board. Of course, the Fox can rush, but those pesky Diablo legendary cards are evasive and therefore can only be challenged by other evasive characters.
And normally the Fox is a power play this early in the game, but not when it has nothing to chew on. That bird is flying high and out of reach.
Yeah, and if you look at the Fox and the Diablo to the left, it's almost like the Fox is chasing the Diablo as well, which is quite fitting.
I guess one other good thing for Artabax right now is, even though Zan is building up an insane advantage in his own hand, he has not made Artabax discard any cards, so he's at least getting to keep his own cards in hand, and he's not just having to play off the top.
Yeah, the big concern is, like, these Diablos, they draw you Zan so many cards, and a lot of those cards are going to say discard. So Zan is just able to continue drawing into the answers that they need at the right time. They can draw into more removal. Like that early card draw for Diablo is just so good, and Artabax, rather than playing like threats of his own, has just had to continue to try and answer his opponent's Diablos quite inefficiently with that Kit, and then the Mim to bounce it back. It is going to be the Muses for 4, and the Hidden Cove does now come down for 1. Don't think there's any ink spare then to move anything in, but the Diablo is going to sing a song just for good measure, dealing with the Fox, and the Muses could trigger bouncing that Diablo back.
Yeah.
And it does, in fact, do just that.
So the one saving grace for Artabax is neither of the Diablos are at the Cove, so he can play the Elsa this turn and take one out. But my goodness, Zan is just putting on a clinic right now. Oh, we see that new Pluto card in his hand too. That card looks incredibly strong.
Yeah, so Zan has 1 new set 6 card in his deck, which is a single copy of the Pluto here, the bodyguard, the good boy. So he's found a set 6 card.
Man, could you imagine that Pluto at the Cove? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, the deck lists were submitted just 1 day after the set was released. So perhaps Zan not having much time to experiment, or just maybe not that interested in any of the new options. This Emerald Steel list is definitely very tight.
Yeah, it is. It's so efficient already. Specky, can you imagine if he gets that Pluto at the Cove and it's a 6/6 for 4?
Oh, wow. Imagine if you get it to the point where it's like a 6/7 where Maui can charge into it and just bounce back off it, and Pluto lives to fight another day.
That's a vicious dog bite. We will see the Elsa come down for Artabax, so he is at least finally going to answer one of these pesky birds.
Yeah. Of course, Elsa has Rush and Evasive. It's also able to exert an opposing character when it enters play, but that Muses does have Ward, so cannot be targeted, which is why it stays readied.
Elsa, a great new addition to most of the purple decks from last set. Absolutely love that card.
Yeah. So many signed cards from Zan. This is obscene. I've never seen so many signed cards in my life. I thought I had quite a lot, but it looks like he's trying to go through his collection. I've actually got 4 signed Prince Johns that maybe you'll be interested in.
Some players go for the full foil deck. Zan's going for the full sign deck.
Yeah. So they're also with a 2-5 stat line, still standing nice and strong, but that Hidden Cove could be an issue for the Elsa, because of course if those Diablos move in, or that Diablo moves in, it's going to be at 3 strength, and Zan, thanks to all that card draw from the Diablos, is just able to consistently ink each turn while having an abundance of resources left. But you're getting to that point where Artabax is running out, and look at that, it's Pluto. Now, evasive cards work in a pretty weird way with Bodyguard.
Yeah. That's a great point. They still have to, it says Bodyguard says this character must be challenged if able. Well, you can't challenge the evasives anyway, so.
It is going to be the Diablo actually challenging Elsa. Look at that. The power of the Hidden Cove turns this Diablo into a 3/3 bird of, I don't even know what, of my worst nightmare.
Of doom, yeah.
Yeah. And it takes out the Elsa. So now if the Hidden Cove is removed, the Diablo will also be removed. And I think that this game is an example of why there are beginning to be some pretty big calls from prominent members of the Disney Lorcana community calling for a potential ban or nerf on Diablo. It's these kinds of games, which if you're Artabax, this is not fun to play against.
Oh, not at all. And really, the only decks that can really get you out of a situation like this is Ruby or Steel, something with big board-wide removal. Like, what combination of cards can he play in Emerald and Amethyst to like counter this? We can see he can bring in the Fox. He could attack the Pluto, but it would be suicide. The Fox would just banish itself. He can at least put 4 on the Cove.
Yeah, starting to tap away at that Cove. Of course, if it is removed, then the Diablo will be as well. Still does have some ink spare, and it's going to be a 1-cost Diablo into the ink, and Banzai comes down for Artabax, who just has 2 cards left in hand now. Zan is only at 3 lore, so not really doing too much questing. Are they only at 3 lore? Maybe they forget to update it. I think they're at 3 lore.
Yeah, I think the quest was that first time this past turn with the... Because Muses quested, Diablo challenged, and then maybe a previous one quested once or twice.
It's going to be Ursula Deceiver, the card drawn for Zan, who's got about 6 or 7 cards in hand right now.
Holy moly.
6 ink currently to play with, but of course can go up to 7 this turn. The Banzai and the Fox are both safe from this Muses, with that 3 strength and 4 strength respectively. And the Muse is only able to bounce cards back with 2 strength or less.
And Specky, the Pluto really showed its weight in gold last turn. Since it was out, he could, as normally he would have been able to challenge the Muses with the Fox because Muses was not at the Cove. But Pluto, as we mentioned earlier, was a 6/6 body sitting there.
That's insane. Yeah, I spoke to it with Baker as well. This Pluto card, definitely one that went under my radar. We saw Zach Bivens running 4 copies of it. Dale, who I played against yesterday on Emerald Steel, had 2 copies of it. So Zan definitely, the fact that this is 1 card that he plays from set 6 just shows you how much he rates it. There's a lot of good options, things like Go-Go Tamago, which Dale was playing, but Zan just wanting the good boy and nothing else new. But has definitely switched up his list a bit with a couple of copies of Captain Hook in there, less morphs than we've seen before. He's cut the Tinkerbells. So it's definitely not the same exact list we've seen from Zan play at past Disney Lorcana Challenge events. It is going to be, we don't talk about Bruno, 5 ink spent on that. And I think Zan's just able to do that with how dominant the board is. So it's going to bounce the Banzai back and a card is going to be discarded at random from the hand. So of course the Banzai's in hand and the 2 other cards which Artabax had. So they're going to roll for it to make sure it's randomized. It's a 3, probably the middle card then. And it's going to be the Cloud Kicker, which I think Artabax was hoping to hold on to and maybe deal with a Diablo down the line. And Pluto's now going to take out the Fox. So it's now just a 1/5 Bodyguard, which honestly isn't that bad anyway.
A 2/6, actually, at the Cove.
Oh, yeah. Very true.
Isn't that crazy? At the Cove, it still has 2 strength, even when it's damaged. The Muses would technically trigger 2 as a song, but of course Fox is too large to bounce anyway. And just I hate to ever call a match early before it's over, but I don't know.
I honestly called this one. I think I called it after turn. I saw the hand of Zan. I think I called it. If I'm honest.
You're like, all right, yeah, it's good on turn 1.
I think it's only the Diablo decks which really that ever happens as well. I think I don't think there's any other decks in the game that have that sort of what some might refer to as an Exodia combo, where you just draw all the things. And I know I've heard people from Team North America describe it as exactly that. You've got your kind of Diablo 1, your Diablo 3, your Storm Rage on, and your Cove. And Zan didn't have the exact perfect setup, missing that Cove. But it's a big weakness of Artabax's color combination.
Yeah.
That's a big reason as well. My list that I was playing, or I was subbing in for Moyen, Amethyst with Steel. Main reason is those fire the cannons, just to give you a little bit of better coverage.
And Zan, he's a world-class player, so he knows going against Emerald Amethyst, there is nothing in that deck that he actually has to have the Cove that early. There's nothing that can threaten that Diablo that early.
Yeah, and it is open deck lists as well, so each player knows exactly the card count that they're playing against. Most likely they have their opponent's deck on the monitor in front of them, and they're just making sure that there's nothing that they're forgetting about. They've had the deck list for a few days as well, so they've even had the opportunity to test against perhaps themselves or test against friends playing their opponent's deck list. That's exactly what I did with Artabax. I played against Dale's list, which Artabax played, and I would imagine that both these players have been doing that. Zan's going to go for another We Don't Talk About Bruno. 5 ink spent on that, and usually that would just be so expensive. You want to sing this kind of card, but when you've got board control like this and you've got so many cards available in hand, you can just afford to make these kinds of plays, and it's going to be the Genie which gets discarded as well for Artabax. Still has that Banzai in hand and was probably hoping to get that Genie down very, very quickly.
My goodness. The Pluto sang the Storm Rage on to take out the other Banzai. Like, oh, Artabax, I feel for you, sir.
And slowly but surely Zan has begun to start questing now at 7 lore on the board. It's going to be the 2-cost Ursula for Artabax. It is going to be able to discard a Strength of a Raging Fire, but it's not going to be able to discard the other 4 character cards in Zan's hand.
Artabax gets a nice preview into, okay, how badly am I in trouble here?
There is, of course, a new Emerald card which costs 7, which discards the whole hand of your opponent, but I'm not even sure that would save Artabax at this stage, with that Diablo still continuing to draw each turn. It's going to be a ready and draw. No cards in hand now for Artabax, with an Ursula and a Banzai on the board. Just at 1 single lore. Artabax has been spending the whole game trying to slow down the Diablo draw engine, but just hasn't been able to get any questing in and just wasn't able to stop the Diablo draw engine quick enough. They dealt with one, and another one came right back at them.
And since Zan had the second Diablo, if you think about it, there has been a Diablo on this board since the first turn. And so Zan essentially has drawn 2 cards every turn, sometimes more. Oh my goodness.
And it's going to be the Beast. Speaking of drawing cards, of course, the Beast, Tragic Hero. At the start of Zan's turn, it's going to be drawing them an extra card. If it's damaged, it's going to have 7 strength. Hypnotize will be inked for Zan, and it's going to be the Ursula to come down as well.
I think Artabax needs the Be Prepared off the top, which will be very difficult to not playing red.
And only has 6 ink.
Yes.
But the Hidden Cove is now taken out, which means Diablo is finally gone. Diablo has left the building, everybody. And now Artabax, unfortunately, it's a little bit too late. As much as great as it's going to feel to finally deal with that Diablo, it's about 5 or 6 turns too late. And the kind of the death almost that you have against this Emerald Steel deck is a slow one.
Yeah.
Not much questing power for Zan, but just each turn ticking away at that lore mark.
He does have his own Diablo in hand, or no, he's just going to ink it. I thought maybe he might go for potentially extra card draw. Yeah, 1 lore on turn 10 or so is not where you want to be as the Emerald Amethyst player.
No, definitely not. Zan readying all of their ink, and there's a lot of ink to ready, so it's taken them quite a long time to do that. Nice problem to have.
Yeah, right? Oh, I've just got too much ink. I've got too many cards.
Ursula is going to be exerting. Is it going to be singing? Is it going to be questing? It looks like it's a challenge, in fact, onto the Ursula on Ursula. And the Muse is just going to polish off Banzai. Zan just making sure that Artabax has no fun at all and clears everything from the board. Artabax, no cards on board, no cards in hand, but at least they have one law.
Finally, the Prince John comes out. Yeah, Zan didn't really even do a discard plan this game, and it just shows you the power of this deck, that it's not just a one-trick pony where it only wins by making you discard. It can win through sheer card advantage, it can win through removal, and that's going to wrap it up.
Yeah, that is going to be game number 1 going to Zan Syed, who did win the die roll on this one. So what's the player going first? So Julian Artabax now going to have an opportunity to be going first themselves, and it's definitely a much better matchup for Artabax when they go first. Going to be interesting to see a key thing, really. If Zan misses that turn 1, Artabax is definitely going to be able to run away with it quite quickly with the Cloud Kicker on turn 3 to bounce back Zan's turn 2.
Yes.
That's the kind of play that Artabax is really looking for.
Yeah, Artabax has fingers crossed at the moment, just hoping do not get that crazy Exodia Diablo opening. Because if Zan has to play Diablo out on turn 3, where it just has to sit there a turn, like you said, with the kit, with the Elsa, like it's so much more exposed at that point.
Look at this shuffling from Zan. What is going on there, mate? He needs to teach me how to do that. That is very impressive. There's some riffle shuffling going on as well. Had the pleasure of meeting Zan recently, and really, really nice guy. Really interesting conversation at dinner was between him and Moyen, just talking all kinds of Lorcana. They'd both just been knocked out of the tournament, and then they just decided to play a game against each other as well. It was really cool to see.
I wish I could have been there for that conversation. I love watching all the different players because everyone has their own unique style, how they shuffle, how they even put their cards down on the table. I find it very fascinating.
My style is messy. I'm not a very good shuffler. I'm getting there, but I've got to practice a bit more. One day I'll look flashy shuffling, I think.
Yeah, mine is a lot stiffer than I would prefer. Some people can, like, when they do that weave, that rifle shuffle, it's just so smooth. It's like every individual card slides against each other.
Right, looking at Artabax's hand, doesn't seem like there's a 1-drop in there to begin with. This is pre-mulligan. Does have a turn 3 kick Cloud Kicker, which is what they're looking for, though, and does also have a Banzai.
Yeah, if he can find a Merfolk, he will be in business.
Yeah, Merfolk would be a great option for Artabax for that double questing power. Also, the Ursula Deceiver, definitely a card you're happy to see on the other side. I saw Zan. There's 3 Sudden Chills.
Yeah.
Does have that 1-cost Diablo. Does have the Storm Rage on. What's going to be really interesting for Zan is to see how aggressively they mulligan. You'd expect them to keep the 1-drop Diablo.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people would also keep the Storm Rage on. I would actually expect Zan to mulligan 6 cards here.
Yeah.
Would be my prediction. I'm far from an expert on this Emerald Steel deck, but he needs to probably find it. Probably the biggest decision for him is if he keeps the Storm Rage on. I would wager he might just get rid of it and try and find things like the Cove, things like the Legendary Diablo, and there's still a good chance you find another Storm Rage on. So it's going to be interesting to see Zan's mulligan, I think.
Especially since Zan is up 1 game, he can be a little more quote-unquote risky, because, okay, if I lose this next one, I still get one more chance, whereas Artabax really needs a really good opening right now.
Yeah, and it was 6 cards mulligan by Zan, and look at that, rewarded, because the very last card that he drew into was the Diablo, and of course, after the mulligan, you shuffle the deck, so that Diablo would not have been drawn by Zan if he kept that Storm Rage on. That is really interesting to see. Well, one thing I love about these webcam games is you really get a bit closer insight to the mulligan than is often possible. Even on a main stage at a tournament, it can be really difficult to see the mulligans at times.
Yes.
So big shout out to Pavel for this amazing software.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And that's so huge. And it allows us as commentators too. We have so much more knowledge when we can see their hand, where we just have to guess, well, be prepared to be great here. And, it's that they don't even have it.
Yeah. So Artabax labeling his 3 little piles 1, 2, 3, allowing Zan to cut. Zan just going to do some more fancy shuffling. And we'll then do the same. Also important to note, what Zan did there was they just waited for Artabax to mulligan first. The player going second in Lorcana is supposed to mulligan second, and you may as well just not give your opponent any unnecessary extra information. If Artabax sees that Zan's mulliganing 6, Artabax might have been able to be a bit more safe So Zan just making sure to wait for Artabax to mulligan. Also getting a bit of information. Usually it doesn't make a difference, but it is just these small little things which at the highest level can absolutely make the difference at times. It's a good habit to get into as well.
Yeah, every little bit counts, especially when you're playing in a major tournament. Did he find the one drop? He did. It's Clarabelle, though. Not quite the lore pressure that a merfolk would provide.
Yep. Yeah, only questing for one. It was Go-Go to Margot put into the ink, which might suggest that Artabax has a better 2-drop option, which is something at least. I think we did see them keep Banzai and keep Kick Cloud Kicker, if I'm not mistaken. So Banzai a nice option on turn 2, which can quest for 2.
Yeah, and the kit is a lot better on turn 3 when you're going first. That way Zan would only get a single draw off the Diablo before it gets bounced.
Unless it's in a hidden cove.
Oh, yep, that's a good point.
Because that is going to put it out of Cloud Kicker range. It's going to be Beast that Zan will ink, a signed Beast. Of course, this blue little bar, if you guys are not aware, is a bar which the players can show us what's below the blue bar, but your opponent, basically, Zan can't see the blue bar of Artabax, and Artabax can't see the blue bar of Zan. Like, you can't see what's in it. So it gives us an opportunity to peek at the hands without revealing it. But, of course, the 1-cost Diablo's been played, so Zan can see the whole hand. And look at that, Artabax. You remember this card? Yes, Diablo. Taking the instant shift, which is really interesting that they just go for that shift immediately and don't delay it a turn. Also, worth noting that they discard the Storm Rage on instead of the Hypnotize.
Yeah.
Very interesting decisions from Zan.
Well, I think that shows the power right there of knowing your opponent's hand. He saw that Artabax had a 2-drop Ursula in hand. So if he doesn't shift it right there, the Ursula could snipe out that Storm Rage on and potentially mess up that curve.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And of course, this Diablo is drying, not able to sing this turn because it was shifted immediately on turn 1. So Zan now, with that Diablo ready and waiting, Hidden Cove would be ideal for them because, as you said, they did see the hand of Artabax on turn 1, and I believe there is that Cloud Kicker in there. So Zan's going to be hoping they find one of their 4 Hidden Coves. That's right, 4 Hidden Coves. That's a lot of Hidden Coves. Usually we see people playing 2, but as time goes on, people valuing the Hidden Cove more and more. I would wager probably a pretty good card in the mirror matchup. It's going to be Hypnotize Inked. Captain Hook played down for 1 ink. And Diablo will quest for just 1 lore as the scores there get reset from the previous game.
Captain Hook, pretty nice card to come down. Only costs 1 ink, and it can threaten to take out this Bonsai or even the Clarabelle if it wanted to.
Yeah, and Artabax was pretty upset about the Captain Hook in Zan's list when he's been testing it. He thinks that Captain Hook really does help Zan out in this matchup. Just giving him that little bit of extra board presence is definitely a big deal. But does Artabax have a way of dealing with this pesky bird? It's going to be Ursula into the ink, and for 3, it is the Kick Cloud Kicker.
Kit swooped down on his surfboard, just boom, kicked him right back to hand. That is really big. Now Zan can play it out again next turn, but he's going to have to then wait a whole additional turn before he can start getting card value off of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Big value. Worth noting that Diablo was shifted, so it's not just the legendary bird back in the hand, but also that 1-cost Diablo, which Zan played on turn 1, is also back in Zan's hand. So while Kick Cloud Kicker has given an answer for the Diablo, even they're not the most efficient in the world. Something like a Fire the Cannons would have been tremendously more efficient, of course.
Yeah, we got to get that Amethyst Fire the Cannons version one day, and then we can deal with it.
I mean, the problem is, as soon as you start printing cards like that, right, the game elsewhere becomes a bit imbalanced. So it's a tricky one.
Specky, I really like the position Artabax is in right now. If he can get another inkable card and not have to give up that else in hand, he can put down a Genie next turn, which not only draws him a card, means he has an evasive body that could potentially deal with the Diablo once it comes down.
Yeah, Genie is such a nice card. Especially when going first, I think. It's going to be Ursula Inked. 3 ink it should be. It is Pete. So no actions for Artabax. The red card has been given to Artabax for this turn. Banzai was taken out by Captain Hook. And it looks like it's back on over to Artabax, who, Genie this turn would be an option. Fortunately, does have an inkable card. The only inkable card available is Elsa. The rest is Genies and Rabbits. Does go for the Genie. That Clarabelle just wasn't ready at the start of the turn, which is why it was just ready there in case anyone's wondering. And the interesting spot here for Artabax is, do they quest with the kit and the Clarabelle? Because the Pete can trade pretty efficiently for them.
What do you think about putting the Pete out? Do you think it was just for the body size? Because, probably Artabax wasn't really going to play in action that turn. Do you just think he wants something that could potentially challenge the cards?
Yeah, so I think this is a very good question, because there was the option of going Ursula, Diablo, or Prince John.
Yeah.
I think the Ursula and Diablo, one of the ways Zan can lose this matchup is if they just give Kit Cloud Kicker too much value. Like the Ursula comes down and there's another kit. In a similar sense, like the Prince John could come down, but it's probably not doing much immediately. So I think absolutely, I think the Pete just comes down for pure stats, bit of board control, try and make some efficient trades.
Yeah, he can answer both of these characters without, he'd have to take them both out before he himself will be banished. That's pretty big.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've had a game before against Artabax a long time ago where I was playing Emerald Steel in set 3, and I think he used Kit Cloud Kicker on me about 6 times. He kept, he kept bouncing it back with snakes, and he doesn't have snakes anymore in his deck, so I don't think it would happen as much. But I've learned the hard way of playing against Artabax himself that those Kit Cloud Kickers need to be respected.
Yeah.
Pete, you would imagine, is going to challenge here with Zan being the player that went second, trailing in lore. Usually you see the player that's ahead in lore, the player that's able to quest, and the player that's trailing forced to make these challenges, and that is what happens here. Of course, Zan with 3 ink right now, but can go up to 4. Does have the potential of shifting Diablo in as well by discarding Sudden Chill. Can't imagine that's something he's too interested in doing, though.
Yeah.
Sudden Chill could be a really nice option to catch Artabax off guard and discard the last card in their hand, which is often the best card.
Ursula could be really nice here too, potentially set up for that double Sudden Chill next turn. That's what he goes for. He can drop the Prince John next turn as well, so that way he'll not only will he make his opponent discard 2, he's going to draw 2 off of it, and we'll see if Artabax sniffs it out.
Yeah, so the Ursula comes down. Diablo inked, interestingly, because it could have been played. The ink was available for if he inked something else down there. But it would have been either Beast or Sudden Chill that would have to have been inked. So deciding instead, Zan, rather than getting that 1-cost Diablo down on the board, would rather put it in the inkwell and hold on to that Sudden Chill and Beast. And it's fair to see why. We know Beast is a very, very strong card, drawing 1 card a turn potentially. And that Sudden Chill Ursula combo with Prince John can be devastating. But look what's found its way into Artabax's hand at the right moment.
Another Cloud Kicker. You could also go on the Elsa
as well, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I said Ursula. I meant Elsa, yeah. So Ursula gets bounced by Kit. It's the Kit Cloud Kicker show right now, and it's the Genie quest for 2 with Evasive as well. 2 for stat line. This might be the best card of the set, I think. I think it's so, so strong. The more I've played it, the more impressed I've been with it.
He's putting on a huge lore pressure in Emerald Amethyst, which we absolutely want. Does Artabax run the big 7-drop version of Clarabelle Cow? Is that why you think the Pete went after the Clarabelle? Okay, just potentially worried about the shift line.
Yeah, I think there's 2 of them in there for Artabax. 2 or 3. I think it's just 2. Also has like 1 copy of the legendary Ursula, the Sea Witch Queen, which can shift potentially at some stage as well.
This game is looking so much better for Artabax than the last one.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is that big difference, that Kit being able to deal with Diablo on 3.
Yes.
It's much, much better when you're going first compared with going second. And it's going to be the Beast that does come down. Pete is going to take out Kit, but also gets banished itself. But now this Beast, of course, if left undamaged, if left unchecked, is going to be drawing Zan a card every single turn. However, Artabax does have a potential way of dealing with it with this Elsa. Elsa's going to rush in, and when it rushes in, also exerts a character card of your choice.
Oh no, Artabax drew another uninkable. He can't even play the Elsa.
That is not ideal. To be fair, the Elsa isn't that amazing right now because there's not like a clean 5 damage to deal with the Beast.
Prevents the draw. It looks like he has 2 Rabbit and a Bonsai and then the Elsa.
Yeah. Do they draw into an uninkable? Because they would like to keep inking each turn. They do, and they find Ursula, but that is not necessarily a card you want to ink. So it's going to be interesting to see. Artabax here could ink the Elsa, could ink the Ursula, or could ink neither of them. 11 lore on the door. 1 lore for Zan.
The nice thing about this situation is that usually players don't want to attack with the beast because they want to keep the draw portion of it going. So it's possible Zan will not quest or challenge with the beast, but he also has a backup beast, so maybe he will.
Yeah, so beast drawing for turn. It is a must trigger. Beast always has to trigger, so if it's not like a Diablo where it's a May, it has to be a draw.
Yeah.
Interestingly. So if, for example, Zan was to forget, not that he ever would, to draw for Beast, it would be Artabax's responsibility to inform him of that, whereas that's not the case for Diablo.
Correct.
Genie, Kit, and Rabbit on the board for Artabax, combining for a total of 4 lore, which could get them to 15 lore next turn. So Zan does need to start trying to clear some of these threats. Of course, could challenge with the Beast, could challenge the Kit, as that Genie is evasive, but that's going to stop them drawing cards. But it might be a necessary play. 5 ink. Could ink to 6 and go for like a Prince John and a Diablo. It's just not getting that many stats down. Could also go for a Beast and a Diablo, perhaps.
Challenges the Kit. Yet Zan has a lot of discard right now, but he actually is lacking removal. His removal currently is just through challenging. He doesn't have any of those steel songs.
It's going to be Ursula for 3. Diablo will be inked, and it looks like it's going to be the Prince John. Diablo also an option there. Goes for the Prince John instead. So, interestingly, the Prince John does have less strength than the Diablo. So, it's definitely a bit of a greedy play for Zan here to go for the Prince John instead of the Diablo, because Diablo is just going to be better at clearing the board. But Prince John is, of course, providing that potential card draw, which might then allow them to draw into more removal. Things like Strength of a Raging Fire. And I think that's why Zan goes for the Prince John. They probably just decide that the Diablo is not good enough here anyway, even though it's maybe slightly better at clearing the board. It's not really that much better.
If Zan has a good memory too, he did see the Elsa in the opening hand of Artabax, and it has not come down yet. So he should know, if he can remember that it's still lurking somewhere, kind of just waiting to prey on a card like Diablo.
I can assure you, Zan does have a good memory. I think that's that's a really good point. I think it's one of the biggest things that separates some pretty alright players like me and some of the very best, like that kind of level of...
That's huge, especially when you see a hand. I mean, that was what, 7 turns ago now? Like, yeah, to remember that stuff, that gives you such an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, like, which cards have been inked and all that kind of thing. Of course, the discard pile is public knowledge. You can look at it at any point, but that inkwell is off limits.
Yeah,
so
I'm usually good for 1 or 2 turns, and then I start to forget what they put in there.
Yeah, I forget after 1 turn, to be honest. What did you ink? Did I ink myself this turn?
Yeah, exactly. Wait, did I even ink this turn?
We're going to see the Diablo inked for Artabax. Puts them up to 5, and it is going to be time for Elsa, which can exert the Ursula. And an interesting decision on if they challenge, because of course Artabax just wants to quest it, but they decide it's worth it. Yep. Challenging with the Elsa, which had Rush, challenging with the Rabbit to deal with the Ursula, and only missing out on 1 lore, perhaps anticipating that sudden chill with the Prince John. Of course, Storm or Strength could have been great, but it's a really good draw actually for Zan, finding that we don't talk about Bruno. And this Beast is also triggered and is now a 7 Strength Beast. Not drawing that extra card because it's damaged.
That Beast wants to feast on the Rabbit.
Yes.
Take it out. No problem. He could also sing the Bruno, and then you could potentially follow up with another Beast, or Prince John could even sing the Sudden Chill, and then you could draw a card off of it. He has a lot of choices here.
I expect Zan to go for singing the Bruno. Needs to deal with this Genie. This Genie's just questing for 2 each turn. Yeah. It's very, very difficult for them to deal with. I think it has to go. But as you mentioned, there's definitely the option of Prince John singing Sudden Chill first. And that's probably going to increase the odds for Zan that the Bruno discards the Genie. Because what Zan's not going to want to do is bounce the Genie and then it gets replayed the next turn. So by going for this Sudden Chill first, he draws, has some extra info, and it also increases the odds that the Bruno is more favorable.
Artabax gives up the Ursula to the Sudden Chill discard.
I thought Zan was about to not draw for a second.
I thought so too. Is Prince John optional or is he mandatory?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. I think so anyway. I should know. I played the card a million times. Right. Yeah, it is optional. Because in mirror matchups, there's sometimes you would decline. So Storm Ray John was drawn, and it is now going to be the Bruno, and it is going to be the Genie, or is it? It certainly will be. I think just 3 cards in hand for Artabax, so pretty good chance of getting rid of that. It's going to be another die roll. The cards will be labeled like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I know there's a genie, a rabbit, and I can't remember what the last one was.
It's going to be the...
It is the genie.
Discarded.
Oh, man.
And it's the card drawn from the Bruno as well. And look at that ordering from Zan. That sudden chill first to just increase the odds of that genie being sniped by the Bruno. And they are massively rewarded for it. Artabax, 7 lore away with cards that can quest for 2. So we'll get to 15 next turn. Of course, they play goats. They play the white rose. Double Diablo.
The birds are coming.
They certainly are. 3 cards in hand for Artabax. We saw that genie get discarded just now. Also discarded an Ursa last turn. It's Banzai, Rabbit, and...
Fox, I think. I think Fox is
I think you might be right.
Which Fox is not terrible here. You can use it. Elsa can clean up the Prince John. Then you could either bounce Rabbit with the Fox and then finish off the Beast.
Yeah, Beast with those 2 damage counters on it. Needs 3 more damage on it to remove it. Prince John also exerted. Always nice to have an opportunity to deal with it. Interestingly, the Rabbit could take out the Prince John here and allow Artabax to draw a card, sacrificing the Rabbit. But that Rabbit card draw is not going to be that good once those Diablos are exerted.
Yeah.
So, could be an idea. Could also bounce the Elsa and try and replay that down the line. But also might just want a quest. Zan is only at 1 lore. Artabax is at 13.
I think you have to take out the Prince John. When a worded character shows its backside to you, I feel like it's you got to take that opportunity.
5 ink for Artabax. Rabbit plus Banzai would be 6, so of course could ink something, either with a fox or something that's drawn when the Rabbit's played.
I like questing with Rabbit, bounce it with Fox, you'll get another card. No, he just goes for the quest. Okay. So maybe he's going to Fox the Prince John. Yep, bounces the Rabbit, draws a card.
2 ink still to play with, but could ink to go to 3. There was a Banzai in hand. Still will be.
Yeah. Prince John taken out by the Madam M Fox.
Yeah, really making use of the rush. Getting in as much questing as possible while still dealing with that warded character. I really like the play there from Artabax as then the Banzai comes in. Options still to ink for Artabax, but of course when you're playing against discard, you need to be really careful ever going down to 2 cards in hand, because there's a very good chance that they could discard both of those. Decides to hold on to all 3 of them.
Yeah.
And values the card in hand more than the card in the inkwell right now.
Zan finally did find a Storm Rage on, so he could start with that. He could snipe off the Madam M Fox. He would draw a card from it too, kind of see where that leads him. Looks like that is what he's going to do.
Yep. Diablo singing Storm Rage on.
Oh, goes for the card.
Looks like it might have been the Dock that's drawn. 1 copy of Dock in Zan's list. I believe that is what's found. It's an uninkable, probably not what he's looking for. It might have actually been a morph with some kind of 2-cost character.
Yeah, I see a morph there too. So it was either I think it was the morph. Yeah, Dock not ideal when you have a lot of cards in hand.
Yeah, especially with it being uninkable. There's a crab in Artabax's hand as well. That's just something I've clocked. Of course, the Elsa is evasive, as are these Diablos. It's going to be Beast trading for Fox. Beast with that 7 strength, remember, because it was damaged. So something like a hidden cove right now for Zan. They could move the Diablo into the cove and actually take this Elsa out while staying on the board.
I don't
really
think
shows
he
you
has
the power
it,
of the cove.
But man, that would be very strong. Looks like he's
It
going
will
to go
cost
for
you just 2 ink to do it as well.
Yeah.
Beast comes through. Artabax is 5 lore away. Zan's going to be worried about the goats and the white rose, so he's going to be wanting to remove as much as they can. But this Elsa is standing tall, standing strong, cannot be removed right now. It's Prince John and Morph in hand for Zan, but guess what? Artabax draws? Yeah, I draw 2, says Zan.
Oh, you're going to draw... friends at locals will always say, no, it's not your draw phase, it's our draw phase.
Amazing.
But you're 100% right. Artabax wants to see cards like Goat, White Rose at this point, just that instant lore that's going to close the game out, while Elsa goes ahead and knocks out one of those pesky birds.
And goes for the rabbit afterwards, which means that Zan only draws 1 card. But that did cost 1 lore for Artabax to do. The Elsa would love to have just been able to go for a quest there.
Yeah.
When you're this close, But Artabax felt it necessary to deal with that Diablo, and in comes an Ursula Deceiver. So they're going to see the hand of Zan, but they're also going to get a discard on the Bruno.
Nice. He does have that cove now.
I love how Zan is placing his cards in a position where his opponent could read them more easily in person, but for a webcam game, actually makes it more awkward.
When you're trying to be polite, but you're on webcam, so it makes it harder.
Yeah. 5 lore more needed for Artabax. 2 cards in hand, I believe.
Man, Zan, and he drew for the beast as well. He drew so many cards.
This is where things get scary. It's those Brunos. That Bruno was the big difference maker. It drew off Prince John as well. It was able to be sung by Beast.
Yeah.
Dealt with the genie. Songs are so powerful at just allowing you to claw your way back into the game.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of questing, just spend 5 ink on a Bruno. We saw in the previous game, in game 1, Zan spent 5 ink twice on We Don't Talk About Bruno. Well, in this game, he didn't spend any ink on it. He was just able to exert his beast, which I don't think had many other options anyway because of all the evasives.
I don't think he has any discard in hand other than the Bruno itself. So he can't, that Bruno, of course, it basically becomes a dragon fire if you can get them to an empty hand. But as long as they have other cards, that card can potentially be quote unquote protected.
Zan might be considering going for a Prince John here first before the Bruno because it allows them to draw and could allow them to draw some more removal.
Yeah.
But of course, by committing the Prince John, you also have less ink to play with. There's also the option of going for double Prince John and drawing twice. But that's definitely going to mean that Zan is going to not be able to develop any other kind of removal threats this turn. Does go for 1 Prince John, still 3 ink left. Will they go for the second? I think this seems like a good middle ground to me. 1 Prince John and then the Bruno.
If Zan can find any kind of removal spell, he can take out that Elsa, and then his Diablo will be very safe next turn. He could obviously always put it at the Cove, too.
Yep, he's going to pick up the rabbit. So the way this resolves is the discard of Bruno goes through first, because Bruno has to resolve first. And then once the card is discarded, the rabbit will trigger drawing a card. Because the Bruno is still active, it's in the bag. So a card gets discarded. And then once the card is discarded, Bruno is fully resolved. It goes to the discard. And then the rabbit triggers and draws Artabax a card. So it's going to be the Gazelle, the 1 copy of Gazelle in Artabax's deck which gets discarded. Will they remember to draw for the rabbit?
Well, and that's mandatory, though. I don't think rabbit is optional. So he has to draw for it, right? When it leaves play?
Maybe. I think it might be.
There, he did just draw. Okay.
Whew. Whew.
Pavel's telling him to stop briefly.
I think we're all good.
Okay. I think he caught it. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll have to reread it to be sure, but I think rabbit is worded like, you can't actually choose to not do it. It's mandatory.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Gazelle is probably the best card Artabax could have lost there. Yes, the evasion is nice, but I think he would have rather kept the higher value ones he had.
Yeah. The one thing that's nice about the Gazelle is like you can try and develop a wide board and just overload your opponent's removal because it's a cheap card, but in comes the Hidden Cove and bye-bye Elsa, and Diablo stands and remains for another day. Artabax is still at 15. They could have quested a few turns ago with Elsa to get to 16, but Zan is just clawing their way back into this. Artabax looking for the goats, looking for the white rose. Often you only have 4 goats in a deck. Well, now in set 6, in many ways you have potentially 8, with the white rose also gaining 1 lore when played. I think Artabax has 3 copies of the rose. So there's about 7 cards in the deck, potentially. I don't think we've seen any goats played, but we might well have seen some inked. As I said, not a strength of my memory of what's in the inkwell.
I don't think we have, so they should be buried somewhere in the deck. Artabax has been in such a good position this entire game, but this is where it gets really scary. Zan is absolutely setting up to make a comeback, so Artabax needs to win, and he needs to win quickly.
Yeah, of course, if the code's removed, Diablo will be as well. But at this point, Artabax probably just wanting to quest and not really do too much else. But that Diablo, every turn it's on the board, as well as that Beast, just giving Zan more removal, more answers. And I think the key was the Bruno.
Yeah.
Bruno being sung by Beast, drawing off Prince John, really was the moment that this game turned on its head. And look at that, 3 Brunos in the discard.
Artifact's doing a discard check. Yeah, he wants to know, okay, what do I still have to worry about here? You know, exactly. A shifted big purple Ursula would be amazing here. It would cut off all the songs, would get him 3 lore. It would be a big body. Like, that'd be a great card.
Absolutely true. I think there's just one copy of it in Artabax's list. Usually I've seen him play more, but obviously with a new set, got to make room somehow.
I can see
he's up to 7 ink.
He's got a rabbit, a Diablo. Does he have a Peter Pan in his list? That might be the 3rd card back there.
Yeah, he does have a Peter Pan. Okay. I think maybe one.
I think he has double rabbit, Diablo, and Peter Pan.
Yeah,
you could play rabbit, see what you draw off of it, and then Peter Pan could finish off the Diablo. It would die itself, unfortunately, but
yeah. The problem is if you go rabbit first before
then
Pan,
you draw.
Your also draws as well, right? So not a great spot. This hidden cove. The more I've played and watched, the more impressed I am by the cove. It is going to be the rabbit that comes through. Zan's going to draw a card for the Diablo, of course. Ursula, probably time to quest, mate.
Yep.
Up to 16 for Artabax. 4 away. Zan is hoping amongst hope that there's no goats, and that is not a goat. It's a 1-cost Diablo of Artabax's own.
Okay. Yeah, normally that Peter Pan would be favored into the Diablo, but the Cove just flips that on its head and says, nope, we're both going down.
Yep. Zan draws 1 card for the Beast and then 1 card for turn. Only at 2 lore right now, but that can change very, very quickly. Not playing any copies of Tinkerbell at the moment, Zan. Another card that's made way, but in comes that 2nd Prince John.
Since Artabax went for his card draw cards with the Merlin Rabbit and the Diablo, to me that tells me he's like, I want to get to the goat, I want to get to the rose, I just want to get to that instant lore.
Yeah, it's going to be Hypnotize for 3. Rabbit gets discarded, and Zan's going to draw 1 card for Hypnotize, 1 card for Prince John, and another card for the other Prince John.
Oh my goodness.
So your opponent lost a card and you got, well, you played 1 card, your opponent discarded a card, and you draw 3. So it nets you 3 cards overall for just 3 ink.
Seems pretty good for Zan.
Yeah. Doc has been found, which doesn't look too appealing, but Beast could shift onto the Morph. I think so far Zan spent 6 ink with the Prince John and the Hypnotize. So not going to be able to shift that Beast this turn, but that's something to look for next turn. Could go for like the 1-cost Diablo in the hook, or could go for the Morph.
That's the big brain play nobody expects. He inks and then just plays Doc and throws his hand away.
Right now, Artabax is going to be questing for 3, which would get them up to 19. So
any of those instant lore cards. Now it looks like Zan is still missing more of the steel removal. He has a lot of characters, but
and Zan also going to be very much worried, or perhaps even anticipating that there's a goat or white rose in Artabax's hand. So every lore at this stage matters.
Yeah. Well, and since you know that's true, and you know that Artabax doesn't have any big board presence, do you just kind of go wide here? Do you say, all right, I'll just jam out as many characters as I can and try to either race or challenge you down as best I can?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. I think at this spot for Zan, I would anticipate that they just have to do anything they can to possibly deal with this Ursula. And then if you have removal, deal with any other ready characters. And yeah, just try and develop as wide a board as possible for as much lore as possible. Probably the way to go. This Ursula's not going to stick around. What's interesting for Zan is how will they deal with it. I actually wager it could be the Diablo being sacrificed at this stage.
Yeah.
Zan maybe has enough resources. But if you sacrifice Diablo, you're not drawing into as much Storm Rage on. So maybe even the Morph could move into, for example. There's lots of interesting options for Zan, and they're taking their time on it for good reason.
I actually like that line that you have so much card draw. There's an option too where, again, to try to catch up and prevent that goat win, you just start getting the card draw, or you start getting the lore, off of the Beast and the Prince Johns.
Oh, and of course, the Cove protecting the Morph. Yeah, I really like this. Using 1 ink to move the Morph into the Cove, dealing with the Ursula that way, and then getting that 1-cost character down in the hook. This also means that the Diablo is free to quest this turn. Of course, the Morph could have quested instead. But this is just a bit more of an efficient way. Rather than getting that 1-cost Diablo down, you just keep the Diablo on the board.
And there's that lore pressure.
Haven't yet quested with Diablo. It does come through. Artabax could quest up to 18 this turn. So 2 white rose cards and an ink for Artabax would win them the game in this position.
And Zan can quest up to with 9 lore on the board next turn. So yeah, Artabax needs to go quick. He's only got a few turns left. Did he find it?
It's going to be the crab. It's going to be the goat. 19. Do they have a bounce? It's only the fox that they have in the deck. It's Peter Pan. But that might be enough. With that goat on the board, Zan has to quest to 20 this turn or it's over. Don't think they have any cards in the deck which steals lore away from their opponent. I think those are pretty much exclusive to Ruby. Could be wrong.
He's got 8 on the board. That would put him to 15.
But he doesn't play it. Yeah, so Zan staring down the barrel of the goat. Of course, the problem is, even if you answer the goat, it's going to gain a lore anyway.
Yeah.
So Zan just has to get to 20 this turn and can't do it.
Woo!
Artabax just about crossing the finish line. I have to say, it was quite likely that they would find a goat or a white rose eventually.
Yeah.
But they didn't have that much longer to do it.
That got scared. Like I said, it looked so good for Artabax early with those early kits bouncing the Ursula over and over again. I was like, oh man, like this one's in the bag. But then Zan just kept clawing back in and clawing back in. That got a lot closer than it looked originally.
Give me one moment. I'm just responding to a text.
Yep.
I'm meeting a friend after this.
Players will shuffle up and we will get a game 3 in which Zan will be going first. And you have to imagine that is going to favor him. I would love to see Emerald Amethyst be able to pull out a win going second against Emerald Steel Discard, but it is very difficult. And I don't know if I've ever actually seen that happen, but maybe Artabax can show us the way here now. As both players are shuffling and getting their decks ready. And want to give a quick shout out to everyone watching at home. We appreciate you watching us. Big thank you, of course, to Pavel for setting it up, as well as the players and our judge. Don't want to forget them either.
Yeah, and I want to also give a big shout out to you as well. If you cast Lorcana before, you did a great job.
Oh, thanks, man. Yes, I actually, I've done a lot of casting before. I've cast tournaments for Final Fantasy, and so it's something I've always been really passionate about.
Amazing. So I've just posted your links in the YouTube and the Twitch chat and YouTube chat.
Thanks, man.
Is there much Lorcana content you've been making?
Oh, absolutely. I have a weekly video which comes out once. I usually put out a video guaranteed every Wednesday. Sometime I'll put out even more if I actually have the time. Like I was able to put one out last Friday. I would love to get even more out there, but of course, real life and a job often gets in the way. But no, I've been watching you since the beginning, so it's genuinely a pleasure to be able to cast this with you.
Let's go, mate. I'm really enjoying it. And the mulligans are now on. Can Zan Syed find that same wombo combo we saw in the previous game with that Diablo shift on turn number 2? Because that was so difficult for Artabax to stop. It doesn't look like Zan's found quite the same level of insane hand they had in game 1. I think in game 1, they had the Diablo, they had the shift, they had the Storm Rage on before they even mulliganed.
I think he had the Cove in hand, but looks like he's giving it back. I can't fully tell what all those cards are. We do see a cursed Merfolk on Artabax's side. There's the big Diablo. There's a hidden Cove. Do we have the little one?
Both players shuffling. Zan again displaying some tremendous shuffling skills. Artabax with those blue sleeves. I think Artabax probably winning. Do you know what? I'm going to give Zan the battle of the sleeves. I do like a good black sleeve.
Yeah, they're very slick. Am I crazy? Did that bear flip sides? Wasn't it looking the other way earlier?
Yes, it did. It did. Okay. It was not the actual playmat, but the software from Pavel. Pavel's just got like a way of flipping it. A lot of cameras like mirror an image, and then the cards become illegible. So Pavel's way ahead of the game. He's ahead of Discord. Like when I try and stream like webcam games through Discord, all the cards are written the one way around. Not when I play Pixelborn Connect. Yeah. Pavel's got us covered on that.
I thought Artabax just had this next level playmat where it was like it's double sided and he could flip it between rounds to throw his opponent off.
And yeah, big shout out to Artabax. You can see the player to the left here with his own custom player Max Artabax on Twitch. He also has a podcast, as does Zan Syed. So 2 content creators and top players playing against each other here. Zan's also got a podcast which he's doing, I think like once a week or so. Definitely worth checking both of them out. We are going to be talking to them after the game. It's Bruno into the ink. I see the legendary Diablo, but is there that one cost Diablo, or is that a hidden cove or a Captain Hook? I can see.
I think that what we see on screen is the hidden cove. Does he not have it? Because surely he would just snap it out, right?
You'd think maybe he's just toying with his prey.
Yeah. No, he doesn't have it. Okay. Oh, so Artabax has a chance here.
I'm in England. Artabax is in Germany across the sea, but I could hear the sigh of relief all the way over here.
You could,
not seeing that one cost Diablo.
I think I could hear it here in America.
Yeah. And Artabax does have that Gazelle as well, interestingly. Gazelle, only one copy of it in the deck. It's a new set 6 card. 1/2 stat line. Quest for 1. It's a 2-cost Tinkerball. And when you play it, you give evasive to a character of yours until the end of your turn. Very similar to the ability of the 4-cost Tinkerbell in Emerald from the first chapter.
Yeah.
But much, much quicker. And it is a very rare way of dealing with a Diablo.
Yeah, I kind of
to look out for.
I kind of overlooked that card when I first saw it, but even on turn 2, like giving something like Cursed Merfolk evasive and now a hook can't challenge it, that's pretty strong.
Yeah. Yeah, with the hook, something like this, it could be great. And in comes the Diablo. Artabax thought it was not going to happen. Well, comes to return later. Probably not from Zan here, a play that they would have chosen to do. I think they probably must have just topped this one, cost Diablo.
Yeah.
Like against something like Fire the Cannons, yesterday we saw Dale against me purposely playing the Hidden Cove on 1 and then the Diablo on turn 2 because of the Fire the Cannons. I would imagine that Zan just top decked the Diablo here.
Yeah.
But they did definitely take a long time considering if they went for Cove on turn 1 or not.
Artabax actually has a pretty good counter to this. Not only does he have the kit in hand, even if Zan moves him to the cove where he's out of the kit range, if Artabax plays Bonsai on this turn, if Zan cannot remove the Bonsai, you can then give the Bonsai evasive with the Gazelle and make it take out the Diablo.
Yeah, the Gazelle could be the difference maker here for Artabax. There's only one copy of it in the deck, but is it going to be the difference maker? It's a card I'm really interested in. It is the kind of card I think we need a little bit more of in Disney Lorcana. These ways of dealing with Diablo. It's a little bit inconsistent for sure, but if it's winning you a game against Diablo once every so often, it seems like it's worthy of a slot in your 60-card deck.
Yeah.
Merfolk is going to quest for 2. I don't think it's going to challenge the Cove for 0 damage.
Yeah.
It will quest.
That would be a very confusing play if he did that.
It is an option, though. But not an option Artabax decides to go for. Probably not an option they even considered.
Yeah. Maybe if it gets powered up with that crab on turn 3, maybe then it can go in, but...
Yeah, Diablo in Cove so currently has 2 strength and 3 willpower. I had, in my game against Dale yesterday, a Diablo like this that just removed 3 of my characters.
Holy moly.
I know.
Those bird pecks hurt, man.
Yes.
You need a lot of Band-Aids, all those little bruises.
So,
yeah, now
Artabax quested.
I would say Artabax will get punished if Zan does draw into removal, but I really like the Bonsai play here because if Zan doesn't have it, and currently he doesn't, then again, you can give it evasive with the Gazelle, take out the Diablo, or even just put pressure on the Cove, or even just put lore pressure on. But if Zan can find a Storm Rage on, it is going to feel quite bad when...
And I think as well there's the Ursula Deceiver for Artabax in hand, and it's always so tempting to go for it. I believe it's in there. You're always so tempted. The thing is, if you go for the Ursula, if you hit, you feel great. And if you miss, if you're Artabax, you probably feel like you're losing the game when you could have made this Banzai play. Decides to risk it, and I love it. I think this is an absolutely tremendous play. It might not seem that impressive, but Artabax is recognizing they're in an unfavored matchup. They're in a spot where there's a world they win, which is Banzai Gazelle, and that your opponent doesn't have Storm Rage on. Artabax probably saying here, if you have Storm Rage on, Zan, you probably beat me. But if you don't, I might be able to make a game of it yet.
Yeah, and that's card games too, right? Sometimes you have to tell them, okay, show me you have it. And he doesn't have it right now. And had Artabax played that Ursula, it would have backfired because he does not have a song at the moment.
2 ink right now for Zan, of course, can ink up to 3 as it is their 3rd turn. Has the option of discarding a Hypnotize to shift to Diablo. Is probably studying the deck list right now and zooming in on that Gazelle card and reminding himself of its ability. There is only 1 copy of it in the deck. So this is where if you're Zan, do you respect the Gazelle? Do you think, okay, statistically he doesn't have it and therefore I won't respect it? Or do you decide, well, if he does have it, it gives him a way back into this game. Do I need to risk it? Lots of interesting decisions here for Zansayed, and I like that both players are just slowing the game down at these crucial decision moments and really just trying to. I'd imagine Zan is just kind of thinking about 4, 5, 6, maybe even 10 turns ahead.
So if you're in Zan's position right now, Specky, would you want to? Because you could shift the Diablo and you could hard cast the Hypnotize, or you could even put out the Ursula as well. Looks like he inks the Ursula, so there goes that. There goes that solution.
Yeah, it's going to be Hypnotize being. Is it cast or being discarded?
Looks like it's being cast. He wants. I think he's trying to draw into a Storm Rage on.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That could be a difference maker.
Artifacts deciding what to get rid of. Actually, looks like it's going to get rid of the Ursula, which won't do him much good here at the moment since Zan does not have any songs currently. Nope. Reconsidering it. Is there an argument you get rid of the kit here too, since you know the Cove is preventing it from being bounced?
It's an interesting decision. I'm not sure. It could be an option. Diablo is going to challenge Merfolk.
Interesting.
Discarding the Ursula. Ursula is a complete miss against Artabaxis. He doesn't play a single song card, so no surprises to see that's discarded. But yeah, Zan does not go for the shift even though they had it. And maybe that's the power of the one-off Gazelle. That even if Artabax didn't have it, I feel like if Artabax didn't have that Gazelle in their list, Zan's going to be shifting here.
Yeah.
And interestingly, it was there, but it's now getting inked.
Ooh.
And maybe that's because Artabax is predicting that there is no...
Oh, nice! Challenger Crab, so Bonsai takes a bite out of the Cove. It's gone.
Oh, this is a great game here. The hidden code's dealt with, and suddenly a shift Diablo is not that much of a concern because you have lots of ways of dealing with it. Well, you don't have lots, but you have a kit Cloud Kick in hand.
Now the kit. Oh man, I love that. That was a great play by Artabax.
The 3 strength of Banzai combining with the 3 strength of the Crab to deal with the Cove.
And Zan doesn't have a great hand. This is looking all right for Artabax.
4 ink on the Muses.
Muses, of course, incredibly strong, but Zan does not have songs currently. Artabax does have another Ursula Deceiver too, so if he wanted to 100% make sure, could take a peek at Zan's hand just to check, or could maybe try to infer from the play pattern. Well, he inked the big Ursula, he hasn't shifted, he hasn't sang with the Diablo, so maybe he just doesn't have any songs right now.
Yeah, this is the EU versus NA competition. 16 of the very best players. Zansayed, the winner, of course, of Disney Lorcana Challenge Las Vegas at the start of set 5, playing Emerald Steel. Artabax, known as the best Emerald Amethyst player in the world by many, myself included, I would certainly say that.
I heard you won your match, by the way. Congratulations.
Thank you. Just about by the skin of my teeth.
Sometimes that's how you got to win it. Artabax does take a quest for 3 here. Man, a genie would feel really good here, wouldn't it? A rabbit works too.
Yeah, and Artabax starting to get that lore on the board. 5 lore, quarter of the way there, 75% to go.
Zan find a song. No, doesn't. Or he's got Bruno, I think.
Yeah, draws into Bruno.
He'd have to ink the beast to use it, though.
Yeah.
I don't like. Yeah, ideal world. You'd make the only bounce target you have too is the rabbit. I don't know if that's worth it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Muses though does have at least a nice 2 strength and 4 willpower stat line, so it can trade pretty efficiently for the Banzai. That's definitely something Zan will be considering.
Yeah.
The other thing for them to consider is what to ink. Can they really afford to... Do they ever even shift Diablo at this stage, for example? Probably not, because they'd have to discard the Bruno.
Yeah.
But it is an option, so quite a few different options available.
I think I like... If I'm Zan, I think I like going in on just the beast. I know it doesn't feel good to give up your 1 song, but unless he has Elsa is kind of the only thing that can punish the beast, right?
Bruno into the ink.
Yep.
It is 5 ink available. and it will be the Beast. The Muses can challenge the Banzai potentially, but decides Zan instead to hold fire, and that is a very interesting decision. Really valuing the Muses on the board.
Yeah.
Of course, as soon as the Muses is exerted, it can be challenged, and it is a character with ward. So you see how much Zan really values having that Muses on the board. They're going to be hoping to find things like Bruno, Storm Rage on, and really start controlling the board in a big, big way. Artifacts with a big quest for 4, almost halfway there now. And a Fox is going to bounce the rabbit back and continue the card draw for Artifacts. This is a very, very different game to what we saw in game number 1.
Yeah,
Artifacts didn't get past 1 law in game number 1.
Going second, all the way up to 9 now. Zan finally has at least an engine set up with the Beast. We could put out that Curse Merfolk as well on Artifacts' side, really apply some lore and board pressure.
Can Artifacts do the impossible? Remember, this is a game where Zan Syed had Diablo Shift available, okay?
Yeah.
They didn't play the Diablo until turn 2, but the Shift was available. They just declined to take it, perhaps due to the threat of the Gazelle.
Double drop, draw. We're going wide. We did finally get some of that steel removal. It is Strength of a Raging Fire. So currently we can take out anything on this board by shooting for 3.
Yep.
And then the Muses can bounce something as well.
Absolutely. Hidden Cove, the other card found. It's 9 law to 0. Artifacts at 5 ink. Zan also at 5 ink. Zan side went first, of course. I think this is their 6th turn.
I kind of like using Strength of a Raging Fire on the Merfolk. You get rid of the 2 lore, and then you can bounce the Diablo so it doesn't get that card draw. Forces Artifacts to replay it again.
Could also be nice to deal with the Banzai, though.
Yeah.
And then bounce the Merfolk and try and then keep bouncing the Merfolk back. At least the Diablo is only questing for 1. It's definitely an interesting choice.
I like your line too, because that keeps 4 lore off the board, which is huge. He could always challenge into the Bonsai. Like you said, the Muses does trade favorably into it. So, as usual, Zan has a lot of options and a lot of choices. Specky, I always enjoy seeing a player make a bunch of decisions that I myself wouldn't make. You know, in your head, you're always thinking, oh, well, I would do this, this, and this. And then they go, well, instead, I'm going to do X, Y, Z. And you go, oh, wow, I wouldn't have even considered that line.
Yeah, and often I'm like, what are they doing?
Yeah,
and 3 turns later, you realize, that's what they were doing.
That was the payoff.
Beast, Muses, and Diablo on the board for Zan, all ready and waiting. 5 ink available. It looks like it's going to be 1 for the Cove is what they're most considering.
For the first time in this 3-game set, Zan doesn't have overwhelming card advantage, so if this Beast can stick around, that can absolutely refill his hand, get him back into this game. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, you're all good, not at all. It is going to be the Cove for 1. So 4 ink still to play with. That's going to be the 2nd ink spent on moving Diablo into the Cove, it seems. Possibly getting ready to trade with that Banzai, which Artabax is predicting. Of course, Diablo moving into the Cove will cost 1 more ink, but turn it into a 2 strength, 3 willpower character, which can trade evenly with Banzai.
I didn't think I'd ever see a Raven take out a Hyena.
I think we'll get that lore count updated as well. I think someone just fumbled and pressed the 0 counter on their keyboard. I've done that before. The 0 button on the keyboard removes the scores.
So it looks like Beast is going to sing Strength of a Raging Fire. Actually takes out the Fox here.
Yeah, possibly just wanting to keep that Hidden Cove nice and protected. The 4 strength of the Fox being a threat.
Yeah, and it will, like you said, bounce the Merfolk.
Yeah, we'll try and get that lore count updated for you as quickly as possible, everybody.
I'll find some pen and paper to write it down at home so I can keep track of it.
We do then see another
Diablo
couple challenges.
Yeah, it looks like Diablo challenged the Bonsai, and then the Muses challenged the Crab, or maybe it was vice versa.
Yeah, I think it's a quest for 2 with the Beast. So we're going to try and get that lore sorted as soon as we possibly can. Pavel's just checking it for us and getting us updated.
Okay, looks like we got it correct. I think the Beast sang Storm Rage on, so I don't think Zan has any lore still. Yeah, it looks like
they have pen and paper. Of course they do. They're professionals. That's why you always use pen and paper, everybody.
I mean, Zan cleared out a big chunk of that board.
Yep.
And without anything that's dealing damage on Artabax's side, Artabax doesn't have a way to currently damage the Beast to make sure that it doesn't keep drawing cards unless he's got like an Elsa or Fox in hand.
It's going to be the Rabbit for Artabax to start things off. 4 ink spent, 1 ink still left. Could ink to 6 this turn. Has more cards in hand than Zan. It's going to be the Merfolk. And the Quest for 1, putting them up to 10. They're halfway there.
How badly does Artabax wish that Diablo had 1 attack right now?
Yes. It's going to be draw for Beast, draw for turn. And that is not a bad draw with the Let the Storm Rage On. Is probably exactly what you're looking for if you're Zan. Can deal with either the Merfolk or the Diablo and bounce something else back into hand. 5 ink right now for Zan. So won't be able to play the Prince John and the Diablo unless they ink what is drawn off of this Storm Rage On. It is going to be sung by the Muses, and it is going to target, you would imagine, the Merfolk.
Yep, there it goes.
And it's Strength of Raging Fire drawn.
Oh,
man. That's not a bad option either.
I would assume you'll bounce Diablo? Yeah.
Yeah, Diablo bounce back. Of course, bouncing the Rabbit back might help Artabax more than it might help Zan at this moment in time. It is going to be Diablo for 3. Will we see Beast singing the Strength to deal with this Rabbit, or is that not something that Zan feels they need to do right now?
Oh, he's going to sing it all right. Strength of a raging fire.
Wow. Okay, that's a good set of pipes, mate. I ain't got that in me.
Thanks. Oh, man, Zan just flipped the entire script on this match. It was looking so good for Artabax. He had such a wide board.
But what I will say is Artabax has a lot of cards in hand. So it does have some recovery potential.
Yeah. And he's halfway to his victory. So yes, exactly. That's what you want to see. If you can start getting to this like bounce section where you're just getting all that instant lore, you're going to be feeling pretty good.
Still, I think 4 cards in hand for Artabax and Go-Go Tamago. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Is it time for Go-Go Tamago to enter Disney Lorcana competitive play? Go-Go Tamago, a new 2-cost character.
Go ahead.
And you can spend 3 ink to gain lore for the damage character. So if you were to play Go-Go Tamago here, you spend 4, you gain 3 because of that Muses.
Can the Go-Go choose the Muses with Ward? Does it have to choose?
That's actually a good point. I believe it has to target.
Okay, I thought it. I wasn't 100% sure how that one worked.
I will check. That's a good question. Very good question.
Diablo is going
to imagine the Go-Go Tamagos, the kind of thing that Artabax is going to look to do to like finish the game, like cross the finish line with big lore.
Diablo sings Sudden Chill, causing a discard. Muses will trigger again. We can bounce at Diablo. Once again, that poor Diablo is never going to get to do much except keep flying to and from the hand.
Yeah, so the text on Go-Go Tamago is when you play this character, you may pay 2 ink to gain lore equal to the damage on chosen opposing character. Chosen being the key word there. You would not be able to choose Muses. I would imagine that is how that works because of its ward. I think, anyway.
But if he quests with Beast here, there is a line. You could charge the Beast with the Goat, put 4 damage on it, drop the Go-Go, choose the Beast, gain 4 lore, plus you'd get the Goat exit. You'd jump all the way to 16 all of a sudden.
And Zan has not got much lore. But I think
he just quested with Beast and Muses, yeah.
Artabax draws, and guess what? So does Zan as well for their troubles.
Zan's pulling it back. He's starting to stabilize, so Artabax needs to close this out quick.
Muses with 3 damage counters on, so if you deal with the Cove, the Muses will still stick around with that 4 willpower. I think it's 5 cards in hand, though, for Artabax, which is a lot. Only at 5 ink. Perhaps fearing the potential discard, but it's just not something Zan's been doing that much of so far.
Yeah.
Artabax slowing the game down, making sure he sees what's in the hand of his opponent here. And seeing all the cards which have been played and working out what could be left, making a read on what Zan might have in hand. 3 cards in hand for Zan.
If he can't bounce this goat, I like the idea of running it into the beast. You'll gain a lore from the exit, using the go-go on the beast, and then you just gain 4 more lore. You go all the way to 16. And Emerald Steel shouldn't have any way to heal its characters. So if he can find another go-go to Tamago, he could just choose the beast a second time, jump all the way to 20 lore. Of course, if he has something he can bounce the goat to, he can keep getting the lore back that way as well.
Players just taking their time here. Crucial moments in this game. It's 11 lore to 3 in favor of Artabax, who went second in this game. Zan was the player going first. Zan won the die roll in this best of 3. Zan winning game number 1 in dominant fashion. Artabax pulled it back when they went first and is now looking to do the impossible and win a very, very tough matchup while going second. But they're in a great position. I think if you offered Artabax this position at the start of the day, they would have bitten your hand off and said, yes, okay, I will take it.
100%. And this turn is crucial for Artabax because Zan has card draw now. He's got his engine online, protected by a hidden cove. He is going to start rocketing forward. So Artabax needs to close this out and close it out quickly.
And let's not forget, this is the battle of North America versus Europe in this tournament. And so far, North America has been beaten twice. It's 2-0 to Europe right now in games. So if Artabax can pull this off, it's going to be a triple sweep of Europeans beating North Americans to begin this event.
Is he going to do
it's going to be the GOAT challenging and
yep. So here comes the go-go Tomogo.
Oh my days. Are you kidding me? 4 ink spent, 4 lore gained, and the GOAT as well. It's absolutely obscene. And a Diablo for good measure. Wow. Artabax, take a bow.
Well, if he can find one more go-go Tomogo Specky, he just picks the beast one more time. Boom, that's the end of the game. Tell me he runs more than one in his list.
They play 4. So Artabax definitely has the potential of finding another one. That is not something I have ever seen played before. Of course, it's a brand new card, and it's one people have been very excited about. Maybe struggling to find a home. Zan has the option of including it in their list, decided not to. But here, as a 2-2 evasive as well, being able to quest, being able to deal with Diablo potential, it is a very, very interesting card. And right now, it is looking better than ever.
And what a perfect situation for it, right? That was a few of the concerns about that card is like, well, they have to have a body that's big enough to survive whatever you hit on it, and then it's got to maintain the damage, and that was just perfect.
Arna's going to come through and force a discard. It's going to be the crab which gets discarded. Crab doesn't trigger when it's discarded. Has to leave or enter play. It never was in play. It went from the hand to the discard.
Could you imagine if those Merlin cards triggered on discard too?
It's going to be Ursula getting inked. And there's nothing to challenge here for Zan. So you'd imagine everything here is going on a quest and gaining some lore. Prince John and Beast for 2 each is 4. Muses and Diablo for 1 each is 6. Jumping from 3 to 9. Closing the gap very, very quickly. Artabax can quest for 2 next turn, bringing them up to 18.
And Artabax has a goat in hand.
A go-go Tamago wins the game for Artabax off the top here, if that is all that Zan is doing. Go-go Tamago off the top will win them the game.
Artabax also has a goat in hand. It at least puts him on the turn clock of lethal.
It's going to be a quest up to 18.
Is the go-go?
In comes the goat. And Zan Syed is not going to be happy to see that. This has been the Go-Go Tamago show out of nowhere. Artabax was at 10 lore just a couple of turns ago, and suddenly they're at 19 with a goat on the board.
Oh my goodness, Zan has to pull out a miracle right now. I don't know how you do it. Green, that's one of the quote-unquote downsides of Emerald Steel. And that's going to be it.
Is it a scoop? It's not quite.
Sorry. Got too excited.
Me too. But with that goat, what can you do? It's that same situation. You can't. You have to get to 20 this turn if you're Zan, and I'm not sure they can do it. They don't have a Go-Go Tamago of their own. No copies of Go-Go in the deck.
Oh man, I mean Zan, this will be an all-timer if he can pull this out, but
Zan sings Sudden Chill, going to be drawing off Prince John. Zan just looking for an absolute miracle. But I don't think they have a miracle in the deck.
I didn't think I could see Emerald Amethyst defeat this deck in a best of 3, but we might be
when losing
it.
the die roll, by the way.
Well, yeah, going second, Specky, going second.
It's Artabax out of nowhere. The Go-Go Tamago show. Oh my goodness. Artabax taking down Zan Syed in what is considered Artabax's worst matchup, and they lost the die roll. What a game 3 that was. Incredible.
That was, oh man, 5 lore in 1 turn by running a goat to that beast. That Go-Go, people have been hyped about this card since they saw it, and you can see why right there. Holy moly.
Let's go. What a game. Big shout out to both players. We are going to be getting a little interview in with them. Artabax winning it 2-1, and Team EU has now beaten North America 3 times.
Oh man,
but they've all been 2-1s, by the way. They've all been 2-1s. It was me versus Dale. I won 2-1. It was then Dinkan versus Zach. Dinkan winning 2-1. And then Artabax versus Zan 2-1. Absolutely extraordinary. I need to get my playset of Go-Go Tamagos right now. I actually already have them. But if I didn't, I would probably consider using Cardmarket, who sponsor my channel. Cardmarket, great place to buy singles online in Europe. Thank you, Cardmarket, for sponsoring. Thank you, Pavel, for organising this amazing tournament and all the judges behind the scenes. It has been so much fun. And we're going to see if we can get a little interview with the players in just a moment. Just a bit of a reminder of the accolades of some of these players that we've just been watching. Artabax, the green-purple master. And of course, Zan Syed, the winner of Disney Lorcana Challenge Vegas. Top 4 in Atlanta. It was a real battle of top players. And Zan Syed taken down by the Go-Go Tamago of Artabax.
Hello.
Hello, gentlemen. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Oof.
Right, let's start with Artabax. Artabax, Go-Go Tamago from nowhere.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was a lot of decision making in this game. It was a tough. And I think the odds were for him in the end. He only needed 1 song to. I mean, he couldn't bounce my Go-Go Tamago, but just 1 song, and I would be doomed. It was a crazy game.
Zan, how are you feeling after that one? Go-Go Tamago?
I love the way I played it. The Go-Go Tamago play was obviously really good, but I felt like I thought about the Go-Go Tamago. I was like, if he gets Go-Go Tamago, he still needs 2 questers afterwards, so he could go like goat, but I'm presenting lethal through that.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, if he has a Go-Go Tamago and he ends up having the worst case scenario for me, I can still win it as long as I draw a song.
Yeah. I think it was right.
So that was the
basic
process.
I needed the goat too, I needed the goat and the Go-Go Tamago. So yeah, it's.
Zan, I want to ask you about turn 3 in this game number 3. You had the Diablo shift in hand, and I think you decided after a lot of deliberation not to go for it. Wondering if I could pick your brains on the thought process there.
Yeah, that's such a complicated turn, but so you have to think back. The recall is really important when you're playing green steel, so you have to think about what you saw with Diablo. And I had seen the Gazelle, right? So
of course you'd seen it. I'd forgotten you'd seen it, yeah.
Yep, so since I saw the Gazelle, you have to think about, so before we even started playing this matchup, you have to think about, okay, what are the lines that he's going to try to set up? So he knows that I'm going to play the game of catch my what do you call it, song with Ursula, right? And I'm going to hit him, right? Or I'm going to play the Diablo to get rid of it. And so I inked Strength of a Raving Fire on turn 2. So he's likely not going to play Ursula, right? Because he's going to think like, okay, Zan's not going to let me get a song if he can help it. Yeah. So that's game number 1. So the second game that happens is he's going to play a threat that's going to allow him to trade with my what do you call it? My Diablo. And so at that point in the game, I couldn't risk everything on that Diablo. I would have just straight lost. And so the thought process is, all right, I have to use this Diablo to answer his stuff, threaten his bonsai, and so that's the other part of the game. Obviously, I got punished by the crab, but it's still the better line because otherwise I walk into his play and I'm left with nothing. I've used my whole hand to end up with nothing, and I just lose the game on that turn 3. You know.
And Artabax, on the turn 2, you did have the option of taking the Ursula or the Banzai. Was there ever a world you were going to play the Ursula?
Yeah, there is. I think he inked the song turn 1. I don't know. I don't remember.
Yeah, I inked Bruno.
I was pretty sure. I don't know why exactly that he has no song in his hand, and so I thought the pressure is more important here. And I thought if he plays an Ursula, I have the kit, so that's better tempo play than just playing my Ursula. And I need to tempo in this matchup and race somehow to be able to win because it's a tough matchup. And the Ursula is more in the end game good, and at the start it's most of the time too slow in this matchup because you really need to pressure him.
And if it misses, you feel very bad in that position.
If it whiffs, I probably lost at that point because it's always, sometimes it's a gamble, you know. Maybe he has the second song, maybe not. I always also decided, I decided to play the Banzai, and if he had the Shift and Storm Rage on, I would probably lose at this point. But I think Diablo and the Cove was there, and I think I had to go this way to have a chance in this game. And
Final question for you for the moment is on the Gazelle, Julian. I mean, it made a real difference, right? It's a new card. You got one copy of it. How are you feeling about Gazelle after this last game? Do you think it's enough to give you a better matchup into Emerald Steel? Do you think you'd ever consider playing more?
I mean, a bit. I mean, it's for me a bit like an inkable Peter Pan Shadowfinder for this matchup. So I want to have some tech options for this matchup other than Kit and Ursula and Elsa. And then, Peter Pan Shadowfinder is really good to answer Diablos, but it's uninkable and hurts in many other matchups. So the Gazelle is really versatile. I could see play her more because it's no risk to play her. You can ink her if she's bad. So maybe I was kind of she overperformed in the past, and she would even had it with the Banzai. I could even trade in Diablo if Banzai sticks. So that's really powerful.
Amazing. Zan as well. One set 6 card, Pluto.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever consider playing no new set 6 cards, and you were like, well, I better play something new? Or was that?
That's I usually don't think about that. Like, I don't think about like a new set coming out and being like, oh, I have to play a set 6 card. I'm just thinking about how I think that the meta is going to evolve, right? And so I definitely put Europe on playing a lot of green purple because they got the most amount of tools, and then of course I knew that Artifacts was working really hard on it. So basically my thought process was this card really shuts down Peter Pan Shadowfinder, it shuts down Elsa's and stuff like that. So I want to have that out, but I don't want to go all in on it. And so since I know that I felt like there was going to be a portion of this tournament that was going to be aggro leaning because that was the nature of set 6. I ended up playing Captain Hooks for that reason, right? If you think about the common play pattern in this deck, they usually play Ursula Deceiver on 2, and then Captain Hook can take that out. And then with the help of Cove, since I'm playing 4 Coves, you can use it to take out, pretty much everything else in their deck.
And Artabax, I know when I was speaking to you, the Captain Hook was something you were a little bit concerned about, and definitely something that you wish Zan wasn't playing for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm on the play and he misses turn 1, then I'm really favored, I think, because if I have the kit, then it's really, I can tempo really much. And so I thought, I thought it was a good idea to play more 1-drops to don't be so vulnerable on the draw. And yeah, I think it's just more consistent, and I think probably in an aggro-ish meta like it is now, the right choice. Yeah, to play more.
Amazing. And both of you are going to be participating in Paris, right, with the last chance qualifiers.
Yep.
Yes.
So
yes. Try our
lots
best.
of practice incoming, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
Lorcana on my mind, so
let's go.
Congrats to you both. You did a great job. It was really fun to watch.
Yeah, we loved it.
Yeah, if you guys have any critiques or anything, just and you guys think of it later or right now, please send it my way. I definitely.
I'm sure the chat will. The chat's always got something, mate.
No, you both
Every
played
time.
it great. By the way, I do want to say that Pluto, when you move it into the hidden cove and it's a 6/6 bodyguard for 4, my goodness, what a dog!
Yeah.
What a dog!
Literally, the dog is dog.
So, boys, you both do podcasts, right? So, is there anywhere people can find your other Disney Lorcana content? We'll start with Artabax. Where can people find you? We'll make sure to get some links in the chats and stuff.
Yeah, I have a YouTube channel, of course, and I'm on Twitter as well. So both is Artabax, just the name, Artabax Lorcana. Yeah, and I do a weekly podcast with Lorcana deck lists. And yeah, and Twitter, the usual stuff. Yeah.
Awesome. Get that posted. I'm going to ask someone in the chat to be kind and post it for us. Someone will get us covered. And Zan, you've also got a YouTube channel and a podcast as well.
Yep. It is. I'm pulling it up right now. It's at Zan Sayed YT.
Nice. We'll get it linked. We're on a 10-minute delay, but we'll get it. I'm sure someone in the chat's going to help us out. If not, you guys post it. I've got to shoot off myself, but it's been an absolute pleasure having you all. Thank you very much for the games. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks to Pavel for organising it. We need to find someone to raid in the Disney Lorcana category, as that is all we've got time for tonight. But it's super fun having these tournaments, and I really appreciate you guys taking the time
I really
to play.
appreciate to be here. And
had a great time. And thank you so much, Artabax. You were a pleasure to play. I'm sure we're going to play a lot more in the future.
Yes,
hopefully not in the same pod at the LCQs. As you dodge each other.
That's hopefully not, yeah. But, yeah. Was an amazing game. Even though it was a bit unlucky for you, yeah.
No, dude, like when we're at the top of play, and both players are playing well, that what else is going to help determine the game, Someone's got to draw better. And that's totally fine. And that's why we play this game. So you played it super well. Congrats.
You guys crushed it. It was so much fun to watch.
Thank you. It was mind-blowing. I'm exhausted now.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
I'm going to end the stream. We're on a 10-minute delay,
everyone.
so I'm going to remember not to end the stream just yet. But I'm going to end the stream, but not host. So bye, everyone. It's been a pleasure. Thanks, everyone, and enjoy whoever we host.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.